The world was ending in a cacophony of fire and screams, but then, in a flash of blinding light, the wheel of fate turned backward. Standing at the peak of the cultivation world was Liu Hanyan, a woman whose beauty was matched only by terrifying power, a goddess among mortals who reigned supreme. Yet the peace of her sect was shattered by the arrival of a man who carried himself with an audacity that defied logic. He didn't just walk into her life, he claimed it, declaring to all who would listen that he had traveled from a future where he was her husband. He spoke of her favorite fruits and the secret fears that kept her awake at night, weaving a web of intimacy that shouldn't exist. The icy composure of the great cultivator cracked as he whispered of the hidden marks upon her body, his words a scandalous intrusion that left her cheeks burning with a mixture of rage and confusion. He knelt before her, his eyes shining with a doting warmth that felt like a lifetime of devotion, murmuring how wonderful it was to finally see her again. Behind that handsome face lay a smirk that suggested he knew exactly how much chaos he was causing. But the truth of their connection was forged in a far darker time, amidst the ruins of a village consumed by a hellish inferno. Monstrous wolves with eyes full of a murderous or had descended upon the innocent, their fangs bared for a slaughter. It was then that Han Yan had descended like a celestial judgment, her very presence radiating a suffocating pressure that it obliterated in an instant. Amidst the ash and blood, a young man looked up at his savior with wide, trembling eyes. She looked upon the destruction with a cold, distant pity, her heart heavy for the fragile mortals who broke so easily. She found him lying among the debris, a broken thing she assumed was a corpse. But as she approached, he bolted upright, gasping for air as if he has crawled out of the depths of the underworld. He looked at her, and the recognition in his eyes was a physical blow. He lunged forward, his hands trembling as he gripped her, desperate to know if she had come to save him from the nightmare. She was stunned, her voice sharp as she demanded he let go of her, for she had never laid eyes on this frantic boy in her life. He didn't listen, pulling her into a crushing embrace and sobbing apologies for a sacrifice she hadn't even witnessed yet, promising they would live a happy life together. The audacity was too much. Trembling with an icy fury, she unleashed a wave of energy that sent him hurtling through the air. He crashed into the earth with a bone-shattering thud, still shouting that she was killing her own husband. As his friend rushed to his side, calling out for Little Feng, Han Yan felt a cold shiver of realization. The name of the village, the faces of the dead, it all pointed to an impossible truth. She had been thrown back into the past, back to the very moment her story with him truly began. She remembered him now, the husband who had clung to her in another life, begging her to return safely. She remembered the way he had looked at her with tears in his eyes, promising he would never leave her behind. Most of all, she remembered his final act of defiance, choosing to perish in a world-shattering explosion rather than succumb to the control of his enemies. Xiao Feng woke in a bed of fine silk, the phantom pain of death still echoing in his chest. He realized with a jolt that he wasn't dead, and the nightmare he had lived was now a future he could change. A maid's voice broke his reverie, informing him that he was finally awake and expected elsewhere. The palace master wanted to see him, a summons that carried the weight of destiny. He followed the servant through the grand, echoing halls of the sect, his heart pounding against his ribs. Every step through the palace confirmed his suspicions. He was back on the day she had rescued him from the ashes. In his heart, she was his beloved wife, but he knew that to her, he was currently nothing more than a nameless stray. He reached the heavy, ornate doors of the inner chamber, and as they thudded shut behind him, he found himself to face with his destiny. There she sat, Lady Guanghan of the Wen Tian sect, a master of the Mahayana realm, looking down at him from her throne with a gaze as sharp as a blade and as cold as the winter stars. The legend of the fairy of the Cold Moon sect preceded her wherever she went, a woman as cold and proud as the falling snow. Her beauty was a divine curse, causing countless men to fall hopelessly in love at a single glance, their hearts ensnared by her flawless aura. Yet for all her fame, she remained a ghost in the cultivation world, a mystery whose true name was known to almost no one. But today, that carefully maintained distance was shattered as she stared down a man who seemed to see right through her icy exterior. Her gaze was sharp enough to cut glass, a murderous pressure filling the room as she demanded to know how a mere stranger could possibly know her private name. The man before her didn't flinch. Instead, he dropped a bombshell that threatened to upend her entire reality, claiming that he had traveled back from the future and that in that life, he was her husband. The sheer audacity of his words sent a vein pulsing in her forehead, her face darkening with a rage that promised a swift and painful end if he didn't start telling the truth. He felt a cold sweat break out, remembering all too well how terrifying she could be when her temper was truly ignited. Desperate to prove identity and save his neck, he began to rattle off secrets that no spy could ever hope to uncover. He spoke of her secret love for bananas and the embarrassing truth that, Despite her godlike power, she was deathly afraid of snakes and had once been bitten by a common dog during her mortal years. He even whispered her childhood nickname, Yan Yan, a name given to her by a fortune teller her father had hired long ago. Enraged by his intrusive knowledge, she commanded him to shut up, her spiritual energy erupting in a wave that sent him staggering back. She was certain he must be a high-level mole from the demon sect. Someone had meticulously investigated her every weakness, but as her hand tightened around his throat, he gasped out the ultimate secret: her congenital cold ice vein and the forbidden ice heart technique she practiced in the shadows. Her heart nearly stopped, for that was a secret known only to her and her master. As she prepared to forcibly search his soul for answers, he shouted out one final, undeniable proof: the existence of a tear-shaped birthmark on her inner thigh. The shock was so profound that her power flickered, leaving her flustered and breathless as he tumbled to the ground. He didn't stop there, exposing the ice lotus mark on her chest and the sickening truth that her master had only taught her that technique to use her as a human furnace to steal her power. He recounted the dark day she had finally discovered the plot and secretly ended her master's life, framing it as an accident to take control of the Snow Palace. She stood there, completely exposed, her life's most dangerous secrets laid bare by a man who looked at her with an intimacy she couldn't comprehend. Shaken to her core, she finally asked the one thing that mattered. What had become of them in that future he claimed to know? He painted a picture of a world drowned in blood, a chaotic era where the great sects fell and the land was consumed by flames. In that darkness, they had found each other, becoming partners bound by fate and survival. He recalled the moment she had saved him, the memory of her touch so vivid that it seemed to bridge the gap between their different timelines. Seeing her again before the world broke her was a joy he couldn't put into words. Outside the chamber, her disciples whispered in confusion, wondering why their man-hating sect master was spending so much time with a lowly mortal. Inside, the man was already proving his worth, using his future knowledge to rewrite her flawed cultivation technique into something divine. He presented the improved scroll as a gift for his wife, a gesture that sent a deep blush crawling up her neck as she tried to maintain her regal composure. She stammered, trying to claim that she wasn't the woman he knew, and that perhaps they were from different worlds entirely. He simply smirked, teasing her by threatening to withhold the technique if she wasn't actually his wife. It was a bold gamble, weaponizing his knowledge to force her hand. Finally, he offered a deal. The technique was hers if she accepted him as her direct disciple. She protested, pointing out the absurdity of a man entering a women-only court, but when he turned to walk away, claiming they would have nothing more to do with each other, her heart wavered. She couldn't let such a font of knowledge, and perhaps something more simply, vanish. She commanded him to stay, agreeing to his terms but warning him that any act of injustice or any mention of their relationship would be met with a swift execution. With the deal struck, they set off for the Wentian sect for the official entrance trials. As the crowd of hopeful disciples gathered, he spotted an old friend among the masses, offering a confident smile. He knew that this young man was destined to be more powerful than he had ever been, and with a glint in his eye, he prepared to lead them all into a future that would never be the same. Yabe. The air within the Wentian sect was thick with a suffocating pressure as the grand gates loomed over a sea of hopeful cultivators. High above, the empty thrones of the palace masters stood as a silent reminder of the godlike power that ruled this realm. Suddenly, the sky fractured with pillars of divine light as the masters made their grand entrance, their oars alone enough to make the commoners' hearts pound in their chests. The courtyard was a masterpiece of order and reverence, as every soul present bowed deeply, desperate to show their respect to the elite. Among the seated legends, the ethereal beauty of Palace Master Guanghan was a sight that could steal a man's soul. Her presence is cold and intoxicating as the winter moon. Her gaze remained distant, her every micro-expression suggesting a boredom that only a true immortal could possess. The sect master, the venerable immortal Guangling, stood before them all with a voice that commanded the very wind to stop. He declared that while they were favored ones, none could enter their ranks without passing the brutal spiritual root test. A thunderous roar of agreements for the crowd, though many their hands tremble with the fear of failure. Two young men shared a fleeting moment of camaraderie, their eyes wide as they contemplated the life-altering moment ahead. Then, the spirit measuring instrument was unveiled, a swirling vortex of energy that promised to strip away all pretenses and reveal their true essence. The rules were simple yet cruel, with ranks ranging from the divine A to the wretched bottom-tier D. A massive scroll unfurled with a snap, listing the names of those whose destinies were about to be decided. Young Zheng Niu was the first to be called, his face flushing with a mix of terror and excitement as he rushed toward his fate. He pressed his palms against the orb, his breath hitching as the energy surged through his veins. The result was a wood spiritual root of middle B rank, not a miracle, but enough to earn him a place in the sect. From her throne, Guanghan watched with a sharp, calculating gaze, her eyes searching for a spark that had yet to appear. Her fellow masters poked fun at her silence, wondering if any disciple had managed to catch her eye, but she merely brushed them off with a cool indifference. The atmosphere shifted instantly when Yi Jusi stepped up, his test resulting in a magnificent high A rank that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Even the sect master couldn't contain his joy, his laughter echoing across the pavilion at the discovery of such a rare talent. But then, the name Xiao Feng was called, and the young man stepped forward with an audacity that bordered on arrogance. He placed his hand on the instrument with a nonchalant smile, as if he already knew what the heavens had in store. The orb flickered and then revealed the truth. A pathetic low D rank. A wave of hushed whispers and mocking laughter washed over the courtyard as the genius was revealed to be nothing more than trash. How could someone with such wretched qualifications even stand in this sacred place? A sympathetic official suggested the machine might have made a mistake. But Yifeng merely laughed it off, his eyes sparkling with a secret amusement. He knew exactly how bad his qualifications were and saw need to waste anyone's time. He even had the gall to tease the new Haya genius, asking if his own failure made him look even more impressive by comparison. Despite the insults being hurled his way, he stood tall, his confidence an unshakable shield against the pity of the crowd. High above, Guang Han's face was a mask of cold fury, her eyes boring into the back of the boy she had personally brought to this place. She felt the sting of humiliation as she realized the treasure she had found was considered a joke. Palace Master Sukyani was already screaming, his face turning a shade of crimson as he demanded to know who was foolish enough to bring such a useless creature into their sect. When Guang Han quietly admitted she was the one responsible, the air turned so cold it felt like it would crack. She shamelessly claimed she had simply forgotten to check his roots, a lie so bold it left her peers in stunned silence. The other masters could only watch the unfolding drama, with a mix of pity and annoyance. Because Waya Palace had ranked last in the previous competition, that trash disciple would almost certainly end up in their care unless they risked tarnishing their reputation. As the selection process began, the high-ranking palaces snatched up the best talents like vultures. Guang Han's own representative moved through the crowd with surgical precision, selecting the elites while leaving Yifeng to stand in the dust. The young man watched them go, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he realized he was being systematically abandoned by the very woman who had promised him a future. One by one, the names were called and the disciples were led away to their new lives. Finally, the sun began to dip below the horizon, leaving Yifeng as the solitary figure in the middle of the courtyard. He wondered if the goddess was truly going to break her word and leave him to rot. Sukyani flatly refused to take the leftover trash, his pride far too great to allow a D rank into his palace. But just as the humiliation seemed complete, Guang Han rose from her seat with a grace that silenced the entire sect. She declared that since she was the one who brought him, she would take full responsibility for him. With a final, commanding gaze, she reminded everyone that the Wenyan sect always keeps promises, claiming the boy for her own palace and changing his fate in a single heartbeat. Ethanol. The debate raged in the grand hall as junior sister Guang Han stood her ground against the skeptics, ringing with a cold, unwavering authority as she argued that even a disciple with poor spiritual roots deserved a chance in their righteous sect. She wouldn't allow their palace to become a laughingstock by breaking a promise, her presence radiating a suffocating pressure that left her peers speechless. But not everyone was moved by her grace. Palace Master Su was practically vibrating with a murderous aura. His face twitted in a mask of petty rage as the whispers of the crowd pierced his pride. The air shattered with his roar as he commanded them to be silent, his patience finally reaching its breaking point. The crowd of disciples looked on in shock, their eyes wide as the tension in the room reached a fever pitch. In a fit of impulsive defiance, he declared that he would take the boy as his own direct disciple, promising to teach him everything despite the whispers of the crowd. The sudden proclamation left the senior masters gasping in disbelief, wondering if the man had truly lost his mind. Even Guang Han was caught off guard, reminding him that she had already made her choice. But Su wouldn't be swayed. He stood amidst flickering flames of passion and spite, shouting his claim to the heavens while the sect master simply sighed in relief that the chaotic selection was finally over. The sect master smiled, seemingly pleased that the 9 palaces had all acquired new talent and his burden was finally lifted. Xiao Yifeng looked back and forth between the 2 masters, his expression one of sheer bewilderment as he tried to process his sudden change in fortune. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to understand how his fate had shifted so violently in a single afternoon. Soon, he found himself standing before the majestic peaks of Waya Palace, where the air was crisp and the future felt uncertain. His new senior brother, Xiang Tianj, greeted him with a boisterous enthusiasm that was a bit too much for his frail frame to handle. With a single friendly pat on the back, Xiao's arm was nearly jarred from its socket. A painful reminder that his new companions possessed a strength that was truly terrifying. Senior brother Xiang panicked, trying to fix the dislocated limb while apologizing profusely for his lack of control. As he winced in pain, Xiao couldn't help but reflect on his past life, where he was nothing more than a wretched odd-job disciple struggling for 20 years just to be noticed. This time, everything was different. Thanks to his wife's secret influence, he had bypassed the years of suffering and stepped straight into the inner circle. Meanwhile, the vibrant Miao King was buzzing with excitement at the prospect of finally having a junior brother to boss around. Her father, Master Su, was already nursing a headache, regretting his impulsive decision as he realized the weight of responsibility he just claimed. Even the master's wife felt that taking in the boy was a good move, her expression serene as she encouraged the family to embrace their new member. The elegant Lin Ziyun offered a calming presence, suggesting she would help guide the boy if Su was feeling hesitant. The moment of truth arrived as Xiao Feng was summoned into the grand hall, the shadows of his new masters looming over him in the golden light. Before entering, Xiang Tianj gave the boy one last piece of advice, telling him to just follow instructions and everything would be fine. Stepping through the heavy doors, he offered a respectful greeting, his heart steady despite the intimidating atmosphere of the palace. He looked every bit the handsome young scholar, hiding the soul of a man who had already lived a lifetime of hardship. Settling into his new life, he realized the immense privilege of being a direct disciple, a position reserved for the elite pillars of the sect. Yet, even with the best techniques at his fingertips, he knew his poor roots would make his path to power a slow and grueling one. His meditation was interrupted by a thunderous pounding at his door, a sound that promised more chaos than peace. Xiao turned his head toward the door, wondering who could possibly be visiting at such an hour. Expecting a visitor, he was instead met by the terrifying roar of a massive white lion, its fangs bared in a display of primal power. But Xiao didn't flinch. He simply looked at the beast with a deadpan expression that left senior sister Miao King completely deflated. She had expected him to be cowering in fear like everyone else, but this new junior brother was proving to be a difficult target for her pranks. Miao King hung upside down from the lion, her pink hair cascading toward the ground as she pouted at his lack of reaction. Xiao quickly tried to close the door on the absurdity, but the lion's roar echoed through the hallway as he asked if she needed something. He looked at her with a flat gaze, questioning if her little stunt was supposed to be impressive. Miao King's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she claimed she had official biz with him. She dragged him out toward the training grounds, her eyes sparking with a hidden agenda. They soon found themselves on the training grounds, where Xiang Tianj was waiting to begin their joint instruction. Miao King wore a devious grin, thinking that finally, there was someone weaker than her to make her look like a genius. Xiao offered a gentle, knowing smile, secretly pitying his senior sister for the pain she was about to endure. Xiang Tianj began his lecture with a serious expression, emphasizing that diligence could overcome even the most mediocre talent. He listed the 9 major realms of cultivation, from key refining to crossing tribulations, his voice echoing with authority. Miao King yawned shamelessly, deciding that since she had heard all this before, she could finally afford to slack off and take a nap. She was jolted awake by a sharp call, her eyes snapping open in a panic as she realized her peaceful rest was over. Xiang Tianj pointed a finger at her, announcing that it was time to test the sword technique he had supposedly been teaching them. Her jaw dropped when she saw Xiao practicing the movements perfectly, his blade cutting through the air with a grace that defied his poor qualifications. A cold sweat broke out across her forehead as she realized that while she slept for an hour, he had mastered everything. Her status as the superior senior sister was crumbling, and the thought of being forced to do homework by her own junior was a nightmare she couldn't endure. Xiao stood behind her, his sword held perfectly as he waited for her next move, oblivious to her internal meltdown. Desperate to reclaim her dignity, she grabbed him and hurried toward the next lesson, hoping that perhaps talismans would be his downfall. She called for Whitey to follow, dragging her new junior brother to her next trial as fast as her legs could carry them. Xiang Tianj watched them go with a knowing smile, sensing that the arrival of this mysterious boy was exactly the spark their palace needed. In the hallowed halls of the academy, the air thick with the scent of ancient parchment and spiritual energy, the master's voice droned on about the profound mysteries of the 8 trigrams. He spoke of the heavenly cycle, the path that every true gentleman must follow to achieve enlightenment. But for Miao King, the weight of her eyelids was far heavier than any spiritual lesson. She fought the suffocating pressure of sleep, desperately reminding herself that as a senior sister, she had to maintain her dignity at all costs. The master's sharp gaze shifted, noting her apparent diligence before turning to the silent young man beside her, wondering if the junior brother had any doubts to share. Miao King couldn't help but let a smug, condescending smile grace her lips, certain that such complex knowledge was far beyond a mere beginner's grasp. Yet Xiao Yifeng didn't falter, expressing that he indeed had some profound doubts he wished to discuss. With a calm, statuesque grace, he stood the master to engage in a debate that would leave the room breathless. He challenged the very foundation of the lesson, suggesting that the hexagram wasn't just about overcoming the heavens, but the danger of losing oneself to the poison of pride. The master's laughter echoed through the room, a thunderous sound of pure delight at such unexpected talent, even going so far as to tell Miao King that she should look to her junior brother for guidance whenever she felt lost. The shock hit her like a physical blow, her face contorting in a mix of disbelief and utter humiliation. as her supposed inferior was praised as a genius. Even as they left the classroom, Xiao's humble words felt like a mockery. He claimed he was merely confused, but Miao King saw through the facade. She was being overshadowed, her pride wounded as she realized that if she didn't act soon, her status would be nothing but a joke. Determined to reclaim her honor, she led him to the next trial, the Hall of Practical Combat, where raw power mattered more than pretty words. This was her chance to finally earn back her dignity through the grit of cultivation, pointing out that their fourth senior sister was a kind person who loved to read. They found the disciple, Ju Yushan, buried in her books, her presence as cold and distant as a frozen peak. She was a woman who lived entirely in her own world, barely acknowledging their existence as she dismissed them with a chilling indifference. Fear finally flickered in Xiao's eyes as he realized the sheer gap between them. A mere novice standing before a nascent soul master was a death wish. Panicked, he turned to flee, but Miao King wasn't about to let her prey escape so easily, reaching out to stop him in a desperate scramble. In her haste to grab him, her foot slipped, and the world tilted on its axis. With a deafening crash, they tumbled together, a chaotic mess of limbs and tangled robes that left them in a breathlessly close, compromising position amidst the ruins of a shattered bookshelf. But the silence that followed was even more terrifying, as a murder ruse began to radiate from the shadows. Ju Yushan stood over them, her silhouette framed by a flickering, vengeful flame, her voice a low growl as she asked if they were truly ready for their lesson in combat. The sheer pressure was suffocating, turning their blood to ice as they scrambled to apologize and escape her wrath. The door slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing their mounting dread. Even as she claimed she wasn't a demon, the terrifying, glowing glint in her eyes suggested otherwise, leaving them trembling in the wake of her hidden power. Her annoyance was palpable, a chilling smile playing on her lips as she watched them flee. Meanwhile, far away in the ethereal beauty of the Guanghan Palace, a different kind of tension was brewing. The palace master, a woman of divine beauty and icy resolve, bathed in water strewn with rose petals, her mind wandering back to the bastard she had left behind at Wuya Palace. Her mood was foul, a storm cloud hanging over her despite the luxury surrounding her. Outside her doors, her attendants whispered in fear, deciding it was best not to enter her room while she was in such a state. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy caused a crash that sent the maids into a panic. Within the privacy of her chambers, her frustration boiled over. She had precious elixirs and high-grade medicines into his path, yet he remained stuck at the very first stage of refining. A deep, traitorous blush crept up her neck as she tried to convince herself she only did it to repay a debt, her heart racing with an irritation that felt suspiciously like longing. Back at the academy, Xiao Feng finally presented his breakthrough, his face a mask of modest success as he thanked the masters for the herbs. They were stunned that he had achieved even this much in a single night, warning him to stay humble lest arrogance rot his potential. He insisted he was merely lucky to have progressed at all. His senior brother, a man of boisterous strength, laughed at his modesty. He nearly crushed the life out of Xiao in a celebratory hug, unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in the young man's mind. Xiao knew the truth. Combining two ancient techniques made him stronger, but his progress was agonizingly slow compared to his previous life. 2 long years bled into one another, and while Miao King soared to the 7th stage of refining with her superior talent, the masters grew increasingly resentful of stagnant growth. They acknowledged her incredible foundation, knowing it was easy for a genius like her to break through the realms. To them, was a waste of resources, a man who couldn't even outpace a pig despite the treasures he had consumed. Miao King, bursting with newfound power, burst into his courtyard to gloat, her arms raised in victory as she looked for her junior brother. She found him still languishing at the 4th stage, congratulating her with a polite bow. She couldn't believe her eyes, questioning how he could still be so weak after all this time. Xiao merely laughed it off, claiming his qualifications were poor, while the master fumed in the background over the wasted treasures. The other masters tried to calm the old man down as his temper flared. He couldn't even bear to look at Xiao's face anymore, deciding to head back before he did something he would regret. But Miao King wouldn't let Xiao wallow in peace, ignoring his claims that he needed to cultivate so she could drag him off to play. She shamelessly used her spiritual silk to bind him, dragging the poor man into the air as he cried out in terror. She promised him a great adventure, ignoring his desperate pleas to return to his cultivation as they soared across the sky. Their destination, however, held a sight that chilled their very souls. A massive, blood-soaked corpse of a beast that should have been invincible. The creature's life had been snuffed out by an unknown force, its remains a gruesome testament to a power far beyond their own. In the clearing stood a mysterious woman in a black dress, her expression one of utter shock as she looked upon the carnage, her presence a silent herald of the drama yet to come. The forest air was thick with the scent of iron and death as they stood over the mangled remains of a gale wolf. It snuffed out in a single, brutal blow. This wasn't just any predator. A beast of the 5th stage of refining, Kai had been slaughtered like a common rabbit, leaving a suffocating pressure in the air. Determined to find the culprit, she gripped her taming orb, the surface shimmering before she summoned her loyal companion, Whitey. The small, fluffy creature appeared in a burst of light, its amber eyes sharp and focused as it prepared to hunt. "Go on, find the one who did this," she commanded, her voice trembling slightly despite her bravado. Whitey didn't hesitate, sniffing the ground before letting out a low growl that signaled he had found a trail. They sprinted through the dense foliage, the junior brother close at her heels, his expression grim as they followed the white blur through the trees. Suddenly, Whitey let out a deafening roar, his small form expanding and shifting until a majestic, white-maned lion stood in his place, baring its fangs at the darkness. But even his massive presence felt small compared to the nightmare that awaited them. A gargantuan black serpent, its scales glistening like obsidian amidst a graveyard of fallen beasts. The sight was enough to make her blood run cold, her breath hitching in her throat as the sheer scale of the monster became clear. "Watch out!" the junior brother screamed, his eyes widening in horror as a massive tail whipped through the air with the force of a falling mountain. He lunged forward, shielding her with his own body as the ground shattered where they had stood just a second before. The giant snake was relentless, its tail striking Whitey with a sickening thud that sent the great lion crashing through the ancient trees. Her heart shattered seeing her companion crumpled and broken on the forest floor, his light fading. With a shaky hand, she recalled him to the safety of the orb, her eyes stinging with tears of frustration and fear. But there was no time to mourn. The sky itself seemed to darken as the serpent loomed above them, its maw glowing with a terrifying, emerald energy. Damn it, if they didn't act now, they were dead meat. Summoning every ounce of her spiritual power, she unleashed her illusion sword, the blades of light clashing against the beast's scales in a desperate, blinding explosion. Thick, purple smoke began to coil around them, a poisonous fog that threatened to steal their very consciousness. Her head swam, her vision blurring as the toxin took hold, making her feel as though her limbs were made of lead. This was bad, she was at her absolute limit, yet she forced herself to stay awake, knowing that falling asleep meant certain death. The serpent slithered through the mist, confident in its victory, but they were waiting for this exact moment of arrogance. Now, she roared, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, searing the earth and pinning the monster down in a cage of crackling electricity. For a moment, returned to the woods as the beast lay coiled and smoking. "Thank you," she whispered to her junior brother, her body finally betraying her as she stumbled, the poison burning through her veins. He caught her before she hit the ground, his touch the only thing keeping her upright as she urged him to return to the sect and warn her parents. But the nightmare wasn't over. A low guttural hiss vibrated through the air, and her heart sank as she realized the monster was still moving. This was impossible. Her parents had said no beast at the refining Kai stage could survive that, which meant this horror was in the foundation building period. The realization hit them like a physical blow. They were facing a monster far beyond their current strength. "Junior brother, stay back," she commanded, her voice filled with a desperate, protective fire as she raised her glowing blade once more. She charged, her sword clashing against the serpent's hide with a metallic ring. But it was like trying to cut through solid diamond. She needed to be smarter. If the scales were impenetrable, she would go for the eyes. She leaped onto the beast's massive body, a streak of pink against the black scales, but the poison was spreading too fast, turning her movement sluggish. A wave of sonic energy erupted from the snake, shattering her focus and sending her spiraling through the air. She hit the ground hard, coughing up crimson blood as her sword flickered and died. "Is this it?" she wondered, staring up at the gaping maw of the beast, her vision fading into darkness. But just as the serpent prepared to swallow her whole, a hand reached out, grabbing the massive creature by its tail with a grip of iron. "Did you really think I didn't exist?" the junior brother growled, his voice dropping to a terrifying, murderous register. With a primal scream, he swung the mountain-sized beast as if it weighed nothing, throwing it across the clearing with godlike strength. She stared up at him in disbelief, her eyes welling with tears as he stood over her, a statuesque protector amidst the chaos. "Don't worry, senior sister, I've got you," he murmured, lifting her into his arms in a tender, doting embrace. He fired a signal flare into the sky, the brilliant red light a beacon of hope against the gloom of the forest. She tried to apologize, her voice a mere whisper of guilt. But he only looked at her with a gaze that had turned from soft to dangerously cold as he turned back to the beast. "Leave the rest to me," he promised, his lips curling into a dark, confident smirk that sent shivers down her spine. The transformation in his aura was suffocating. The quiet boy was gone, replaced by a warrior who looked ready to tear the world apart. He stepped toward the recovering serpent, his fists clenched and eyes burning with a hidden power. "Come on then," he challenged the beast, his dripping with a terrifying excitement as he prepared to show the monster what true despair looked like. The forest was thick with a suffocating pressure as a monstrous serpent with eyes like emerald fire loomed over its prey, flicking a tongue that tasted the very scent of death. Xiao Feng stood his ground, his breath coming in ragged. Death gasps as he clutched an arm that had been shattered by the beast's sheer force. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The gap between their realms was simply too vast to bridge with effort alone. He gritted his teeth, his amber eyes burning with a refusal to submit even as a murderous aura radiated from the creature. The snake's maw unhinged, a sphere of blinding, chaotic energy coalescing within its throat, a final sentence for the boy who dared to resist. With a roar that tore through his lungs, Xiao Feng launched himself forward, his body trailing a crimson streak of determination as he sought a single opening. He struck with everything he had, his boot connecting with the beast's jaw in a desperate gamble to survive. Landing with a heavy thud, his gaze remained fixed on the monster, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The earth itself groaned and shattered as the snake's tail slammed into the soil, narrowly missing him and leaving a crater where he had stood moments before. The battle became a blur of flying stone and scales, the boy clinging to the monster's hide as he delivered strike after strike, though his own strength was rapidly failing. He was tossed through the air like a broken doll, coughing up blood as he cursed the beast with his final shreds of consciousness. Desperation turned to a cold, blue fire in his palm as he unleashed one last strike, slamming into the serpent's head with the weight of his entire life. But it wasn't enough. He was sent crashing back to a massive tree, the impact jarring his very soul as he slumped to the ground, broken and defeated. As the serpent loomed over him, its mouth wide enough to swallow the world, he resigned himself to the end, certain that this time they were really going to die. Suddenly, a flash of emerald light sliced through the darkness, a voice screaming for the evil beast to die. The snake's head was knocked aside by a powerful gust of energy, and through the haze of pain, he heard his names being called out in frantic worry. His savior had arrived, descending from the sky like a vengeful spirit to protect her fallen disciples, relieved that she had come just in time. Far away in a secluded palace, a woman of peerless beauty and icy grace felt a sudden, sharp pang in her heart that shattered her meditation. She wondered why her icy heart technique was failing her now, why a sudden panic was clawing at her chest after years of silence. Hertz drifted to that wretched man she hadn't seen in years, questioning if he had even improved during their time apart. She couldn't ignore the feeling. She would go to him, if only to prove she owed him nothing. Stepping out into the sunlight, her robes fluttering like celestial wings, she spotted a streak of light in the distance, the Taoist Guangsheng. She intercepted him mid-flight, demanding to know where he was heading with such haste. When he revealed that a certain junior brother's disciple was on the brink of death, her blood ran cold. Without another word, she transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the clouds and leaving the shocked Taoist in her wake. Back at the palace, the atmosphere was suffocatingly grim. The young girl, Miao King, lay unconscious, her face pale under the soft glow of healing light. The doctor assured them that while she had fractures and venom in her system, she would wake in 2 days. Though she was out of danger, the senior brother's expression remained dark as he noted that the true crisis lay with the other boy. The master of the house stormed in, his presence heavy with suppressed rage as he demanded an update. He strode across the room, his boots clicking against the floor as he approached the sickbed. The news was devastating. The injuries were so severe that life was barely clinging to the boy's shattered body. They could only hope that the arrival of the great healer would be enough. Frustration boiled over as the master paced the room, his anger a physical weight as he threw a talisman in a fit of rage. He felt helpless, his hands clenched into fists as his wife tried to soothe his frayed nerves. The young woman looked on with a heart full of dread, while the master's fury only intensified as he turned away in frustration. Even as they argued, a sudden, overwhelming pressure descended upon the palace, signaling the arrival of a power that dwarfed them all. 2 figures landed in the courtyard, the goddess-like Guanghan and an utterly exhausted Guangsheng who looked as if he had been dragged through the heavens at breakneck speed. Guanghan's eyes were like frozen stars as she scanned the crowd, her presence commanding absolute respect. Her voice was a sharp command as she demanded to see Xiao Feng. The master and his disciples could only watch in stunned silence, wondering why this legendary woman would grace their halls for a mere disciple. The disciples exchanged bewildered looks, as none of them had any inkling why the great senior Guanghan would involve herself in such a matter. Inside the healing room, the air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs and the hum of spiritual energy. Guanghan entered silently, her bare feet touching the floor with a regal grace that commanded the room. The master turned, his eyes widening in shock to see her there, standing over his fallen student. She didn't offer a greeting. Instead, she pointed a finger at the healer and told him to stop wasting time and save the boy. Guangsheng grumbled about her bossy nature but knew better than to refuse the Ice Queen. He looked down at the pale, battered face of the boy on the bed, his expression growing somber as he felt the pulse. The damage was catastrophic. The boy's meridians were ruined, making a full recovery seem like a fool's errand. He even dared to suggest that it wasn't wise to waste rare treasures on a disciple with such mediocre talent. The words were barely out of his mouth before Guanghan and the master both erupted, promising every herb and treasure in their possession if it meant saving him. Guanghan's gaze turned lethal as she scolded the master, asking how he could let his own disciple be broken so thoroughly. A sharp voice cut through the tension, telling them both to shut up and let the healer work. Finally, the room fell silent as the process began, a shimmering dome of light enveloping the boy as the healer poured his soul into the task. Guangsheng could only sigh, accepting his fate as he prepared to work his miracles. 3 long hours passed in agonizing silence until the light finally faded. The boy lay still, but a breath was now steady and deep, the shadow of death finally lifted from his brow. Guanghan offered a rare, stiff word of thanks to the healer, her eyes never leaving the boy. Internally, Guangsheng was weeping over the sheer cost of the materials used, cursing the extravagance wasted on a boy everyone called mediocre. Her task finished, Guanghan prepared to leave, her silhouette framed by the doorway. When the master asked why she would go to such lengths for him, she paused, her profile etched with a hidden sorrow. She softly admitted that he had once done her a favor, and so this time she would be the one to keep him safe. As she walked away, the boy remained in his deep slumber, and a goddess had just moved heaven and earth for his sake. Xiao Feng stood amidst a sea of corpses, the stench of iron and death hanging heavy in the air as he gazed at his own blood-stained hands. Confusion clouded his mind as he wondered where he was, only to be drawn toward a desperate cry for help echoing through the carnage. There, he saw a man gasping his name in terror before being mercilessly struck down. The sight of his own demonic double, wreathed in a terrifyingly Dara and laughing with insane glee, sent shivers down his spine. This was the nightmare of his past life, the moment he had lost himself to madness and painted the world red. He watched in horror as his past self stood over the fallen, a cold, heartless executioner under a crimson moon. Was this merely a dream or a cruel reminder of the darkness lurking within him? The accusations of his sect members rang in his ears, branding him a traitor who had murdered his own master. The weight of the demonic energy was suffocating, a corrupting force that had once stolen his soul and forced him into a life of slaughter. His eyes glowed with a predatory red light as the demonic remnant took full control, mocking those who dared to oppose him. In a flash of blinding light and destructive power, the sect's greatest warriors descended to capture the monster he had become. The battle was a chaotic symphony of elemental strikes and desperate shouts, a struggle between life and death that seemed never-ending. With a final, agonizing cry of defiance against the one who had entangled his fate, Mo Tianqing, he swore that he would never offer forgiveness. Suddenly, the nightmare shattered like glass, and Xiao Yifeng jolted awake with a scream, his heart hammering against his ribs. The terrifying vision vanished, replaced by the concerned, teary face of a young girl who begged for his forgiveness, offering to take any punishment if it would soothe his anger. Outside his chambers, word spread like wildfire that the young master had finally returned to the land of the living. He looked around in a daze, his voice raspy as he asked how long he had been lost to the darkness of sleep. To his absolute shock, 10 days had slipped away while he was unconscious. His contemplation was interrupted by the arrival of his master and a striking woman with flowing green hair, both appearing relieved to see him standing. His master's gaze was soft, filled with a rare warmth as he thanked the youth for risking everything to save his daughter. Xiao Yifeng played the part of the humble disciple perfectly, bowing his head while secretly marveling at how different this reality was from the bloody dream where he had slain the very man standing before him. The atmosphere shifted when his master asked about his connection to the powerful Master Guanghan, his eyes searching for answers. Xiao Yifeng's mind drifted back to a time when he was just a mortal in a destroyed village, coming across a woman he believed was a helpless commoner trapped by Vis-Wolf demons. Without a second thought, he had thrown himself into the fray to protect her, urging her to flee while he faced the monsters alone. He had no idea that the girl he was trying to save was actually a supreme being in disguise, watching him with intrigued, shimmering eyes. She had been touched by his selfless heart, a mortal willing to die for a stranger, and eventually she had become his savior in return. Back in the present, his master was clearly impressed by the youth's hidden depths and the favor he had earned from such a legendary figure. After receiving a stern yet doting warning to take care of himself, Xiao Yifeng was finally left alone. He watched his master depart, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips as he realized he needed to grow stronger to honor the gifts he had been given. He discovered that his cultivation had surged to the 5th level of Qi training, a milestone that finally allowed to master the elusive feather fall technique. Under the silver glow of the moon, he slipped out into the night, his movements as silent as a ghost. He reached the edge of a daunting cliff, the wind whipping through his hair as he located the secret entrance he had been seeking. With a leap of faith, he plummeted into the abyss, only to activate his new technique and drift downward with the grace of a falling petal. He landed softly in the hidden depths of the canyon, his eyes narrowing as he felt the ancient energy thrumming through the air. Lighting a small flame in his palm, he ventured deep into a cavern where a chilling sighted him. The skeletal remains of a great cultivator from the Mahayana realm. This was the ultimate legacy, a forbidden power left behind by an enemy of the very sect that would one day seek his ruin. As he gazed at the skeleton, his expression hardened with a cold, murderous resolve. With this power, he would finally have the means to soar to new heights and exact his revenge. The flickering flames licked at the bleached white bones, but the spirit within was far from peaceful. As the fire intensified, a gaze colder than death itself sharpened, focusing on the prize held in a palm of living flame. Suddenly, a ghostly figure erupted from the remains, a blue-skinned wretch known as Mo Tianqing who dared to feign camaraderie with the very man he once tormented. But the young man wasn't fooled. He mocked the fallen master, pointing out the sheer humiliation of a high-stage cultivator begging for mercy from a mere key refiner. With a flick of his wrist, golden talismans streaked through the air like vengeful stars. The ghost's eyes widened in pure terror as he recognized the soul-breaking seals designed to tear his primordial spirit asunder. There was no escape as the light surged forward, striking the spirit with a thunderous impact that shattered his arrogant facade. Desperate to survive, the ghost turned to flee into the shadows, his form a blurred streak of panic as he tried to outrun his fate. But the young man was steps ahead, cutting off every path of retreat with relentless precision. As the ghost roared threats of future vengeance, a massive, glowing materialized beneath him, the Etragram's soul-locking array trapping him in a cage of divine light. A chilling, satisfied smirk played on the young man's lips. He had prepared this trap specifically for this moment, and there was no way he would let his prey slip away again. Memories of a previous life flooded back, of the time this very scoundrel had nearly stolen his cultivation and driven him to the brink of madness. In a final, crazed attempt to survive, the ghost lunged forward, his maw agape to swallow the young man's soul whole. But the youth only smiled wider, invoking the name of a weapon that struck fear into the hearts of immortals. A heavy, ancient blade slammed into the earth, its edge shimmering with a terrifying light as it sliced through the spectral form of the enemy. Burning orange chains, the Dao Heart Lock, erupted to bind the ghost in an inescapable embrace. When the ghost hissed in disbelief, questioning if his captor was from the legendary Wenshan sect, the young man simply dared him to guess. Even as the ghost threatened to drag him to hell, a soul-piercing needle was already flying through the air. It struck true, pinning the spirit as the young man began to chant a sacred mudra. The brilliant light of the Heart Sutra descended, a purifying force that began to unravel the ghost's very existence. Mo Tianqing begged for his life, his voice trembling with a desperation he had never known. The young man paused, his gaze mocking as he asked if there was anything else the wretch wanted to say before his end. Desperate, the ghost offered the locations of hidden treasures, hoping his greed would outweigh his desire for revenge. It was a tempting offer, a hoard of riches that any cultivator would kill for. Yet the young man's eyes turned icy. He would simply take those treasures after the ghost was gone, and with a single command to extinguish, the spirit was reduced to nothingness. As the smoke cleared, the young man felt a strange sensation, something within him devouring the remnants of the ghost's power. He reached out, and there, shimmering in his palm, was a translucent lotus, a mysterious artifact that had saved his soul in his past life. It pulsed with an ethereal glow before fading into his essence. He knew he would uncover its secrets eventually, but for now his focus was on the present. With the danger gone, his mischievous side returned as he shamelessly looted the skeleton's remains. He discovered an ancient book, a relic that had survived the intense flames, and a storage ring that made his eyes sparkle with greed. But then he laid eyes on the immortal slaying sword, a weapon surrounded by a suffocating, murderous aura. It was an ominous thing, a blade born from endless slaughter that had claimed the souls of countless masters. Realizing the danger of being drained dry by such a cursed object, he decided to leave it behind and bolted for the exit. He ran as if the devil were at his heels, but the sword was faster, flying through the air to intercept him. To his horror, the blade spoke, complimenting his delicious scent before transforming into a vibrant, red-haired girl. She looked at him with hunger in her eyes, if she should just devour him right then and there. Desperate to survive, the young man used the only weapon he had left, his face arguing that he was far more handsome than a dusty skeleton. The logic actually worked, and the sword spirit decided to follow him for now, yawning as she prepared to take a nap within the blade. With a wink and a promise of what she'd do when she woke up, she returned to her metallic form, leaving him to carry the heavy burden of his new, dangerous companion. Despite the chaos, the trip was a jackpot, netting him top-grade spirit stones and priceless artifacts. He hurried out of the cave, a tiny figure fleeing the cold mountain air. Far away, in the frozen heart of the Northern Empire city, a grand auction was underway. A rare dragon guarding jade pendant was presented on stage, a treasure capable of protecting even the weakest soul. While the crowd murmured about its high price and lack of utility for masters, a spirited young woman named Fairy Gongham placed a bold bid, high above the commoners. A group of powerful women watched the proceedings with keen interest. Among them was a woman of peerless beauty, her gaze fixed on the pendant with a knowing smile, certain that it was the perfect gift for the man who had captured her heart. And Fairy Guang'an's thoughts were a whirlwind of anticipation and concern as she looked toward the horizon. her mind lingering on the jade bonnet she had secured and the young man who would soon be thrust into the grueling law enforcement team training. Her disciples couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, teasingly wondering if the precious treasure was intended for one of them or perhaps a secret admirer. Their light-hearted chatter was abruptly silenced when a powerful presence blocked their path, the atmosphere growing heavy with an uninvited intensity. Stepping forward with an air of practiced elegance and a hint of arrogance was Lin Tianru, the city lord of the Northern Empire City. He wore a dazzling, confident smile, his eyes fixed on the ethereal beauty of the fairy as he tried to entice her to stay longer, promising hidden treasures that only the auction's elite could witness. But the fairy's heart remained as cold and unyielding as the winter frost. She dismissed him with a single, icy gaze, her voice sharp enough to cut through his charm as she commanded him to leave. Undeterred by her freezing rejection, the city lord pursued them, desperately offering a bottle of rare jade dew pills as a gift for her beloved disciple, transparent attempt to buy a moment of her attention. Before he could take another step, the sharp ring of unsheathed steel filled the air as her disciples crossed their swords, their eyes burning with a protective fury that warned him not to push his luck any further. Even as the women walked away without a backward glance, Lin Tianru could only watch in a daze, genuinely impressed by the heroic spirit and fierce loyalty of her followers. His reverie was shattered when a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder, pulling him back to reality. It was his friend Hai Lao Gai who mocked him mercilessly for being so utterly captivated by the sight of those fairy-like beings instead of focusing on the auction. Lin Tianru's face burned with a deep, embarrassed crimson as he stammered that he was merely seeing them off, though his racing heart told a different story. It was a futile pursuit, his friend mused, for rumor had it that the high and mighty fairy Guangham possessed no interest in men whatsoever. The city lord's expression turned solemn, a flicker of quiet determination and longing crossing his handsome features as he looked out over the snowy landscape. Far across the mountains, within the sacred halls of the Wenchen sect, the peaceful air was suddenly charged with a violent, humming energy. Miking, a senior disciple with eyes full of concern, inquired about her junior brother's status, only to be told he remained locked away in deep seclusion. Without warning, the sky seemed to rupture as a pillar of blinding, prismatic light erupted from the palace, a thunderous roar of spiritual power signaling that his period of isolation had finally come to an end. The senior brother entered the chamber cautiously, only to be met by a whistling gust of wind as a fist imbued with raw, crackling energy lunged toward him. The young master had finally emerged, his aura vibrating with the newfound strength of the 7th level of Qi training, a feat that left even his senior brother impressed. Standing tall with his long dark hair flowing like a silken shadow, and a gaze that held a new sharp clarity, the young man looked every bit the rising genius. The senior brother beamed, explaining that his timing was perfect, for the law enforcement team training was fast approaching and would serve as the ultimate test of his power. The young man blinked, his expression shifting into one of adorable, wide-eyed confusion as he processed the news. It was a mandatory trial for those of his rank, a path he had to walk to gain true experience, and he was handed a heavy, glowing bronze token as his official entry. With a final, stern warning to be cautious of the many treacherous individuals he would encounter, the senior brother prepared to leave. He paused to mention that Mayaking was currently occupied with her own breakthrough and wouldn't be able to accompany him, a fact the young man accepted with a sensible, quiet nod. Left alone, the young man reflected on his life at Woya Palace, realizing that perhaps this place was far better for him than he had initially thought. His peaceful moment was cut short when he sensed a lingering presence, calling out to the shadows with a knowing smirk. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the ceiling, hanging upside down like a playful spirit. It was his senior sister, her pink hair swaying as she pouted, shocked that he had detected her so easily. He didn't even flinch as he casually tossed an apple at her, explaining that the senior brother's words had been a hidden hint that her presence was already sanctioned by their masters. She landed with a graceful thud, munching on the fruit while looking at him with wide, incredulous eyes, baffled by his ability to analyze so much from a single sentence. She wasn't there just for games, however. She revealed a collection of formidable treasures sent by their parents, including a top-quality fire-attributed weapon that hummed with lethal intent and a complex fire crow formation capable of trapping even the strongest enemies. Along with the gifts came a final piece of advice. He was to avoid trouble if possible, but if he were ever forced into a fight, he was to be absolutely ruthless, ensuring that anyone who dared to offend their palace would regret it for the rest of their lives. With a mischievous wave and a promise to visit him again soon, she bounded away into the sunlight. Meanwhile, at the Jingguang sect, Fairy Guanghan's diplomatic mission was drawing to a close. The sect master offered his hospitality, but her mind was already focused on the arduous journey that remained as she walked away into the fading light. The sect master's face hardened as he received reports of the mountain's closure, When a confused disciple questioned why he was breaking his promise to help the Wenchen sect, the master explained coldly that neutral sects like theirs had to prioritize survival, refusing to be caught in the crossfire between the righteous and demonic factions. He dismissed the boy with a wave, his heart set on isolation. Back on the road, the fairy sighed, her feet heavy with exhaustion as she contemplated the 3 more sects they still had to visit. Her weariness was instantly replaced by a wave of pure, unadulterated shock when a familiar, booming voice called out to her. Standing before them in a garish, flowing pink dress with his face painted in a mockery of feminine beauty was none other than Lin Tianru. He had heard she disliked men, so he had shamelessly decided to change his appearance, just to please her. The sheer, horrifying absurdity of the sight left the fairy and her disciples in a state of stunned, wordless disgust. It took only a heartbeat for the fairy's shock to turn into a frigid, explosive rage. With a single, violent bricey energy, she sent the deluded city lords screaming into the horizon. Hunted. The bustling atmosphere of the Wenchen sect disciple hall was thick with the scent of incense and the low hum of gossip. Disciples leaned in close, whispering about the recent bountiful harvest and the dangerous high-level monsters that had been sighted in the wild. Amidst the chatter, the blue-haired team leader Tang Pei moved with a cold, statuesque grace, his footsteps echoing with a heavy sense of duty. He pushed open the ornate doors of the meeting room, his presence immediately commanding the attention of those waiting inside. The mission ahead was no simple patrol. They were tasked with guarding the Tianhe River, a place where the air itself seemed to vibrate with a murderous or a lately. Lin Mi's brow furrowed in worry, noting that the local monsters had become unnervingly aggressive. Zhu Ming added that the creatures were likely on high alert because the sect was currently harvesting their precious inner cores. The tension in the room snapped when Lei Lifeng slammed a fist onto the table, his face contorted in a sneer as he demanded to know where their final teammate was hiding. As if on cue, a shadow fell across the threshold. Xiao Feng stood there with a casual, almost infuriatingly calm demeanor, offering a half-hearted apology for his tardiness. He held up his identification token, his handsome features illuminated by the sunlight streaming into the hall. Tang Pei's gaze was sharper than a blade, questioning how a disciple could be a full month late for such a critical assignment. Xiao Yifeng simply explained that he had been lost in the depths of a meditative retreat, having only just broken through to the 7th level of QI training. The revelation drew a harsh laugh from Lai Lifeng, who mocked the idea of a month-long seclusion for such a mediocre achievement, calling Xiao Yifeng a pathetic turtle from the Waya Palace. The insult was a spark in a powder keg, and the room grew suffocatingly quiet as the 2 men locked eyes. Unable to contain his disdain, Li Lifeng lunged forward, his movements fueled by arrogance. But Xiao Yifeng was faster. In a display of godlike reflexes, he countered the strike with a blur of motion that left the onlookers breathless. Before Li Lifeng could even process his failure, he was pinned to the floor, the cold pressure of Xiao Yifeng serving as a humiliating reminder of his own weakness. The rest of the team watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide at the sudden shift in power. Tang Pei quickly intervened, warning Xiao Yifeng that harming a fellow disciple was a grave violation of sect rules. Xiao Yifeng didn't flinch, his voice dripping with icy logic as he asked if the rules also applied to those who dared to insult his palace. He eventually stepped back, his expression returning to one of bored indifference, as if the altercation had been nothing more than a minor annoyance. When the time came to divide into groups, a surprising voice cut through the tension. Ling Sisi, a core disciple with striking green hair and a delicate appearance, stepped forward and requested to be paired with Xiao Yifeng. Her beauty was undeniable, but her tongue was a weapon of its own. She shamelessly admitted that she wanted a partner who was pleasing to the eye, bluntly labeling Li Lifeng as too ugly to even consider. The rejection was so savage that the poor disciple literally spat out a mouthful of blood in sheer psychological shock. Soon, the newly formed duo set out, gliding across the shimmering surface of the river on a flying sword. Ling Sisi didn't let the scenic view soften her heart, as she immediately began to needle Xiao Yifeng about his reputation as the most untalented disciple in recent years. Xiao Yifeng could only marvel at her audacity, wondering how someone so abrasive had managed to survive this long without being beaten to death by her peers. Despite her sweet appearance, Ling Sisi was a genius of the water attribute with a personality so toxic that her own master and brothers had been desperate to ship her off to this training mission just to get some peace. Their journey was interrupted when a low-level toad demon breached the water surface, its eyes bulging with hunger. In a complete reversal of her confident persona, Ling Sisi shrieked in terror, her hands trembling as she recoiled from the creature. Her fear, however, manifested as a cataclysmic explosion of power. In a frantic, desperate attempt to get the scary monster away from her, she unleashed a massive, large-scale water spell. The river erupted in a violent surge of energy, the sheer force of her panic-driven attack obliterating everything in its path. When the chaos subsided, the demon was nothing but a memory, and Ling Sisi stood there panting, her eyes filled with tears as she looked for her senior brother. She wailed about how frightening the monsters were, clinging to Xiao Feng in a display of weaponized cuteness. He looked at the devastation she had caused and realized that her offensive abilities were terrifyingly efficient, even if they were born from pure cowardice. As they moved deeper into the territory, they stumbled upon a literal den of demonic beasts. The sight of so many creatures sent Ling Sisi into another spiral of homicidal fear. She became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting through turtles and eels with a mindless, hysterical intensity. Xiao Yifeng stood back and watched human lawnmower at work. Noting that at this rate, the patrol would be over in record time, he couldn't help but smirk, realizing that her unique brand of madness was actually quite useful. They eventually reached what was supposed to be a safe zone, but the water beneath them began to glow with an ominous purple light. Xiao Yifeng's senses screamed a warning just as he noticed a shadow rising from the depths. There was no time for words. He grabbed Ling Sisi by the arm and pulled her into the air just as the riverbed exploded. A colossal pillar of energy shot toward the heavens, a terrifying reminder that the true nightmare of the Tianhe River had only just begun. Amid the tranquil blue waters offered no warning before the surface shattered, revealing the monstrous maw of a sky-netting crocodile. This wasn't just any beast. It was a Foundation establishment's demon, a creature of pure, suffocating pressure that dwarfed the two disciples standing before it. Xiao Yifeng's face hardened, his jaw tight with a cold determination, while junior sister Ling could only stare in paralyzed horror at the sheer scale of the threat. They had to retreat immediately, for a direct confrontation with such a wretched creature was nothing short of a death sentence. The beast let out a blood-curdling roar, its eyes glowing with a murderous purple light that promised only agony for those in its path. As it lunged with terrifying speed, they were forced to dive into the churning depths, the water itself becoming a chaotic battlefield. Sudden, violent vortexes erupted all around them, and Yifeng's voice was a sharp, desperate warning as the sea itself tried to tear them apart. Ling's heart hammered against her ribs as she realized she was caught in the center of the storm, her vision blurred by the rushing spray. With a selfless roar, Yifeng commanded her to flee first, his eyes fixed on the looming watery grave as he prepared to face the brunt of the attack. He unleashed a barrage of talismans, the resulting explosions a desperate attempt to blast a path through the crushing waves as he balanced precariously atop his flying sword. But the sea was a cruel mistress, and Ling was swallowed by a spiraling vortex, the crocodile's gaping jaws closing in to finish what the water started. Seeing his companion in such dire peril, Yifeng's expression shifted to one of sheer annoyance. This was becoming far too troublesome for a simple excursion. He channeled his spiritual energy into a golden talisman, launching it like a streak of divine light across the darkened sky. The projectile pierced through the beast's influence, a beacon of hope amidst the suffocating chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove into the heart of the vortex, his strong arms wrapping around the drowning girl to pull her from the abyss. Behind them, the massive beast thrashed one last time before sinking into the dark, silent depths of the ocean. Down in the suffocating darkness, the monster's eyes remained fixed on its prey, a lingering threat even as it vanished from the surface. When Ling finally fluttered her eyes open, she was met with a strange, shimmering world and wondered where on earth she could be. She was floating within a translucent, rose-colored barrier, a protective cocoon against the nightmare outside. Yifeng stood before her, his handsome features bathed in the soft glow of the formation, his gaze calm yet wary as he noted she had finally returned to her senses. He explained with a heavy sigh that they were currently trapped within the beast's stomach, the bubbling acid outside held back only by the magic of his master's artifact. A sudden wave of heat rushed to Ling's face as she realized her garments had been shredded in the struggle, leaving her dangerously exposed. She let out a soft cry of embarrassment, desperately trying to hide her skin from his piercing gaze. Ever the gentleman, Yifeng draped his own heavy robe over trembling shoulders, promising that they would find a way out once reinforcements arrived. Ling looked up at the shimmering dome, marveling at the sheer power of the formation that stood between them and a gruesome, acidic end. When he mentioned it was a gift from his mass, she felt a pang of inadequacy, her own master having provided her with nothing so formidable to save her life. Sensing her dejection, he apologized for his words, his gaze turning toward the surface where streaks of light signaled the arrival of their sect members. High above the water, their senior sister and a group of elite disciples arrived, sensing the lingering, violent energy of the battle. They looked down at the site of the clash, wondering if anyone could have survived such a devastating encounter with a Foundation stage beast. The massive carcass of the crocodile bobbed on the waves, a silent testament to the struggle that had taken place while they were away. As the reinforcements scanned the horizon, a flash of movement caught their eye. Yifeng emerged from the spray, carrying Ling in a protective princess carry, her small frame swallowed by his oversized robes. The sight sent a shockwave through the group, especially for one jealous disciple, whose face twisted into a mask of pure rage at the display of intimacy. Ling's cheeks burned with a mix of shame and secret thrill as she begged to be put down, while the rival disciple seethed, demanding to know why she was wearing his clothes. Even as senior sister began to tease him about his new, doting nature, Yifeng remained a stoic statue of indifference. The jealous rival scoffed, puffing out his chest and claiming he could have easily handled the demonic beast himself had he arrived just a moment earlier. To prove his supposed superiority, he landed on the beast's head and delivered a spiteful kick, blaming the creature for the trouble it had caused. But the nightmare wasn't over. The crocodile's eye snapped open, burning with a final, vengeful fire. It began to glow with a blinding, unstable light, was going to self-destruct and take every single one of them to the grave. Panic seized the group as the blue-haired leader desperately tried a defensive shield against the coming blast. Even the senior sister braced herself, her hands flying into a series of frantic mudras to protect her life. In that moment of certain doom, Yifeng moved like a shadow, blurring past them with a lethal talisman in hand. A deafening explosion rocked the heavens, but it wasn't the beast's self-destruction. Yifeng had thrust himself directly into the monster's maw, detonating his magic at point-blank range to disrupt the creature's core before it could peak. The shockwave cleared to reveal the disciples were unharmed, their faces pale with shock at the narrow escape. They realized that Yifeng had sacrificed a precious sect token to force the beast's energy to dissipate harmlessly. He stood atop the fallen titan, a solitary figure of terrifying decisiveness. Instead of gratitude, the wretched rival screamed in fury, accusing Yifeng of damaging sect property and disobeying orders like a common criminal. He pointed a trembling finger, swearing to report this shameless behavior to the elders the moment they returned. Yifeng didn't even grant him a glance, his silence more cutting than any insult as he prepared to depart. The rival was left sputtering in the wind, his pride utterly shattered by the hero's indifference. The leader finally called for a return to the sect. The mission finally concluded. But as they turned to leave, Yang's stoic mask finally cracked for a fleeting second. A spray of crimson erupted from his lips, staining the air as his body finally buckled under the hidden strain of the battle. Ling rushed to his side in a panic, but he merely wiped the blood away with a cold hand, claiming it was nothing more than a few minor injuries. The rival took one last opportunity to mock him, calling him a pretender who finally got what he deserved for showing off. As they took to the skies, Yifeng's back remained straight and proud. But beneath the sleeves of his robe, his hands were battered and bloodied, hiding the true cost of their survival from the world. Outside the Hall of Law, the air was thick with anticipation as disciples whispered about the fate of the one who dared to break the sect's sacred rules. They expected a broken man to emerge in disgrace, but instead, Xiao walked out with an aura of unshakable calm, having received praise rather than the expected punishment. His rivals grit their teeth in frustration, their faces contorted with a murderous or as they failed to fathom how he had escaped the elder's wrath. Even as a beautiful senior sister offered a celebratory drink, a certain green-haired junior sister couldn't hide the crimson creeping up her neck, her heart fluttering at his mere presence. But he had no time for idle pleasantries, his gaze focused on a path only he could see as he summoned his blade and vanished into the sky in a streak of golden light. The senior sister scoffed at his coldness, but the shy Ling could only watch his retreating figure with a mix of worry and longing, sensing the heavy burden he carried. Hidden away from prying eyes, the toll of his secret struggle finally manifested as a spray of crimson blood from his lips, staining the ground beneath him. Beside him, a vision in red appeared, a demonic beauty with eyes that sparkled with both malice and curiosity. She mocked his soft heart, revealing that he had sacrificed his own vital essence just to prevent her from slaughtering his fellow disciples in broad daylight. The suffocating pressure of her presence was like a physical weight as she leaned in, her voice a seductive purr as she suggested draining him of every last drop of blood to end his pain forever. Facing certain death, he didn't tremble. Instead, a dangerous glint entered his eyes as he proposed a gamble that would bind their souls together in a way she never expected. He would be the master, and she, the legendary sword spirit, would serve him as his loyal blade. Intrigued by his sheer audacity and the scent of his pure spiritual energy, the demonic maiden agreed, her lips curling into a predatory smile as the contract ritual began. Ancient, glowing runes swirled around her like a storm of blood-red light, illuminating the dark chamber with an eerie glow. He didn't hesitate to press his blood against the cold steel, his expression one of grim determination as the sword began to resonate with a terrifying ancient power. she laughed, but she had secured a puppet with immense spiritual energy to command at her whim. But her triumph was short-lived. The air crackled as the runes shifted, forming a pattern she recognized with a jolt of pure terror, the rune of recognition. He had tricked her using the one secret code that forced a sword spirit into absolute, unbreakable submission. Her mind raced in a frenzy of confusion. How could this mere mortal know her natal rune, a secret buried in the deepest depths of time? The sword became a ravenous beast, clawing at his vitality and threatening to consume his very soul as the bond solidified. She screamed for him to stop, her voice cracking with a sudden, inexplicable fear for his life as the spiritual backlash intensified. But he only gripped the hilt tighter, his eyes burning with a divine light as he forced the blade to bend to his will in a blinding explosion of spiritual energy. As the dust settled and the roaring power subsided, he collapsed to the floor, his body pushed far beyond its human limits. The spirit hovered over him, her fingers trembling as she reached out to touch the man who felt so strangely, hauntingly familiar. In the silence of the chamber, memories of a forgotten age began to stir, a time when they sat together in a grand, celestial palace. He had been a ruler then, statuesque and wise, and she had playfully etched that very rune into his palm as a bet for a future lifetime. The realization hit her like a physical blow as she looked down at his unconscious form, finally understanding that their meeting was no mere coincidence, but a destiny written in blood and stars long ago. Oh, and the closet. A few days had passed since the group arrived at the majestic gates of Feng City, a place where the air itself seemed charged with ancient power and unspoken secrets. The disciples gazed upon the sprawling urban maze with wide, sparkling eyes, whispering about the rare alliance between the great sects that allowed such a marvel to exist. Amidst the excitement, Xiao Feng stood as a pillar of icy detachment, his statuesque features void of emotion as he coldly rejected the suggestion of a frivolous shopping trip. Their leader, Captain Tang, stood with an intimidating presence, his blue hair catching the light as he reminded everyone that this mission was a test of their sect's very dignity. Suddenly, a man with a thin, predatory mustache emerged from the crowd, his smile twisting into a mask of false hospitality that set everyone on edge. This was Steward Li, a man whose every movement suggested a hidden agenda and whose gaze felt like a suffocating pressure. He laughed with a hollow cheerfulness, feigning respect for the disciples, while secretly sizing them up like lambs brought to a slaughter. With a theatrical bow and a clasping of his hands, he promised to facilitate their stay, though his eyes betrayed a murderous aura directed at the unsuspecting group. The assignments were handed out with a calculated cruelty. Sending Tang and the elite toward the prosperous North Street glory was easily found. As Tang led his portion of the group away with a sharp command, the air grew heavy with the scent of a brewing storm. The female disciples were directed toward the East Street, of noble status and refined peace, seemingly safe from the city's darker impulses. But when Xiao Feng's turn came, the steward's voice dropped to a sinister whisper, assigning him to the dreaded South Street alone. Xiao's gaze remained sharp and unwavering, even as the steward shamelessly claimed that the numbers simply didn't allow for a partner. The moment Xiao's back was turned, the steward's nephew let out a wretched chuckle, thanking his uncle for handing the boy a sentence disguised as a duty. They had intentionally packed South Street with the most violent troublemakers, ensuring that Xiao would be crushed under the weight of his own failure. Xiao Feng watched them walk away, a faint, dangerous smirk playing on his lips as he realized he was being played for a fool, and he intended to enjoy every moment of their coming shock. South Street was a den of iniquity, a sprawling black market where the shadows seemed to reach out and pull at the soul. From the high vantage point of a rooftop, Xiao looked down upon the chaotic masses like a dark emperor surveying a broken kingdom. The local thugs sneered at the sight of the fledgling cultivator, already mocking the short lifespan they predicted for this new arrival. Little did they know that the woman plotting in the shadows and the men preparing for a riot were about to meet their match. Even as the hidden saboteurs whispered their plans to disrupt his every move, Xiao's aura began to bleed into the air, a cold and suffocating force. He didn't come to negotiate. He came to rule, standing tall against the sky as he prepared to announce his new laws. His voice cut through the noise like a blade, declaring that taxes would be slashed to a fraction of their cost, a move so audacious it left the entire street in a state of stunned disbelief. He promised a realm of absolute freedom where no inspections would hinder their trade, regardless of the origin of their goods. The crowd's hostility vanished, replaced by a desperate, wide-eyed hope as they realized this boy was offering them a life they had never dared to dream of. But there was a catch, a single, blood-chilling rule. Anyone who dared to hinder the prosperity of his street would face immediate death. Standing with his arms crossed and a gaze that could freeze a man's heart, he challenged anyone who dared to object to step forward. The silence was broken not by a fight, but by a roar of fanatical approval that shook the very foundations of the buildings. The hidden saboteur felt a cold sweat break across their brows, realizing that to speak against him now was to invite the wrath of the entire district. One man's attempt at rebellion was silenced with a single, sharp blow, proving that the old order was dead. Xiao Feng stood amidst the rising tide of loyalty, his silhouette a testament to his newfound power as the tyrant of the South Street. A day passed, and the news of this strange new peace spread, drawing a masked merchant to the district with a heart full of trembling hope. He moved through the shadows, terrified that his illicit goods would be his undoing in this dangerous place. Suddenly, the air shifted, and he was seized by powerful hands, his muffled gasps of terror echoing in the narrow alley. He struggled in vain as the sounds of his capture filled the air, his world turning to darkness. He was dragged through the secret corridors of the district, his fear reaching a fever pitch, as he realized he was being brought before the master of the street. Thrown into a grand hall, he was surrounded by silent, intimidating enforcers who looked down at him with icy disdain. He fell to his knees, begging for his life as he realized the sheer scale of the power he had stumbled into. There, sitting upon a throne of cold stone, was Xiao Feng, looking every bit the godlike ruler he had become. With a casual snap of his fingers, he commanded the room's attention, his voice smooth and dangerous. The merchant pleaded for mercy, offering to lower his price just to be allowed to leave with his life. But Xiao simply tossed a heavy bag of spirit stones onto the floor, the sound of wealth ringing out like a promise. The merchant reached for the bag with trembling fingers, his eyes widening as he realized he had found a protector rather than an executioner. Xiao's gaze was piercing, telling the man that as long as he brought his goods here, he would find safety and prosperity. A profile of his handsome face revealed a man who knew exactly how to weaponize both fear and greed. The merchant departed with a heart full of fanatical devotion, leaving Xiao to contemplate his growing empire. A week later, the transformation was complete, and the South Street had become a place of whispered legends. Groups of men arrived at the hidden gates, their faces masked as they sought the legendary market they had heard so much about. They spoke secret passwords and presented tokens, their voices low with a mixture of awe and suspicion. Shimmering portals of rainbow light opened before them, leading into a sanctuary of commerce that defied all sect laws. Meanwhile, in the decadent West Street flower house, Stuart Lee basked in the attention of beautiful women. Convinced his plan had succeeded, he listened with a smug grin as reports arrived the chaotic state of South Street, misinterpreting the bustling activity as a sign of Xiao's failure. He gathered his nephew and the other disciples, eager to savor the sight of Xiao Feng's total humiliation. They marched toward the district with arrogant strides, expecting to find a scene of misery and ruin. Captain Tang arrived first, his face contorted with a murderous aura as he surveyed the messy, vibrant life of the market. He bellowed for Xiao Feng to come out and face his judgment, his voice full of the arrogance of a man who believed he had already won. But the crowd parted with a reverent silence, and Xiao Feng emerged, his presence more commanding than ever. He looked at his former peers with a gaze of statuesque indifference, his hands hidden in his sleeves as he stood before them. He wasn't a failure, he was the king of the shadows, and his trial was only just beginning. Impediment. The tension in the square was thick enough to choke on as accusations of shady business and unpaid taxes were hurled with venomous intent. Xiao Feng stood at the center of the storm, calmly discussing the situation with the gathered crowd despite the growing pressure. Behind him, a girl with short green hair looked on with eyes full of worry, her heart aching for her senior brother as the accusations mounted. Xiao Feng merely offered a playful, almost mocking smile, claiming with a tilt of his head that he couldn't quite grasp the gravity of their complaints. The crowd erupted in a chorus of feigned innocence, shamelessly declaring themselves the most law-abiding and obedient citizens to ever grace the city. It was a desperate dance of words where they even dared to threaten a slander suit, their voices rising in a cacophony of staged outrage. Xiao Feng just shrugged his shoulders with a nonchalant grace, his relaxed posture infuriating the elder manager standing before him. This man, his face twisting with a murderous aura, roared that Xiao Feng was bringing nothing but shame to their prestigious sect by mingling with such a motley crew. A vein throbbed in the manager's clenched fist as the crowd told him to mind his own business, his patience finally snapping. His eyes narrowed into slits of pure venom, a chilling glare that promised a painful retribution for whoever was talking behind his back. Suddenly, the air whistled as a sword streaked through the sky like a silver bolt of lightning aimed with terrifying precision. The manager's heart nearly stopped as the cold steel grazed past his head, his arrogance replaced by a momentary flash of sheer terror. The ground shattered under the force of the impact, sending a cloud of suffocating dust and debris into the air. As the dust swirled, the manager's subordinates rushed forward, their faces pale as they checked if their leader was still among the living. He roared in a blind fury, his voice trembling as he demanded to know who would dare provoke the mighty King Shan sect. Out of the settling mist stepped a girl with vibrant pink hair and playful cat ears, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous, feline mischief. Petals seemed to dance around her as she stood her ground, a stark contrast to the heavy, violent atmosphere of the square. Xiao Yang's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't believe Sumaya King had actually shown up in such a place. She didn't miss a beat, shamelessly claiming to be a mere passerby who simply couldn't stand to see such a handsome man being bullied. With a flourish of her blade, she struck a pose, the wind whipping around her as she weaponized her charms to protect her hero. The manager's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he vowed to teach this infatuated little girl a lesson in respect. He lunged forward, his fist wreathed in a terrifying blaze of spiritual fire that promised to incinerate anything in its path. But she didn't flinch. Instead, she met his brute force with a calm that bordered on total arrogance. She looked him dead in the eye, mocking his pathetic display of strength while her own power began to swirl like a rising storm. The manager felt a cold dread sink into his bones as he realized the swirling energy around her was the mark of a top-tier spiritual artifact. In an instant, the sky was swallowed by the majestic, burning wings of a phoenix, its golden flames illuminating the entire square. Xiao Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening as he realized the little rascal had gone completely overboard with her attack. The fiery bird dove with a lethal grace, and for a heartbeat, the manager truly believed his soul was about to be extinguished. He braced for the end, his eyes squeezed shut in a final, desperate prayer as the heat became unbearable. But the killing lever landed. He opened his eyes to find an elder had stepped in, his mere presence enough to stall the inferno. The newcomer stood like a statuesque mountain, his long robes billowing in the fading heat as he looked down at the scene. The manager immediately began to whine like a kicked cur, begging the elder to punish the girl for her vicious hand. The elder's gaze was like ice as he dismissed the man, calling him a worthless fool who couldn't even handle a single young lady. He turned his piercing-eyed Sumaya King, his voice heavy with a stern warning that she should return to her own sect before she faced the consequences. Xiao Yifeng stepped forward, his heart hammering against his ribs as he greeted her as his senior sister. She let out a bright, tinkling laugh, boasting about her recent breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage with a playful, toothy grin. The elder's expression shifted to one of calculated greed as he realized she was a disciple of the prestigious Wentai sect. He saw a golden opportunity to squeeze an advantage out of the conflict, his mind already spinning with political schemes. Xiao Feng saw right through the old man's posturing, offering a sharp, cold smile as suggested they drop the matter to preserve the elder's dignity. The air turned purple with the elder's burgeoning rage, his face contorting at the sheer boldness of the young man's tricks. He unleashed a suffocating pressure, intending to crush them both and teach them a lesson on behalf of their martial arts school. Sumaya King gasped, her body suddenly heavy and frozen, her eyes wide with the realization that she couldn't move an inch. Yet, to everyone's shock, Xiao Yifeng remained completely unaffected, standing tall amidst the crushing aura that should have brought him to his knees. The elders eyed in disbelief as he realized he was the one who could no longer move, his own power turned against him by an unseen force. Suddenly, the warm sun seemed to lose its heat as surreal snowflakes began to drift down from the clear, blue sky. A bone-chilling cold gripped the square, freezing every disciple in place like statues in a winter wasteland. The elder's arrogance shattered like glass as he stammered out a plea, sensing a senior of godlike strength had graced them with her presence. From the heavens descended a vision of ethereal beauty, her bare feet treading on the air as if it were a staircase of starlight. It was Fairy Luhanian, the beautiful goddess of the Moon Palace, her aura radiating a cold, divine authority. The elder fell to his knees in his mind, his voice cracking with terror as he recognized the legendary elder Guanghan. She spoke with a voice like chiming silver, revealing that she had personally asked Xiao Yifeng to find extraordinary materials for her. She looked down at the cowering men, her eyes narrowing as she asked exactly which rule he had broken that required such a lesson. The elder's transition from tyrant to sycophant was instantaneous, frantically claiming that the young master had broken no rules at all. The goddess turned her attention to Xiao Yifeng, her expression softening as she commanded him to reach out his hand. He obeyed, his mind a whirlwind of confusion as he wondered what this celestial being wanted from him. She placed a shimmering pendant to his palm, a gift that served as a warning to anyone who would dare lay a finger on him. She stood there in her divine splendor, a presence that commanded the very elements to bow before her. With a final, lingering look at the handsome youth, she vanished into a swirling vortex of crystalline water, leaving the square in a stunned, icy silence. Xiao Yifeng couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh as he looked at the trinket in his hand, his mind drifting to the complicated fate he had spun. When his senior sister pressed him about his connection to the legendary Guanghan, he merely offered a nonchalant wave of his hand. To him, it was a simple matter of a past favor, nothing more. But beneath that calm exterior, a sharp, calculating light flickered in his eyes when the name of a certain young man was mentioned. The peace of the moment was shattered by a sudden, violent outburst in the courtyard where an elder was absolutely losing his mind, raining blows down on a pathetic disciple. This was no mere lesson. The elder was trembling with a murderous aura, screaming about how the fool's incompetence had nearly cost him his life. He turned to Xiao Yifeng with a desperate, almost fawning look, asking if his display of power was sufficient to satisfy his master's expectations. A dark, playful smirk danced on the protagonist's lips as he watched the chaos, shamelessly encouraging the elder to keep the entertainment going. It was a brutal scene, a flurry of fists and flying bodies that left the onlookers breathless with terror as the elder vented his frustrations. His senior sister watched with wide, worried eyes, wondering if her junior brother had truly become this cold-hearted to enjoy such a spectacle. Xiao Feng just watched with a statuesque calm, noting how the elder was perfectly controlling his strength to prolong the agony without killing the man, a true master of the craft. The atmosphere shifted when a group of peers approached, led by a blue-haired youth whose friendly smile didn't quite reach his eyes, clearly trying to smooth over past grievances before the real storm arrived. Nearby, a green-haired disciple felt the suffocating pressure of the gaze of her senior, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she was warned that standing against the Lord of the Moon Palace was a death sentence. She could only stammer in fear, realizing that her every move was being watched by those far more powerful than her. In the shadows, a wretched rival gnashed his teeth in envy, vowing that once the trials were over, he would drag Xiao Yefeng's face through the dirt and reclaim his lost pride. But the wheels of the trial moved forward with an almost supernatural smoothness, the disciples' movements synchronized in a display of discipline. Some chose to show off, soaring through the sky on their flying swords with arrogant flair. Xiao Yifeng, however, treated the sacred tool like a common carriage, sitting cross-legged with a bored expression that bordered on insulting to the art of cultivation. He even had the audacity to complain about the lackluster speed, his mind already fixed on the grand finale that was fast approaching. Finally, the day of reckoning arrived, the grand arena bathed in an intimidating light as the disciples prepared for their ultimate test. The sage of Guangling descended like a god from the heavens, his presence alone enough to make the air grow heavy with authority as he surveyed the gathered crowd. He announced that the year of training was over, and it was time for them to prove their worth to the world before they embarked on their journey down the mountain. When Xiao Yifeng's name was called, a ripple of shock went through the crowd. He had reached the 9th level of key cultivation, a feat that should have been impossible for someone of his standing. The sage then declared the start of the traditional sparring, his eyes scanning the crowd for the first brave soul to step forward and challenge a peer. A man with a face twisted by malice and greed lunged at the opportunity, his eyes glowing with a sinister light as he pointed a finger directly at Xiao Yifeng. He walked onto the stage with a heavy, deliberate gait, his every step radiating a suffocating pressure meant to crush the boy's spirit before the fight even began. This was Senior Li, a man who had already reached the foundation established stage and was now shamelessly bullying a junior in front of the entire sect. The elders watched from their high seats, their faces tight with concern over such a blatant mismatch between a master and a mere student. One elder slammed his hand down in fury, protesting the injustice of the challenge, but the sage only watched with a mysterious, knowing smile. Xiao Yifeng didn't flinch. Instead, he accepted the challenge with a godlike confidence that left everyone speechless. He spoke of the vastness of the world and the necessity of facing equal adversaries, his voice echoing with a wisdom far beyond his years. Even as Senior Li mocked him, the protagonist remained unbothered, his eyes fixed on the beautiful, ethereal goddess sitting among the elders. She was a vision of grace, her porcelain skin and flowing white hair making her look like a creature of myth as she toyed with a glowing ice soul bead. The playful glint in her eyes, she offered a high-stakes gamble. The precious treasure would be hers if the boy managed to pull off a victory. The sage, caught up in the excitement, put forward a devastating talisman of his own, his interest piqued by the boy's audacity. The beautiful elder's lips curled into a subtle, enchanting smile as she watched the boy who had captured her attention. On the stage, the rival was already imagining his victory, confident that his superior stage of cultivation and secret methods would easily restrain the upstart. As the signal was given, he moved with a blur of speed, trying to create distance to unleash his long-range magic. But Xiao Yifeng just stood his ground, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword as a terrifying aura began to swirl around him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shattered as he unleashed the Heaven's Wrath Sword Key, a barrage of glowing red blades that filled the entire sky. It was a magnificent, terrifying sight, a rain of destruction that seemed capable of tearing the world apart with every strike. The rival laughed hysterically, hiding behind his magical shield and mocking the boy for wasting so much energy on a single, flashy move. The sage noted the immense power of the technique, but worried about the toll it would take on a mere key cultivator's body. Even as the smoke cleared and the rival prepared to strike back, he didn't notice the cold, predatory look in Xiao Yifeng's eyes. With a chilling calm, the protagonist revealed that his devastating attack had merely been a warm-up to test the waters. Before anyone could react, he gestured again, and a second wave of sword kai, even more massive and suffocating than the first, erupted with the force of a collapsing star. The sage's eyes widened in pure disbelief as he realized he had vastly underestimated the monster standing before him. The ground shattered under the weight of an impossible power as the sword Qi of heavenly vents tore through the air, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. As the dust settled, the proclamation of Xiao Yifeng's victory echoed through the arena, a testament to his overwhelming strength. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes, whispering in hushed, terrified tones about the monstrous power he had just unleashed. How could a mere cultivator maintain such a lethal technique for 20 breaths when even masters of the pinnacle could barely survive 3? One observer clutched his head in sheer disbelief, his pride crumbling as he realized the gap between them was not a mere step, but an entire mountain range. High above the fray, a woman of ethereal beauty, her hair like spun moonlight, casually plucked a talisman from the air with a grace that bordered on the divine. She noted with a hint of disdain that the charm was weak, barely enough to ruffle an innocent soul cultivator, yet she accepted the gift with a cold, distant elegance. The men around her were starstruck, praising her luck for having such a formidable disciple, though she remained as unreadable as a frozen lake. Within the opulence of the endless palace, the atmosphere was thick with curiosity as Xiao Yang stood before his peers. He drew his blade, the metal gleaming with a sinister orange light, and prepared to reveal the secret behind his endurance. By inscribing a complex sword formation directly onto the steel, he could store vast amounts of spiritual energy, unleashing it like a sudden flood whenever he pleased. It was a brilliant, dangerous method that required a level of control and perception that most could only dream of. Even his master was delighted by such unexpected talent, though his sister could only huff in annoyance, her face a mask of adorable frustration as she realized her brother was far more clever than he looked. Sensing the moment was right, Xiao Yifeng bowed deeply, his voice steady as he requested a single favor from his master. The red-haired master watched him with a calculating gaze, intrigued by the boy's sudden display of hidden depths. Xiao Yifeng wanted to leave the safety of the sect and venture out on a solo adventure, a prospect that made his sister shriek in protest. She worried the world was too dangerous for someone of his level, but he knew that a gem could never shine without being polished by hardship. With a final respectful plea, he begged for the opportunity to grow, standing alone under the vast open sky as he prepared to face the unknown. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for leaving his companions behind, the call of his secret plans was far too loud to ignore. But his solitude was short-lived when a familiar, melodic suddenly called out his name, sending a jolt of shock through his system. He froze, wondering if his mind was playing tricks on him. There was no way Liu Hanyan could be here. He spun around, eyes scanning the empty courtyard for the source of the sound. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from his chest, and he realized it was the jade pendant she had once given him. He pulled the trinket out, watching in awe as it vibrated with a life of its own. A burst of light erupted from the stone, and to his absolute bewilderment, a tiny, glowing puppet materialized in the air. The miniature figure, a perfect, grumpy likeness of the woman he knew, hovered before him with an aura of immense authority. Without a moment's hesitation, the little spirit commanded him to hurry to the frigid hall immediately. He stared at the tiny creature, his mind reeling as he tried to process the absurdity of the situation. He reached out and pinched the tiny puppet by its clothes, earning himself a flurry of indignant kicks from the miniature lady. Realizing this was indeed a masterpiece of Liu Hanyan's creation, he set off toward the Palace of the Silvery Moon, hoping to find some clarity. At the palace gates, a stern guard barred his path, demanding proof that he had any right to seek an audience with the Lord. Xiao Yifeng sighed, prepared to turn back and avoid the hassle, but shout stopped him in his tracks. A woman named Chumo came sprinting toward him, her face flushed as she apologized for her lateness. She bowed low, announcing to the shocked guards that this young man was their master's most esteemed guest. Xiao Yifeng could only blink in confusion as he was whisked away into the inner sanctum of the palace. He followed Chumo through the towering, sun-drenched halls, wondering what business the elusive palace master could possibly have with him. They walked in a heavy silence, the weight of the palace's ancient history pressing down on them, until they reached a set of ornate doors where Chumo took her leave. Stepping inside, he found himself face to face with the blue-haired beauty once more, her gaze piercing through him as she asked if he truly intended to leave the mountain. He was stunned that she knew his plans before he had even spoken them. She looked down at him with a mix of pity and concern, noting that his current cultivation was far too weak to survive the world's many dangers. She revealed that the tiny puppet was a protective talisman, infused with a fragment of her very soul to watch over him. The tiny spirit crossed its arms and huffed, its personality clearly influenced by the icy woman standing before him. Touched by the gesture, Xiao Yifeng thanked her, calling her his fair lady and wife, a title that made her face explode in a brilliant crimson blush. She snapped snapped at him, insisting she wasn't the woman from his memories, yet she couldn't hide the flipped curiosity in her eyes as she wondered why her other self had taken such an interest in him. She told him to throw the thing away if he felt like he was being spied on, her voice trembling with a mix of annoyance and hidden affection. But Xiao Feng wouldn't dream of it, clutching the tiny puppet close to his heart. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur as he promised not to disappoint her heartfelt intentions. The proximity was too much for the icy lord. Her composure shattered as a vein popped on her forehead. In a sudden, explosive burst of power, she ordered Chumo to escort the guest out immediately. Chumo rushed back into the room, only to stop dead in her tracks at the sight before her. Xiao Yifeng stood there, or rather, he was encased in a massive jack of solid ice, a frozen monument to his own audacity. Even through the thick layer of frost, his cheeky smile was visible as he jokingly asked if someone could find a place to roast him to thaw him out. They entered. Before the young apprentice could even set foot outside the sect, his senior siblings were already fussing over him like overprotective parents. One thrust a manual of secret self-defense techniques into his hands, urging him to use its exclusive power against anyone who dared plot against him. Another sibling offered a handful of life-saving talismans crafted through the night, whispering that if they faced an enemy they couldn't defeat, it was better to run and survive for another day. Even the senior sister joined in, presenting a powerful 5 elements banner that could serve as a final defense, reminding him that as long as they had a green mountain, they didn't have to worry about firewood. Xiao could only offer a weary smile, assuring them that he was merely heading down the mountain for a bit of experience, not to single-handedly challenge an entire evil sect. With a final respectful bow, he promised to cherish their teachings before making his departure. As he soared into the sky, leaving the grand architecture of the sect behind, his senior brother watched with a mix of pride and worry, noting how ambitious the boy had become to leave so close to the martial rankings. Yet, a question lingered in the air: where was their little junior sister, the one who was supposed to be the closest to him? Little did they know that bold-spirited girl was already far ahead. Xiao glided through the clouds on his sword, his heart set on the magnificent Skyview City. But his journey was interrupted by a desperate cry for help echoing from the forest below. There, tied to a tree and weeping piteously, was a girl with vibrant pink hair. A trio of wretched bandits loomed over her, laughing as they told her to scream her lungs out because no one was coming to save her. But the girl's tears were a mask. Beneath the facade, a flicker of irritation crossed her face as a streak of light cut through the trees. Her aura shifted, turning cold and sharp even as she remained questioning if the bandits were shouting without any real conviction. From his perch high on a branch, Xiao looked down at the absurd scene with a sigh, wondering what on earth they were doing. One of the bandits caught sight of the figure in the trees and let out a blood-curdling scream. As Xiao descended with the grace of a celestial being, his overwhelming pressure crushed their spirits instantly. The bandit leader's eyes went wide with terror, his face pale as he realized they were facing a true immortal with the aura of a ruler. Blood sprayed as the sheer force of Xiao's presence sent the leader reeling. Terrified, the remaining goons grabbed their boss and scrambled away for a retreat and telling him just wait and see. Xiao turned his gaze to the victim, dryly asking his senior sister to explain why she was playing house with bandits. She pouted, her cheeks flushing as she claimed she had simply stumbled upon them, but her act crumbled when she admitted she just wanted to hang out with him. Despite the danger of her masters finding out she had snuck away, she was determined to follow him. Relenting, Xiao agreed to let her join him on the trip to Skyview City, though he couldn't help but worry about the trouble she'd bring. Meanwhile, the bandits were counting their lucky stars, convinced their boss was a genius for escaping an immortal's clutches. Their relief was short-lived, however, as they stumbled upon a woman with long green hair standing alone in the woods. Mistaking her for easy prey, they approached with lecherous grins, calling her a chubby sheep ripe for the taking. They didn't even have time to scream before her terrifying aura pinned them to the ground, their bodies trembling under a weight they couldn't comprehend. Oblivious to the carnage behind them, Xiao and his sister arrived at the bustling Skyview City. The night was alive with lanterns and the roar of a festive dragon dance. Children chased each other with kites, and the air was thick with the scent of street food. The girl was mesmerized, her eyes sparkling with a childlike wonder she rarely got to show within the sect. She marveled at how much more interesting the mortal markets were compared to their cold, sterile halls. When a kind vendor offered her a fragrant sachet, she was so delighted she nearly vibrated with excitement. She reached into her robes, ready to pay with a top-notch spirit stone, but Xiao quickly intervened. He pulled her aside, explaining that in the mortal realm such precious stones were far too valuable. Ordinary copper and silver would suffice. She blinked in confusion, her worldview slightly tilted by the simplicity of mortal life. Their walk took them past a crowd gathered for a display of strength. A man lay on the ground as another prepared to smash a heavy stone on his chest with a massive hammer. When the performer asked for a brave volunteer, the girl's competitive spirit flared and she raised her hand high. she right up to the stage, claiming she was as solid as a rock and ready to take the blow. Panicked, Xiao grabbed her and dragged her away, apologizing to the bewildered crowd and making up excuses about her being unwell. They eventually found a quiet spot on a bridge as fireworks began to bloom in the night sky. The girl's expression softened, a touch of melancholy clouding her eyes as she watched the colorful explosions. She confessed that she had been raised within the sect her entire life, only hearing tales of the outside world from others. She hadn't been able to resist the urge to see it for herself, even if it meant sneaking out. Xiao watched her, a small smile playing on his lips as he realized he had known her secret from the start. She laughed, her joy returning as she thanked him for taking her out to play. She warned him to stay safe once they parted, admitting she wouldn't always be there to protect him. But the peaceful moment shattered when she sensed a familiar, suffocating presence. Her face went pale as she whispered a single word, "Mother." Standing at the end of the bridge was the green-haired woman. Her beautiful face twisted into a chilling smile. She noted with a terrifying sweetness that her daughter had finally grown up enough to run away. Before they could react, a massive purple magic circle erupted beneath them, sealing them in a soundproof barrier. The woman's eyes were hidden in shadow, her voice a cold promise of punishment as she warned that it was impolite to disturb others with their cries. The festive night was alive with the thunderous roar of firecrackers, and people couldn't help but wonder if there was ever a more explosive excitement than the one felt on a day like this. Amidst the celebration, the handsome master watched the spectacle with a gaze that held a hairiness, his statuesque features illuminated by the sparks as he pondered the superior quality of the fireworks. But the peace was shattered by the high-pitched wails of the pink-haired disciple, who clutched her head in dramatic agony as if the world itself were ending from the mere noise. Her master, the elegant Senya, looked on with a murderous aura that could freeze the very air, her patience clearly wearing thin as she watched the girl's theatrical display. As the master suggested a well-deserved break from the grueling swinging of hammers, Senya's sharp eyes flickered with a cold, calculating light. She called out to the trembling girl by her full name, her voice a low, dangerous purr that sent shivers down Miaoking's spine. The poor girl looked like a startled rabbit, her eyes wide and teary as she faced the suffocating pressure of her teacher's gaze and wondered if she was truly aware of the gravity of her mistakes. The verdict was harsh, a full year of isolation to face the wall and reflect on her wretched behavior. Miaoking's soul seemed to leave her body at the thought of such a boring fate, her face contorting in a comical mask of despair as she realized her usual charms had failed. However, the tyrant-like teacher suddenly changed her mind, offering a different kind of trial and expedition into the unknown with the legendary Xiao Feng, with the terrifying condition that if he didn't return, she shouldn't bother coming back either. The air crackled with literal lightning as Senya's power flared, a silent warning that this was no mere suggestion, but a command from which there was no escape. Xiao Yifeng, ever the stoic and godlike figure, accepted the responsibility with a solemn bow, promising to protect his senior sister with a voice full of unshakable determination. A rare, relieved smile graced Senya's lips, a brief moment of warmth in her otherwise intimidating presence as she finally felt she could breathe easy. Overjoyed by her sudden freedom, Miaoking launched herself at Yifeng, her heart pounding with the thrill of adventure and the joy of finally being able to play. But her excitement was short-lived when a mysterious, glowing spirit appeared, pouting with such intense indignation that even the air seemed to ripple around her tiny form. This tiny, ethereal creature was apparently the true senior sister, and she was not at all pleased with the sudden addition to their party or the way Yifeng was being handled. Yifeng could only offer a sheepish apology, desperately trying to calm the shimmering spirit while Miaoking looked on in utter confusion. Far above the city, Senya watched their departure with a complicated expression, her heart heavy with the need to protect her disciple while knowing the girl had been kept away for too long. She whispered a final, urgent warning to her companion, ensuring a watchful eye followed them from the shadows to ensure they weren't caught by any lurking dangers. As the duo ventured into the night, Yifeng's gaze remained sharp, his eyes scanning the bustling street while a mysterious skill hummed beneath his skin. The next morning, Miaoking woke up in a daze, her mind still fuzzy with sleep as she stretched out and relished the fact that she didn't have to train. She panicked for a moment, thinking her mother had caught her being lazy, only to realize it was another of Yifeng's clever tricks using a sound-altering talisman that worked like an absolute charm. The cheeky man couldn't help but smirk at her ruffled state, teasingly bidding her adieu before they decided on their next destination. They set their sights on the southwest, a place where rumors of demons and ancient evils whispered through the streets, ignored most for years. Miaoking's eyes sparkled with a newfound zeal, her fear forgotten as she cheered about slaying demons and banishing evil with boundless energy. They soared through the clouds on a flying sword, the vast ocean stretching out beneath them like a shimmering blue jewel as Yifeng guided them toward a distant island. Yifeng's thoughts drifted to a past life and a spirit animal he hoped to reclaim, his expression darkening with a flicker of old memories and the hope of making his companion even stronger this time around. But their peaceful flight was violently interrupted when a massive sea serpent erupted from the waves, its red eyes glowing with a murderous intent. Before they could even react, a shimmering blue domain locked them in place, cutting off their escape and drowning them in a suffocating magical presence prepared specifically for them. Emerging from the shadows were their pursuers, led the wretched Senior Li, who refused to believe that anyone could save Feng from this trap. Beside him stood a vile practitioner of the dark arts, an elder whose very presence felt like a stain on the world, his cultivation level reaching the advanced foundation building stage. The villains looked at King with disgusting, hungry eyes, labeling her a truly exquisite beauty and praising their underlings for such an outstanding catch. The elder's face contorted into a hideous, lecherous grin as he told the girl to leave everything to him, his eyes glowing with a predatory light. Feng's blood boiled as he listened to the stories of this notorious cultivator, a man whose methods were so cruel they completely drained the women he chose for his dark arts. The villain had the audacity to offer a deal, suggesting that a woman's role was merely that of a furnace and that she should surrender willingly for a reward. It was the final straw for the legendary sword Jiangxian, which burst forth in a roar of crimson flames, refusing to be treated as an ordinary flying weapon any longer. The blade pulsed with a sentient rage, ready to take the villain out once and for all and paint the sky with the blood of the wicked. The air crackled with a murderous as the two companions found themselves ensnared within a shimmering blue cage, a formation designed to strip away their hope. The vile adversary sneered, mocking Xiao Feng for his past interference and promising that this time, his senior sister would be nothing more than a toy for their amusement. Feng's gaze remained like cold steel, his hand tightening around his hilt as he questioned just how much power a mere foundation establishment cultivator truly possessed. Despite the warnings to stay calm, he lunged forward with a reckless intensity that bordered on desperation. But the enemy elder was a master of deceit, flicking a glowing pearl that erupted a web of suffocating purple energy, trapping the young hero in its grasp. As the grid tightened, Feng realized with a sinking heart that his blade couldn't even scratch the surface of this wretched magic. Seeing her junior brother in peril, the senior sister didn't hesitate, her heart racing as she charged into the fray to save him. Her movements were a blur of grace and fury, her sword dancing through the air as she unleashed a flurry of strikes against their tormentors. Yet, the sheer pressure of the counterattack was overwhelming, and she was sent reeling back by a concussive blast that threatened to shatter her spirit. The villains cackled, their eyes filled with a disgusting lust as they declared that once Feng was dealt with, she would become their plaything. The elder loomed over them, his voice dripping with condescension as he mocked Feng for challenging a superior with such pitiful cultivation. He flaunted his power, weaving a lotus of dark energy and warning that overconfidence was a death sentence. But Feng's lips curled into a chilling smirk. It was the elder who had fallen into a trap of his own arrogance. With a sudden, explosive roar of power, he called upon the Zhanxian, his ordinary blade erupting into a pillar of divine, crimson flame. The elder's eyes widened in sheer terror as the world turned to fire, his defensive grid shattering like glass under the weight of an impossible strength. When the smoke cleared, the once statuesque master was a broken mess, his hair disheveled and his face stained with the blood of his own hubris. Chaos erupted as the remaining lackeys realized their leader had fallen. But the senior sister wasn't finished. She summoned the searing heat of a phoenix, her eyes glowing with a righteous fire as she dared the survivors to look away from their impending doom. One by one, the wretched men were consumed by the inferno, their screams echoing through the clearing as they begged for a mercy they never earned. Even the one who tried to hide the sect's rules found no refuge. Feng cut off his escape with a gaze that promised only death. The coward pleaded for his life, citing brotherhood, but his words fell on deaf ears. With a final, cold strike, the senior sister silenced the scum forever, her expression hard and unforgiving. Later, the tension of battle gave way to a moment of brief, domestic peace, though Feng found himself dealing with a different kind of challenge. Waking his lazier sister from her deep slumber, she lay there shamelessly, dreaming of her mother and begging for just a few more minutes of rest. To jolt her awake, Feng used a sound-transforming talisman to mimic her mother's voice, sending her scrambling in a panic only to realize she'd been tricked. She fumed with acute indignation, her cheeks flushed as she scolded him for nearly scaring her to death. Their destination was the southwest, a place whispered to be haunted by a demon, where no traveler had returned in years. While Feng plotted their course with a serious intensity, his companion was far more enthusiastic, practically vibrating with the chance to go on a demon-slaying adventure. As they took to the skies, soaring over the vast, sparkling ocean on a flying sword, Feng's mind drifted the past, hoping to find a spirit pet that could change their fate. Below them, the waters churned as a massive, scaled beast rose from the depths, its red eyes fixed on the intruders. But before they could engage the monster, a familiar, suffocating blue light filled the air. They had been ambushed once again. The enemy had come prepared with a magic formation that masked their presence, cutting off all communication. To their disgust, the same vile faces appeared, joined by an even more powerful master who radiated a dark, oppressive energy. This newcomer looked at the senior sister as if she were nothing more than a resource, a furnace to be used and discarded. The villains gloated, thinking they had finally cornered their prey, their laughter echoing across the waves. Yifeng's eyes narrowed and recognized the legendary master Wangxi, a beast of a man who practiced the most brutal forms of dual cultivation. The elder's arrogance knew no bounds as he demanded their surrender, but he had failed to notice the one thing that could end him. Yifeng's sword began to hum with a murderous intent of its own, the immortal slaying sword refusing to stay hidden any longer as it prepared to drink the blood of the wicked. The smug cultivator sneered with a wretched arrogance, his eyes gleaming with the malicious intent to toy with his senior sister and watch her suffer. Within the suffocating pressure of the magical grid, Xiao Yifeng stood his ground, his hand tightening around the hilt of his blade as a murderous aura began to simmer beneath his calm exterior. Despite the warnings to not be impulsive, the young man surged forward, only to find himself ensnared by the villain's intricate web of pearls and light. The villainous master laughed, his fingers dancing through the air as he manipulated the trap with practiced cruelty. Every movement of his hand sent another wave of energy toward the trapped youth, who could only watch as the shimmering walls of his prison closed in. Even a desperate strike from Yang's blade seemed useless, the steel failing to bite into the ethereal cage as despair began to loom. His companion cried out in terror, her heart shattering at the sight of him being swallowed by the enemy's overwhelming power. Suddenly, a barrage of razor-sharp energy slashes tore through the air, aimed directly at the innocent girl as the villains sought to break her spirit. She gasped, her body twisting in a frantic attempt to dodge the lethal light that threatened to shred her to pieces. But even as the danger peaked, she channeled her own hidden strength, her eyes flashing with a spark of defiance as she prepared a counterattack. The villain's face was a mask of dark delight, convinced that no mere disciple could ever hope to survive his coordinated assault. A sudden blur of motion filled the sky as the battle reached a fever pitch, the air itself screaming under the strain of their clashing powers. He believed they were utterly suppressed, unable to even cast simple spell under his crushing weight. With a triumphant smirk, he tightened his fist, savoring the moment he would turn his prey into a broken plaything. He mocked Yifeng's meager cultivation, laughing at the audacity of a boy who dared to challenge a godlike master with such pathetic strength. But as the villain leaned in with a sly, confident grin, he failed to notice the shift in the air, the way the temperature began to rise around the trapped youth. A flicker of doubt finally crossed the master's eyes as he sensed a power he couldn't explain, a hidden technique that defied all logic. In a sudden explosion of crimson light, Yifeng's sword transformed, cloaked in a violent, swirling fire that hungered for retribution. With a single godlike swing, he shattered the unbreakable grid, the sheer force of his strike sending shockwaves through the very heavens. The villainy stare in mute horror as the sword he had mocked now loomed over him, wreathed in the flames of a demon. The impact was cataclysmic, a blinding burst of energy that tore through the villain's defenses and sent him crashing into the earth. Dust and debris clouded the air as the once mighty master fell, his pride crushed alongside his bones. He looked up, blood staining his lips as he desperately begged for the very sword that had just ended his reign of terror. The light in his eyes faded, his life's blood leaking onto the grass as the realization of his defeat finally set in. Nearby, his accomplice gasped in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend how the joyful person he knew had been snuffed out so effortlessly. Panic seized him as he realized had turned, his own survival now hanging by a thread. He turned to flee, his cowardly heart pounding against his ribs as he sought any escape from the monsters before him. But the pink-haired girl would not let him go. She summoned a magnificent fire phoenix that roared into existence, its wings spanning the horizon as it gave chase. The flames licked at his heels, the intense singing his skin as he screamed in a futile attempt to ward off the divine bird. He was consumed by the inferno, his cries for help falling on deaf ears as he paid the ultimate price for his betrayal. One final survivor remained, trembling like a leaf as he realized he was cornered by the two people he had planned to ruin. He tried to flee into the clouds, legs shaking so violently he could barely maintain his flight. Yifeng loomed over him like a vengeful deity, his gaze colder than the deepest winter, demanding to know what he had planned for them. The coward tried to hide behind sect rules, babbling about the prohibition of harming fellow disciples in a desperate, pathetic attempt to save his skin. Fear dilated his pupils as he looked into the girl's eyes, finding no mercy, only a reflection of his own wretchedness. In a flash of steel, she silenced him forever, her blade piercing his heart with a cold, clinical precision. She looked down at his cooling corpse with nothing but disgust, labeling him the scum he truly was. Yifeng approached her, his expressioning slightly, as he acknowledged the grim necessity of their actions. She stood firm, her hatred for traitors burning brighter than any flame, vowing that those who betrayed their own would never find peace. They shared a quiet moment amidst the carnage, Yifeng explaining how luck and a well-timed sneak attack had secured their victory. He reminded her to be less impulsive in the future, his doting nature shining even in the aftermath of a bloodbath. The threat eliminated, they took to the skies, their swords carvings of light across the azure canopy as they headed toward their next destination. Far below, the scorched remains of their enemy lay forgotten in a crater, a silent testament to the folly of challenging the wrong people. Vengeance burned in the survivor's heart as he clawed at the earth, swearing that he would never forgive those who had brought him to this wretched state. However, a new shadow soon appeared, a blue-haired cultivator who looked upon the dying man with a chilling, detached curiosity. Instead of offering aid, the stranger spoke of wisdom and the necessity of erasing all traces, his fingers igniting with a small, lethal flame. The dying man could only look on in confusion as his supposed savior prepared to silence him for good. With a flick of his wrist, the stranger ensured the secret of the massacre would stay buried forever, leaving nothing but ash behind. High above the crashing waves, Xiao Feng and his companion continued their journey, silhouettes fading into the distance as they flew toward the unknown. They were searching for the elusive island where a powerful demon was said to dwell, the wind whipping through their hair as they soared. The vast ocean stretched out before them, its surface broken only by jagged rocks that rose from the depths like the teeth of a beast. Yang scanned the horizon, his brow furrowed as he tried to recall the exact location of the raggedy sanctuary they sought. Suddenly, his companion pointed ahead, her voice tight with a mixture of awe and apprehension as she spotted something unusual. A strange celestial phenomenon began to unfold, with jagged bolts of lightning tearing through the darkening clouds in a display of raw, natural power. They descended cautiously, their swords just above the churning water as they approached the epicenter of the storm. Every nerve was on edge as they realized the island before them was far from ordinary, its presence heralded by the crackling energy in the air. Through the mist, a massive island began to materialize, but it wasn't made of earth and stone. A colossal tree sat atop a moving mountain, its leaves shimmering with a purple, electric glow that defied the laws of nature. Xiao Feng realized they were looking at a treasure beyond compare, the very reason for the sky's violent upheaval. He warned his senior sister to step back, sensing a power that far exceeded their own as the very ground beneath the tree began to stir. The water churned violently, white foam spraying into the air as something massive moved beneath the surface. The girl gasped as a massive head emerged from the water, ancient and terrifying, its eyes glowing with a sentient, murderous light. It was a nascent soul realm demonic beast, a creature so powerful its mere thoughts could be transmitted into their minds, commanding them to leave its domain. Xiao Feng immediately bowed in respect, his palms sweating as he apologized for their intrusion, knowing they were no match for such a godlike entity. They retreated to a safe distance, watching from the periphery as the sky turned into a whirlpool of dark energy and lightning. The beast, a gargantuan turtle, let out a deafening roar as the heavens opened up, raining down bolts of judgment upon its ancient shell. Xiao Feng watched with bated breath, his eyes wide as he realized the magnitude of the event unfolding before them. The vortex in the sky intensified, drawing in the very essence of the world as the final stage of the trial began. It wasn't just a storm. They were witnessing a tribulation the moment a creature attempts to transcend its mortal limits and ascend to a higher plane of existence. The turtle roared at the heavens, its spirit unyielding as it faced the divine lightning that threatened to tear the world asunder. The sky was a bruised purple, crackling with the violent energy of a heavenly tribulation that threatened to tear the world asunder. High above the churning sea, a giant turtle roared in defiance as the first bolts of lightning struck its ancient shell. The air hummed with a suffocating pressure, each strike brighter and more terrifying than the last. This was no ordinary storm. It was a trial of life and death for the beast, a spectacle that the handsome young man and his pink-haired companion watched with bated breath. He realized with a start that his arrival in this timeline was earlier than before, giving him a front-row seat to this primordial struggle. The turtle's eyes glowed with a desperate, red light as it summoned a shimmering blue shield to block the descending wrath of the heavens. It was a battle of endurance, with the sky itself seemingly intent on crushing the creature into the abyss. A massive, intricate magic circle flared into existence, a final line of defense against the relentless purple thunder. The pink-haired girl watched in awe, her eyes wide as she realized the sheer scale of the power before them. But the peace of their observation was shattered when she sensed a new murderous Oha approaching from the horizon. A white bird of prey wreathed in a sinister red glow, dove through the storm like a falling star. It wasn't targeting the travelers. Its sights were set firmly on the vulnerable turtle below. The avian predator circled with predatory grace, its red eyes fixed on its prey. With a deafening screech, it dipped up a massive vortex of wind, adding the fury of a hurricane to the turtle's already dire situation. The collision of wind and lightning was cataclysmic, sending sparks and shockwaves across the ocean's surface. The turtle's shield, once sturdy, began to fracture under the dual assault of the elements and the opportunistic bird. Purple lightning lashed out again, finding the cracks in the beast's armor and searing its flesh. The turtle let out a guttural cry of agony as the electricity coursed through its massive frame. Just as the bird dove in for the kill, a giant scaled neck erupted a turtle's shell, a snake head savage and lethal, snapping its jaws shut on the intruder. The two were one and the same, a legendary Swanu fighting for its very existence. Now entangled, the heavenly tribulation grew even more enraged, sensing two targets instead of one. The young man quickly erected a golden barrier to protect them from the fallout, his expression grim. Above them, the clouds swirled into the shape of a colossal lightning dragon, its scales crackling with the power of 49 thunders. The white bird struggled in the snake's grip, its feathers scorched as the sky prepared its final, devastating blow. The snake hissed, refusing to let go even as the air became heavy with the scent of ozone and death. Then, the lightning dragon descended in a blinding flash that turned the world white. A strike powerful, it threatened to vaporize everything in its path. Silence fell over the charred landscape as the smoke slowly began to drift away. The bird circled once more, a ghost in the gray sky, as the man decided they had to see what remained of the battle. They landed amidst the ruins of the island, the ground still warm from the celestial fire. There, lying broken and bloodied, was the great snake, its breathing shallow and ragged. The surrounding trees were nothing but blackened husks, a testament to the tribulation's fury. The girl looked on with pity, certain that the creature's life was slipping away. Her heart ached for the fallen beast, its majestic form now reduced to a trembling mass of scales. The man stood over it, his gaze unreadable as he contemplated the creature's fate. Suddenly, he moved toward the snake's head, ignoring the girl's confused cry. He felt a strange, fated connection to this beast and knew he couldn't simply let it die. Turning to a nearby tree that had miraculously retained a spark of life, he reached out with a hand glowing with soft green energy. He began to channel the rich wood spirit energy from the ancient wood, his body acting as a conduit for the life-giving force. The emerald light flowed into the snake's wounds, knitting flesh back together and soothing the burns. It was working. The creature's eyes flickered open, the dull haze of death replaced by a spark of renewed vitality. The man explained that the tree was actually a part of the turtle's body, and its stored energy was exactly what the beast needed to recover. The snake let out a long hiss of gratitude, its strength returning with every passing second. But their celebration was cut short as the sky began to churn once more. The trial was not yet over. They had to move. And they had to move fast, for the heavens were not finished with their judgment. Only one final stage of the tribulation remained, the most dangerous of all. As they hovered over the restless waters, the man felt the weight of the coming storm. The white bird returned, hovering like a vulture waiting for the end. The girl urged him to flee, insisting that a battle between golden core-level beasts was beyond their power to influence, but a small, glowing spirit peeked out from his robes. A knowing smile touched the man's lips as he looked at her. He reached for a hidden source of power, a connection to a being of immense grace and divinity. In his mind's eye, he saw her, a goddess of frost and light, her presence a promise that the final strike would not be the end. A tiny, glowing figure inside a cultivation bubble is throwing a tantrum, its small face twisted in adorable rage while a calm voice tells it settle down. Xiao Feng looks down at the miniature spirit with a weary, almost indulgent smile, the little thing radiating a rainbow of power from his chest. His companion, her eyes wide with curiosity, asks about the strange little creature, but he simply laughs it off as a mere gadget to hide its true, overwhelming nature. Suddenly, a screech pierces the sky as a massive white bird of prey dives through the dark, swirling clouds, its eyes onto them with murderous intent. Seeing the danger, Xiao Feng shouts for his second senior brother to act quickly, for the girl's life hangs in the balance. A brilliant, glowing seal manifests in the air, crackling with ancient energy and symbols that pulse with a suffocating pressure. The bird slams into the barrier, with a violent shockwave, its feathers ruffling against the intense blue light that refuses to break. The impact is so fierce that sparks of green spiritual fire erupt as the creature is repelled. Emerging from the light, second senior brother stands with godlike composure, a single finger raised as wisps of green energy dance around him. He hovers effortlessly in the air, looking down with a statuesque grace as he politely but firmly asks the creature to leave. The beast realizes it is outmatched. With one fine itch, it turns its massive wings and retreats into the distance, fleeing the overwhelming aura of the cultivator. It vanishes like a streak of white against the gray sky. The pink-haired girl cheers for her second senior brother's awesome power, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He simply brushes it off, noting that if the beast hadn't been weakened by a heavenly tribulation, he wouldn't have been able to scare it off so easily. Xiao Feng reveals his sharp intuition, explaining that he knew their mistress would send someone as reliable as second senior brother to watch over them. The girl's expression turns sour, realizing her mother still doesn't trust her to be independent, her face darkening with a hint of pouty frustration. Xiao Feng offers a mischievous, handsome grin, though he is reminded that such risks could have ended in a tragedy if they were alone. A sudden, deafening roar of thunder shakes the world, and second senior brother's eyes widen in realization. A massive surge of purple lightning tears through the clouds, heralding a heavenly tribulation of 49 thunders that he hasn't seen in ages. He looks toward the horizon, his expression grim as the sky boils with divine wrath. A pillar of blinding white light crashes down upon the mountains, a terrifying display of celestial power. To protect them from the aftershocks, he quickly envelops the group in a protective blue sphere as they move to investigate the site of the beast's struggle. The smoke clears to reveal a desert landscape, the ground scorched and trees blackened by the strike. Amidst the ruins lies the massive, scaled tail of a serpentine creature, unmoving and seemingly defeated. They stand before the fallen giant, wondering if the creature failed to survive the brutal trial. The girl gasps, pointing toward the beast's head with trembling hands. From the mouth of the massive, dead serpent, a small, pristine white snake slithers out, leaving its old shell behind. Xiao Feng watches in awe, realizing the creature chose to break itself down and rebuild, shedding its skin to survive the final lethal strike of the heavens. Despite its successful rebirth, the tiny snake looks incredibly weak and vulnerable. As Xiao Feng reaches out, the feisty little thing suddenly lunges forward and sinks its fangs into his finger. He yelps in surprise, flailing his arms as the tiny creature clings stubbornly to his hand while his companions watch in shock. Second senior brother explains that this spirit beast now has a limitless, having survived the Foundation Realm tribulation. Xiao Feng quickly calms down, nursing his finger and admitting the bite was light, even as a faint glow of spiritual energy begins to heal the wound. Second senior brother congratulates him on the great fortune of taming such a beast. Xiao Feng then points toward a nearby tree that somehow remains standing despite the heavenly fire. It is a bare, skeletal thing, but it pulses with a strange, golden light. Second senior brother finds it incredibly interesting that such a fragile thing survived the divine wrath. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it isn't just a tree, but a rare sacred tree root of immense value. Xiao Feng looks on as the group discusses how to save the dying relic. They determine it needs a spirit pond, and the girl excitedly mentions there is one back at their sect. Second senior brother calculates that a round trip will take him 3 days, meaning he must leave them unprotected during that time. Xiao Feng assures him they won't cause any trouble, his face a mask of feigned innocence. The girl echoes the promise, practically pushing him to go so they can have their freedom. With a final warning, the senior brother takes to the sky, vanishing into a streak of light over the jagged mountains. As soon as he is truly gone, the two share a knowing look. They have no intention of waiting around. Xiao Feng declares that staying would make their cultivation trip a joke. With a mischievous grin, he grabs the girl and they bolt in the opposite direction, leaving a trail of light behind them as they seek a place to hide completely. They soar through the air, free from the suffocating gaze of their elders. Far out at sea, a fleet of majestic wooden ships sails across the sparkling blue waters. On the lead ship, an elderly man looks out toward the horizon, informing a young man that they are approaching the Yuanhai Kingdom. The young man, dressed in regal black and gold robes, corrects him. He is no longer a prince. His gaze is steady and filled with a quiet strength as he looks toward the sky. The elder notes that cultivators are approaching, but their aura doesn't seem hostile. Xiao Feng and the girl descend from the clouds, landing gracefully on the deck of the massive ship. Xiao Feng greets them with a polite bow, asking for directions to the Yuanhai Kingdom. The former prince, Zhang Tianzi, returns the gesture, noting they are close but still have a long journey ahead. He kindly invites the two to join them on their voyage. The pink-haired girl is overjoyed, her exhaustion finally catching up to her as she pleads with Xiao Feng to accept the offer. He nods in agreement, and she practically skips toward the cabin, eager for a much-needed break. They step onto the deck, their presence adding an air of mystery to the vessel. Tianzi orders his men to arrange rooms for the two immortal masters. While Xiao Feng offers a polite apology for the bother, the elder pulls Tianzi aside. He warns the young man that these cultivators possess an extraordinary demeanor and might not be so easily used for his own benefits. Once they are shown to their lavish resting quarters, the girl marvels at the hospitality of the crew. Xiao Feng, ever the strategist, warns her that there is no courtesy without a hidden reason. These people clearly want something from them, but despite the potential danger, he decides they will stay and rest, confident that they can simply leave if things take a turn for the worse. The girl happily agrees, her playful nature returning as she explores the room. Night falls over the ocean, but the peace is shattered by the sight of a dark fleet appearing on the horizon. A lookout's face pales in terror as he spots the encroaching threat. He screams out a warning as the enemy ships close in, their lanterns glowing like the eyes of predators in the dark. The ocean waves churned with a violent, dark energy as the royal fleet of the Celestial Dragon Kingdom found itself surrounding a wall of enemy ships. An elderly master, his robes fluttering in the salty gale, stood defiantly against a sudden rain of arrows that threatened to blot out the moon. With a sharp grunt, he channeled his spiritual energy, manifesting a swirling vortex of water that acted as an impenetrable shield, scattering the projectiles like toothpicks into the deep. From the darkness, a voice boomed with a suffocating pressure, demanding that Crown Prince Tianji surrender Princess Yu Ji immediately or face total annihilation. The prince's face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated exasperated fury as he cursed the treacherous scums who had once called him their lord. He raised a hand, commanding his own archers to let loose their fury in a desperate bid for survival. High above the deck, a mysterious youth with a piercing gaze sat in the shadows of the cabin, calmly sipping his tea as if the world weren't ending just outside the door. Beside him, his companion watched the chaos with wide, curious eyes, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. The deck soon became a living nightmare as fire took hold, the orange flames licking the wood and casting long, dancing shadows of the dying. Seeing his men falter, the immortal master reached into his robes, unleashing a storm of golden talismans that crackled with celestial power. He took to the sky, a figure of righteous vengeance, and unleashed a devastating beam of frost-laden energy that tore through the enemy's formation. But the tides of battle were cruel. A hidden strike found its mark, and the old master gasped as warm blood began to soak his sleeve, his eyes narrowing at the brother who had sold his soul to the Empress for a taste of power. The traitor mocked his lack of progress, sneering at his attachment to a failing kingdom and a good-for-nothing prince. Inside the ship, Princess Yuji looked at her brother through the thin silk of her veil, her heart breaking as she offered herself up as a sacrifice to save what remained of their fleet. The prince wouldn't hear of it, his voice trembling with a mixture of love and desperation as he swore that even if it meant his death, he would never let that wretched empress touch a single hair on her head. Just as the enemy prepared a final, fiery execution, the sky was split asunder by the arrival of a massive fire phoenix, its wings spreading across the horizon in a display of godlike power. The enemy leader's arrogance evaporated in an instant, replaced by a cold, paralyzer as he wondered what monster could have summoned such a creature. The history of this conflict was written in blood. Once a mighty empire, the Celestial Dragon Kingdom had been brought to its knees by endless wars and the mysterious sudden paralysis of the Emperor. With the Empress seizing the throne and ordering her armies to surrender without a fight, the prince had been forced into a desperate flight, seeking a political alliance through marriage to save his lineage. But the betrayal ran deeper than he ever imagined, as the very cultivators who swore to protect them turned their blades toward their own royalty. The enemy unleashed their most terrifying artifact, the painting of the 10,000 trees, and gnarled, blackened roots began to sprout from thin air, reaching out like the fingers of a corpse to drag the ship into the depths. They were met not with fear, but with a roaring fire dragon that reduced the demonic wood to ash in a blinding explosion of heat and light. From the smoke emerged the young man, his long black hair flowing as he unsheathed a top-grade immortal sword that hummed with a lethal crystalline melody. The enemy laughed at his meager cultivation level, dismissing him as a mere insect in the path of their ambition. A dark-robed cultivator lunged, and for a heartbeat, it seemed the youth had been outmatched as a spray of blood painted the air crimson. Yet the air suddenly grew heavy, a murderous aura thick enough to choke the living as the pink-haired girl stepped forward. Her eyes burned with a terrifying light as she gestured toward the sky, summoning a miniature sun that threatened to incinerate the very ocean. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a wave of destruction so total that the enemy fleet was reduced to floating embers in a matter of seconds. The survivors could only watch in mute horror as their world was consumed by her wrath, realizing too late that they had tried to hunt a predator that existed far beyond their understanding. Amidst the smoldering ruins of the battle, the tension finally broke into a moment of absurd comedy as the survivors struggled to process the sheer scale of the power they had just witnessed. And the enemy's close in with murderous intent, but that the pink-haired beauty remains eerily calm as she floats in the dark sky. Xiao Feng steps forward, his gaze steady as he protects his senior sister from any harm. With a playful smirk, she leaves the battlefield to him, trusting in his strength. He summons Little Yan, a tiny spirit radiating a shimmering rainbow of power. With a simple nod, the spirit merges into his sword, and with a thunderous crack, the blade erupts with a blinding, incinerating light. The wretched cultivators can only watch in horror as the devastating energy tears through the sky toward them. They desperately try to pool their strength to block the incoming strike, but the suffocating pressure is far beyond their mortal limits. The beam slices through their defense like a hot knife through butter. One of the hooded men stares in disbelief, his face a mask of terror as he realizes he was a hair's breadth away from a cold grave. Terrified by this display of godlike power, they abandon their pride and flee into the night. Even Xiao Feng is taken aback by the spirit's overwhelming strength, wondering if he had vastly underestimated her capabilities. As the smoke clears, the desperate cries for help from the burning ships reach their ears. The battle is over, and the enemy fleet is left in ruins while the survivors beg for mercy from the heavens. A noble warrior bows low on the deck, offering his eternal gratitude to the two immortal masters for their life-saving intervention. Fairy Sue can't help but boast, her chest swelling with pride as she asks if she wasn't just the most awesome person he'd ever seen. But the victory is short-lived when Princess Yuji suddenly collapses into a fit of violent coughing. Her face is a mask of agony, and her attendants scramble in a panic to find blankets and a stove to warm her freezing body. An old cultivator explains that the princess is cursed with a mysterious illness that turns her blood to ice every month, causing her immense pain. Xiao Feng's eyes narrow in contemplation at the mention of such a frigid condition. He gently takes the princess's delicate hand, sending a pulse of his own energy into her wrist to probe the source of her suffering. The truth hits him like a bolt from the blue. She possesses the innate ice meridian. His heart skips beat as he realizes she shares the exact same rare physical constitution as his beloved wife. Though he cannot cure the root of the ancient affliction, he offers a remedy to soothe her agony. Overwhelmed by his benevolence, the princess's protector falls to his knees, pledging his very life to Xiao Feng's service. 5 days later, the duo arrives in the bustling streets of the Yuanhai Kingdom. Fairy Su is curious about why they've traveled so far, and Xiao Feng reveals he's running a personal errand for an old friend. He recalls the moment Princess Lian Yu handed him a mysterious box, asking him to deliver it to her mother, the queen. She had warned him with a cold, sharp gaze that the rest of the royal family were nothing but trash, and he shouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson if they showed any disrespect. At the palace gates, guards cross their heavy axes to block their path, barking that this is a forbidden area. Xiao Feng remains unfazed, producing a gleaming royal token that glitters in the sun. The guards' arrogance vanishes instantly, replaced by trembling respect as they realize they are standing before an immortal master. As they are led through the inner court, Fairy Su whispers her confusion about why all the men here seem to lack any masculine vitality. Xiao Feng can only cough awkwardly, explaining the grim reality of the servants who attend the royal family. They finally enter the grand hall, where they find the princess and her guard from the ship already in attendance. But the atmosphere is thick with a different kind of filth. The emperor's on his throne, a lecherous glutton who immediately begins undressing Fairy Su with his eyes. He shamelessly wonders aloud if such a beauty could be added to his harem, completely ignoring the dignity of his guests. When his queen tries to remind him of their status as immortals, he snaps at her with a venomous tongue, claiming his desires are above all else. Xiao Feng keeps his expression cold and statuesque as the emperor tries to belittle them, assuming they are merely low-ranking outer disciples. Ignoring the petty insults, he steps forward to fulfill his promise, handing over the message for the queen. The queen's eyes are filled with a silent, desperate warning as she urges them to leave the palace early. Yet the emperor, oblivious to the tension, his mind already spinning with wicked thoughts about whether the beautiful fairy has ever been married. The tension in the throne room was suffocating as the young girl with cherry blossom hair looked on with pure disdain at the unfolding farce. A woman draped in purple silk, concubine Lin, had the audacity to suggest that a cultivator of the girl's caliber should lower herself to serve a mere mortal sovereign. Her eyes sparkled with a hidden, malicious intent as she preened before the court. The emperor sat there like a wretched, dried-up prune, his face a roadmap of greed that made the girl's stomach churn with disgust. When Prince Daeyun slammed his fist in a fit of royal pique, the air crackled with his misplaced arrogance. But his tantrum was cut short by a sudden, brutal impact as a boot met his jaw, sending him reeling in a blur of pain and humiliation. Xiao Yifeng stepped forward, his statuesque form radiating a cold, murderous aura that silenced the entire hall. He was weary of the noise, his gaze piercing through the prince like a frozen blade. The emperor, trembling with a mix of fury and fear, shrieked for his guards to capture the intruders, his eyes filled with a disgusting lust as he claimed the fairy for his own harem. Even as the imperial immortal manifested with a flourish of power, Xiao Yifeng didn't blink. He looked upon the man with an expression of utter boredom, unimpressed by the supposed guardian of the kingdom. The immortal's smirk was full of a misplaced confidence, warning them that even the mighty Sky Sect should fear a royal family's wrath. To Xiao Yifeng and his senior sister, the entire display was nothing short of a pathetic, shameless joke. These people were truly beyond salvation, their ignorance of true power leading them to their own graves. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Yifeng summoned a golden glow that illuminated the dim hall. The appearance of the Sky Sect's high-ranking token sent a wave of paralyzing terror through the imperial immortal. His face paled to the color of ash as he realized the magnitude of his mistake. Xiao Yifeng revealed their true identities, standing like a god amongst insects and asking if the kingdom wished for total destruction. The emperor's bravado vanished instantly, replaced by a cold sweat that drenched his royal robes. As Xiao Yifeng took a heavy, deliberate step forward, the prince tried to scream one last defiance. He was silenced mid-breath as a talisman slapped across his mouth. The imperial immortal was the first to grovel, his previous arrogance replaced by a frantic, stuttering apology for his supposed blindness. The emperor followed suit, his voice high and thin as he tried to claim his previous threats were merely a joke. But Xiao Yifeng wasn't finished, demanding an explanation for the venomous words of the woman at the emperor's side. He watched with a sharp, calculating gaze as the royal court scrambled to shift the blame. Concubine Lin tried to weaponize her charms, clutching her robes and weeping like a wounded doe. Without a second thought, the cowardly emperor shoved her away, offering her up to the cultivators to save save his own wretched skin. The woman's face twisted, her beauty dissolving into a mask of demonic rage as she cursed the useless man. In an explosion of purple miasma, she shed her human skin and transformed into a swirling cloud of demonic smoke. A demon had been hiding in the very heart of the palace. The creature streaked through the air, escaping through the ceiling with a screech that rattled the windows. The demon vowed a dark revenge against Xiao Feng, her voice echoing with a promise of blood. Once the danger had passed, the imperial immortal shamelessly blamed the demon for bewitching the crown. The emperor bowed low, his forehead nearly touching the floor in a pathetic display of submission. Xiao Feng watched them with a look of pure apathy, while his senior patience finally snapped. She lunged forward, her foot connecting with the emperor's face in a satisfying crack. The emperor was sent flying backward, his crown tumbling as he hit the floor with a thud. Xiao Yifeng merely chuckled, dryly commenting that the emperor's face seemed to have rudely struck his sister's hand. The imperial immortal could only nod in frantic agreement, terrified of further offending them. As they finally walked away from the palace, Xiao Yifeng asked how it felt to deliver such a blow. The girl complained that the emperor's skin and bones face was far too irritating to even touch, her expression full of lingering annoyance. Their journey took them into the bustling city streets, searching for a man named Xiao Tian. But no matter where they looked, the man seemed to have vanished into thin air. The girl asked who this mysterious person was, her curiosity piqued by Xiao Yifeng's persistence. Xiao Yifeng explained that finding this friend was the entire reason for their visit, his eyes clouding with worry as he wondered if the timeline of his previous life was changing. He remembered a man who had once given him the key to an ancient mansion, a treasure he couldn't afford to lose again. They scanned the city once more, realizing there was one area they hadn't yet explored. His senior sister's eyes lit up as she pointed toward the rowdy district. Xiao Yifeng's expression turned to one of sheer disbelief as he realized she was leading him straight toward a brothel. While they stood before the house of ill repute, miles away at the Flying Snow Temple, a pair of bare feet stepped softly across a gilded floor. The temple master had emerged from her long seclusion, her presence as ethereal and cold as the mountain snow. She moved with a regal grace, her thoughts straying toward a certain someone's powerful cultivation technique. A soft blush crept onto her cheeks as she wondered how he was faring, her heart fluttering with a forbidden desire to catch a glimpse of him. She told herself she was merely worried about his safety, a poor excuse for the voyeuristic spell she was about to cast. Back in the city, the pink-haired girl was practically vibrating with excitement, insisting that even women should be allowed to enjoy the brothel's delights. But as the temple masters finally found them, her eyes widened in a flash of pure, unadulterated jealousy. Seeing her beloved being beckoned by scantily clad women was an outrage she couldn't ignore. Her breath hitched, her chest heaving with a murderous aura that threatened to freeze the very air around her as she watched the scene unfold with gritted teeth. High above the clouds, the majestic sky sect stood as a testament to ancient power, its towering temples reaching for the heavens amidst a sea of eternal mist. Inside the ornate halls, a young woman hurried through the corridors, an elixir bottle clutched tightly in her hand as she approached her master's chambers. To her dismay, a wooden sign barred the way, declaring that the master had entered seclusion and was not to be disturbed. She stood there in a daze, wondering why these bottlenecks were so frequent, and if she should simply wait for the inevitable breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the bustling heart of the Yoheiheim Kingdom, the air was thick with the scent of street food and the constant murmur of 1,000 voices. Our protagonist stood beside a tall, enigmatic man, her pink catching the golden sunlight as she questioned why he couldn't take her along to their destination. He hesitated, his expression clouded with a hint of awkwardness, as he explained that the establishment they were approaching was a place that strictly forbade women from entering. She blinked in confusion, her sparkling eyes searching his face for any sign of a joke, completely unaware of the tiny, mischievous spirit tugging at her hair from behind. Suddenly, a strange, heavy drowsiness washed over her, her eyelids drooping as if under a powerful spell. But in a heartbeat, her eyes snapped open with a fierce, burning determination. She wasn't about to let a simple rule stand in her way. She proposed a daring solution. As long as someone else escorted her, surely there would be no issue, and they marched toward the grand entrance together. However, they were immediately intercepted by a stern guard who demanded to see a VIP pass. The handsome man froze, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he realized they lacked the necessary credentials to enter such an exclusive place. The surrounding patrons began to sneer, their mocking laughter creating a suffocating pressure as they ridiculed the audacity of these common strangers. Without a single word, the man reached into his sleeve and revealed a flicker of golden flame, the overwhelming aura of an immortal radiating from his palm. The guard's arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by a trembling bow as he hurriedly ushered the immortals inside. Yet, the guard still hesitated, casting a wary and confused glance at the pink-haired girl following close behind. She didn't miss a beat, leaning in with a sharp, intimidating gaze and claiming that her preferences were simply unique, for she had never felt the slightest attraction to men. The sheer intensity of her cool stare, left the guard flustered and utterly speechless. Blushing furiously, he could only stammer an invitation for her to enter the establishment. He watched them disappear into the shadows, marveling at how incredibly open-minded the immortals truly were in this day and age. As they navigated the opulent interior, the man helped but noticed the strange, predatory aura emanating from his companion. She watched him with a gaze that felt dangerously sharp, her mind racing with suspicion as she wondered if her senior sister was hiding something truly scandalous. They were soon led to a lavish private room where the air was perfumed with the scent of expensive incense. A graceful maid named Xiao Feng appeared, bowing low as she offered to attend to the young master and his most unusual sister. As they settled onto the silken cushions, the man inquired about the other distinguished guests, his voice with a hidden agenda. The maid smiled knowingly, mentioning that all the important people were here for Sister Yuro, the capital's most celebrated and beautiful woman. The name hit him like a physical blow, his eyes widening in visible shock. Sensing the sudden shift in his mood, the pink-haired girl demanded to know if he was familiar with this woman, her voice dripping with a cold, murderous aura that made the air turn frigid. He broke into a nervous sweat, his heart pounding against his ribs as he realized he was in incredibly deep water. The maid continued her praise, blissfully unaware of the tension as she assumed the young master was just another smitten admirer. He vehemently denied the accusation, his face turning a comical shade of red as he tried to maintain his dignity. Under the suffocating pressure of his companion's unrelenting glare, he felt like a trapped animal with nowhere to run. She watched him with a dark, jealous intensity, determined to see exactly what kind of woman could capture his attention so thoroughly. His mind drifted back to a previous life, a time of blood and sacrifice shared with his sworn brother, Xiao Tian. They had been hunted across a shattered landscape, fleeing from a group of ruthless enemies who wouldn't let them escape. Xiao Tian had been mortally wounded, coughing up blood as he pressed a precious jade token into his friend's hand. With his dying breath, his brother had lamented with a heavy heart that he would never be able to see his beloved Yuru again. Now, standing in this house of pleasure, the man wondered if this beauty was indeed the wife of his fallen friend, perhaps forced into this wretched life by a cruel twist of fate. Suddenly, the curtains parted and Yuru appeared on a central stage, her presence commanding the entire room. She announced a musical challenge, inviting the guests to compose a piece that could move her heart. The pink-haired girl nudged him sharply, her eyes flashing as she commanded him to win the competition no matter what. He was taken aback by her sudden change in attitude, but he knew he couldn't refuse the challenge. As the first haunting notes of a guzheng filled the air, he called for a pen and paper, his expression turning solemn and focused. The purple-haired woman nearby watched with a skeptical smirk, wondering if a man like him knew anything of the delicate and profound arts of music. Prepared to write, his hands steady despite the weight of the memories pressing down on him, he began to write with a focused intensity, recalling a melody his brother Xiao used to sing during their quiet moments. He adjusted the lyrics, pouring his very soul into every stroke of the brush as the music played on. As Euro played, the music seemed to take on a life of its own, golden sparks of spiritual energy dancing through the room like fireflies. The audience was spellbound, the melody resonating with a profound, heartbreaking emotion that touched everyone present. When his lyrics were delivered to Euro, she scanned the page, her breath hitching as she realized the depth and history behind the words. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her gaze snapping toward the private balcony where the mysterious composer sat hidden. Moved beyond words, Yoru announced she would perform this masterpiece as a token of her deepest appreciation. The pink-haired girl leaned in, her voice low as she whispered a question about who the song was truly dedicated to. With a soft, melancholic smile, the man replied that it was a song for the most important person in his life. The lyrics spoke of a red tree in the south and a divine goddess in the heavens, a beauty that was impossible to ever forget. The pink-haired girl watched him, her heart aching as she sensed the raw longing in his voice. He spoke of a woman who was once close but now felt an eternity away, an unattainable goddess in the sky. A vision of a celestial being with flowing white hair appeared in the air, her elegance and beauty beyond any mortal comparison. As the final lingering notes faded into a heavy silence, the entire hall remained captivated by the profound emotion of the piece. Yura looked up, her blue eyes shimmering with emotion as she invited the guests from room 25 to join her in her private chambers. A triumphant, knowing smirk played on the man's lips as he turned to his companion, inviting her to come along and witness the truth of the situation. But their progress was abruptly halted by a group of arrogant, wretched fools who blocked the path with sneers on their faces. Their leader spoke with a voice full of malice, claiming the song was utter garbage fit only for dogs to listen to. His lackeys laughed in cruel agreement, their faces twisted in mockery as they tried to intimidate the young master. They claimed their own vulgar tunes were far superior, their voices loud and grating in the refined hall. The pink-haired girl's expression darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent as she prepared to teach these trashy intruders a lesson they would never forget. High above the chaos, the image of the unattainable goddess remained, a silent and ethereal observer to the drama unfolding below. And The air in the pavilion was thick with tension as Miss Euro pleaded with the rowdy crowd to find some semblance of calm. But these men were driven by a wretched greed, shouting that they had come specifically for her and wouldn't tolerate being brushed aside for another. Their voices rose in a chorus of entitlement, demanding that the brat hiding inside come out and kowtow before them. From behind the intricate woodwork of the upper floor, a silent shadow watched the unfolding drama, seemingly indifferent to the threats being hurled his way. One man, his face twisted in a sneer, warned that if the occupant didn't emerge to beg for mercy, he would soon find himself knocking on death's door. Emboldened by their own arrogance, the group stormed toward the private chambers, intent on teaching the mysterious guest a lesson they thought he'd never forget. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the halls, followed by a blinding flash of light that left Yuru and her companion trembling in sheer terror. Out of the smoke, the young Mastoice rang out with an eerie composure, inviting Yuru inside for a private chat as if the world wasn't falling apart around them. Her friend clutched her arm, whispering a desperate warning to be careful of the man who radiated such a suffocating pressure. Stepping into the room, Yuru's breath hitched in her throat as she lowered her gaze, playing the part of a submissive servant while her heart hammered against her ribs. Her eyes widened in absolute shock at the sight before her. The rowdy men from before were now nothing more than human statues, encased in thick, jagged blocks of ice that shimmered with a murderous aura. Xiao Feng stood amidst the frozen carnage, his handsome face illuminated by the moonlight as he asked if she knew a man named Xiao Tian. Yuru's voice was a mere whisper as she claimed no knowledge of such a person, her eyes downcast in a mask of innocence. The confusion on Xiao Feng's face was palpable, yet his interest was piqued when she mentioned a frequent visitor named Zhang Tianzi visiting her frequently. The name struck Xiao Feng like a lightning bolt. He realized with a start that this was the very friend he had been searching for. Yuru's expression softened into one of longing as she confessed that she and Zhang had developed deep feelings for one another over the past few days. Her eyes welled with unshed tears as she admitted he was supposed to free her today, but he was nowhere to be found. Xiao Feng turned his sharp gaze toward one of the frozen captives, sensing the wretched man was hiding a dark secret behind his terrified eyes. With a cold, statuesque grace, he threatened to escalate the torture if the truth wasn't spilled immediately. Su Miaoqing, her pink hair catching the light, raised her hand with a menacing glow, ready to strike. Terrified of the impending doom, the man shrieked that the boy from the Celestial Dragon Kingdom had been seized by the elders of his sect. He blurted out that he was merely an outer disciple of the notorious Entangling Pavilion. Xiao Feng's expression darkened as he recalled the reputation of that evil cultivation sect, where women mastered seductive techniques and treated men as mere tools. In those dark halls, men were nothing more than furnaces, their very life force drained away to fuel the power of their mistresses. Xiao Feng could out the absurdity of the situation. If the man's vital energy was truly being siphoned, he shouldn't have the strength to visit a brothel unless he was hiding something more. Breaking under the pressure, the man confessed that an elder believed Yuro possessed a natural talent for their seductive arts and intended to make her a disciple. He wept, pleading for his life and claiming he knew nothing else except that an elder was currently stationed at the prince's mansion. Xiao Feng, choosing mercy over mindless slaughter, decided that no more blood needed to be spilled this night. He looked at the trembling Yuru and Su Miaoqing, his mind already racing toward the next move. He gently told Yuru to head out first, promising to follow shortly after. The girl obeyed with a submissive bow, disappearing into the shadows of the hallway. As soon as they were alone, the intimidating aura vanished as Xiao Feng shamelessly clung to Su Miaoqing, begging for her forgiveness in a sudden display of dramatic affection. Su Miaoqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart fluttering as he praised her beauty and sensibility to butter her up. He flashed a godlike smile, knowing exactly how to weaponize his charm to soothe her temper. She crossed her arms, trying to maintain her dignity while warning him to stay away from such scandalous places in the future. But before they could leave, an intense, soul-piercing gaze flickered in her eyes before she suddenly went limp. She collapsed forward, her body becoming a dead weight against him as the connection was severed. Miles away in a cold, silent palace, a white-haired goddess snapped her eyes open, her gaze sharper than a blade. She sat upon a grand throne, frustrated that her spiritual connection had been so abruptly interrupted. It seemed the jade puppet she was using had reached its absolute limit, unable to sustain her consciousness any longer. She sighed, wondering if the boy had even heard her final words before the link died. Back in the room, the pink-haired puppet lay sprawled on the bed, looking utterly drained and worse for wear as it vomited foam. Xiao Feng stared at the small jade figure in his hand, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized the sheer complexity of the magic at play. When Su Miaoqing finally groaned and blinked her eyes open, she looked completely disoriented. Xiao Feng quickly spun a web of lies, claiming she had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion and he had brought her back to rest. He shrugged with a shameless grin, acting as if he were the most dutiful companion in the world. The girl let out a frustrated scream, throwing a tantrum because she had missed the beautiful sister's performance and accusing him of wanting to enjoy it all by himself. To change the subject, Xiao Feng hurriedly called Euro back into the room. The servant entered with a hesitant grace, her eyes searching the young master's face for any sign of what was to come. Xiao Feng offered her words of comfort, promising that the music she sought to hear was far better experienced from the safety of the inner chambers. They gathered in the dim light, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of the coming rescue mission. Euro bowed deeply to Su Miaoqing, her voice filled with respect for the immortal master. However, Su Miaoqing nearly jumped out of her skin when she realized Euro might be mistaking her for a sister-in-law, her face turning bright red in an instant. Xiao Feng stood tall, his eyes burning with a renewed resolve as he promised they would find a way to save Zhang Tianzi before leaping across the rooftops. As they raced toward the palace, Xiao Feng explained that he hadn't recognized his friend at first, because his face had changed so drastically since they last met. They soon arrived at the Imperial Palace Prince's mansion, a fortress of stone and shadow. Crouched on a nearby roof, they peered down at the courtyard, seeing that it was heavily guarded by elite soldiers. Xiao Feng pointed out the movement below, noting that the mansion was definitely hiding something. It was clear the mansion was hiding dark secrets, as several powerful cultivators were seen gathering in the shadows below. Su Miaoqing turned to him with a confident smirk, offering to create a massive distraction so he could slip inside undetected. She told him to rely on her, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous and dangerous light. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the palace gates, sending a plume of smoke and debris high into the air. Guards scrambled in a panic, shouting about an enemy attack as they rushed toward the source of the chaos. Xiao Feng watched from the shadows, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his face as he realized he should have known better than to trust her definition of a simple distraction. Taking advantage of the turmoil, he moved like a ghost, slipping past the distracted sentries and deep into the heart of the mansion. He knew the cultivators from the entangling pavilion would likely be guarding the prince himself, making every step a gamble with his life. He approached a set of ornate doors, his heart pounding as he prepared for a fight, but as he pushed them open, the scene inside was far from what he expected. A man and a woman were locked in a scandalous embrace on the floor, the woman mockingly complaining about the prince's utter incompetence. Xiao Feng stood frozen in the doorway, his jaw dropping in pure shock at the sheer audacity of the betrayal unfolding right before his very eyes. The moon hung high over the palace, casting long, treacherous shadows through the ornate paper doors where a scandalous tryst was unfolding. Prince Daeyun thought he was being clever, indulging in the forbidden embrace of his own father's concubine, never imagining that his wretched secrets were being watched. Lin Fei, the seductive vixen, purred about removing the old emperor from their path, her eyes gleaming with a murderous ambition that matched the prince's own greed. But their moment of illicit triumph was shattered by the sound of rhythmic clapping, as a handsome intruder lounged against the frame with a mocking smirk. Xiao Yifeng didn't hide his disgust, noting that compared to their wild antics, he felt like a total wimp. He stood there with an air of nonchalant power, his presence exerting a suffocating pressure on the two lovers. Prince Daeyun roared in outrage, unable to believe a lowly sect member would dare such insolence in his private palace. Xiao Yifeng merely tilted his head, asking about a certain disciple from the entangling pavilion named Lin Fei. The concubine didn't even hide her identity, lounging shamelessly while her eyes sized up the intruder. When he demanded the whereabouts of the siblings from the Celestial Dragon Kingdom, she merely smirked, claiming she had already set them free. Xiao Yifeng's gaze turned cold as he produced a glowing orb, a recording device that held the ultimate trump card. With a flick of his wrist, he projected the images of their betrayal for them to see, threatening to hand them over to the emperor himself. The prince's arrogance vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold sweat as he realized his life was now in this man's hands. He stammered, his eyes darting around in search of an escape that didn't exist. Without a word, Xiao Yifeng moved with blinding speed, forcing a pill into the prince's throat. It was the 7-day soul-severing powder, a poison that would turn his body into a bloody mess within a week unless he cooperated. The prince swallowed the bitter pill, the reality of his situation finally sinking in. Xiao Yifeng ordered him to lead the way to the prisoners, making it clear that any trickery would result in a painful death. The defeated prince could only agree, begging for a moment to clothe his shame before acting as a guide. He questioned how someone who claimed to be a righteous cultivator could use such underhanded methods. Xiao Yifeng's only response a dark, chilling laugh, for he had never once claimed to be a hero. They descended into the bowels of the palace, where the air grew damp and heavy with the scent of despair. There they found Princess Yuji, her body chained to a wooden cross in a display of cruel dominance. She looked up with trembling eyes, recognizing her benefactor even through the haze of her suffering. With a surge of spiritual energy, Xiao Feng shattered the glowing shackles that held her bound. As she collapsed from exhaustion, he caught her in his arms, her fragile form a stark contrast to his imposing strength. He told her to remain silent, for he was taking her out of this hellish place immediately. The prince watched them, his heart filled with a poisonous hatred as he followed behind. Xiao Yifeng tossed a small bottle to the wretched prince, instructing him to take a dose every day to stay alive. Left behind, Daiyun swore that once he inherited the throne, he would make them pay for this humiliation. But his revenge would have to wait, as a strange glow in the night sky caught his attention. He looked out the window, wondering what'd be causing such a commotion in the city below. His face turned a ghostly pale as he realized the truth. Xiao Yifeng had projected the images of the prince's affair across the entire kingdom, ensuring that every citizen saw his betrayal in high definition. The scandalous sight illuminated the night, turning the royal family into a laughingstock. Far above the chaos, Xiao Yifeng and Yu Ji soared through the clouds on a massive, glowing sword. She spoke of their family's protector, a Taoist priest who had been captured by the formidable Imperial Immortal. Xiao Yifeng's expression remained calm, promising her that even an immortal master was someone he could negotiate with. They streaked through the night sky like a falling star, heading toward the mountains. Soon, the hidden valley of the Beiyu sect came into view. Nestled among the jagged peaks, Yu Ji was awestruck by the magnificence of the sect, but Xiao Yifeng only saw a poor, insignificant little place. To announce his arrival, he fired a beam of light from his fingertip, striking the sect's mountain gate with explosive force. The whizzing blast rocked the valley, sending smoke and debris into the air. Outraged disciples swarmed out like hornets, demanding to know who dared to attack their sacred grounds. They surrounded the two intruders, their weapons drawn and their eyes full of murderous intent. Xiao Yifeng introduced himself with a calm, statuesque grace, identifying himself as a member of the Sky Sect. The sect master descended from the heavens, his expression stern and unimpressed by the visitor's credentials. Yu Ji clutched at Xiao Yifeng, terrified that one man could never stand against an entire sect. He merely smiled, reminding her that saving someone didn't always require a blade. He reached into his robes, tossed a yellow slip of paper toward the master. The master's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he realized it was a high-grade talisman created by a nascent soul realm master. It was a treasure beyond his wildest dreams, glowing with immense power in his trembling hand. Xiao Yifeng offered it as a simple token of sincerity to pay for the broken gate. The master could hardly breathe, asking if he was truly being given such a priceless item. Xiao Yifeng laughed it off, producing an entire sack of the talismans and calling them useless junk he needed to dispose of. He didn't stop there, pulling out a medium-grade magic artifact that radiated a divine light. The sect master was paralyzed with shock, knowing his entire sect only possessed one such treasure, yet this stranger was using it as a bargaining chip. Xiao Yifeng spoke of a deep connection he felt, offering even more gifts to form a good relationship. The master's pride vanished instantly, replaced by a desperate, greedy subservience as he cleared his throat. When a foolish disciple dared to call the gifts junk, the master didn't hesitate to deliver a bone-shattering punch to his face. He glared at his followers, demanding to know where their manners were when treating such an honored guest. The disciples could only watch in confusion as their fearsome leader completely changed his tune. The master shamelessly blamed the injured disciple for breaking the gate himself, ordering him to the cliff of reflection for punishment. He turned back to Xiao Yifeng with a face full of forced smiles, eager to help in any way possible. Yu Ji watched the scene in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how her benefactor had conquered a whole sect using nothing but his overwhelming wealth. The air at the Beiyu Gate was thick with the scent of ancient wood and hidden deals, where a mid-grade magic artifact was a prize worth any price for the materials provided. The old Taoist master's voice trembled with a heavy weight of guilt, his heart aching, because he felt he had failed to protect the legacy of the late emperor and the safety of the princess. Xiao, ever the calm center of the storm, knew that traditional sword flying was out of the question given the master's depleted energy and the princess's fragile state. It was time for Xiao Bing to step into the light and carry them to safety. With a majestic roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, a massive, shimmering white spirit beast descended from the heavens. The Taoist master's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, his catching at the sight of a creature that surely stood at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. As they took their leave, the sheer power and grace of the beast left the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. The local disciples watched with bitter envy, their hearts burning with resentment toward the rich bastard who commanded such a magnificent creature. Their jealousy manifested in frustrated huffs as they realized their own cultivation was but a guttering candle compared to his blinding sun. High above the clouds, the wind whipped through their hair as Xiao pressed for answers of Zhang Tianzi's whereabouts following their chaotic separation. But the peaceful flight was short-lived. Xiao Bing's predatory instincts flared, sensing a murderous aura lurking in the shadows of the mist. Xiao's gaze sharpened, his voice cutting through the air like a blade as he commanded the hidden stalker to show themselves. From the void emerged Mei Shi, a woman whose beauty was as intoxicating as it was lethal, her presence radiating the suffocating pressure of the Golden Core realm. She looked upon them with a predatory smile, her eyes lingering first the girl before settling with a newfound, dangerous interest on Xiao himself. Her invitation to return to the entangling pavilion felt more like a silken trap than a gesture of hospitality. Xiao's refusal was swift, his loyalty to the Sky Sect unshakable even in the face of such a terrifying beauty. Two more enchantresses, Lanxi and Zhuxi, descended like fallen angels, their combined auras chilling the very air as they spoke of consuming him. 3 Golden Core masters stood against them. This wasn't just a confrontation, it was a death sentence. Xiao Bing roared in defiance, a blur of silver scales and primal fury as the battle erupted amidst the mountain peaks. Mei Shi danced through the air with effortless grace, dodging the beast's strikes with a mocking giggle. A sudden, lethal flash of energy streaked across the sky, a desperate attempt to cut through the overwhelming pressure. The witches laughed amongst themselves, mocking their sister for even being touched by a mere child who had barely begun his cultivation journey. Desperation clawed at the Taoist master's soul as they fled through the azure expanse, the pursuers closing in like hungry wolves. Seeing no other way to save the princess, the old Mai's filled with a tragic resolve. He would burn his very life essence to grant them a chance at survival. It was a suicide mission, a final act of devotion to the princess he had sworn to protect since her childhood. Xiao, sensing the weight of the moment, handed him a top-grade magic artifact, a weapon of devastating power for one final, bloody stand against the witches. With a heavy heart, the master bid the princess a final farewell, his silhouette shrinking as he turned to face the storm alone. The group split in the sky, the master drawing away the most volatile of their pursuers. The witch chasing him screamed in fury, promising to skin him alive for his insolence in thinking he could distract her. But the old man only smiled, reflecting on a life spent avoiding the hollow pursuit of immortality, only to find true purpose in this final sacrifice. He unleashed everything, his body becoming a vessel of pure, destructive energy as he prepared to take his enemies to the grave with him. His laughter echoed through the clouds, a defiant sound of a man wandering freely at the very end of his path. Back on the ground, the princess's tears fell like rain, mourning the loss of the man she considered her only family. Xiao didn't have time for grief. He had to evolve or die to protect what was left. Stepping onto the damp grass, he realized his current strength was a pittance against the monsters hunting them. He had to reach the Foundation establishment realm now, no matter the cost to his own body. With a flick of his wrist, the Fire Crow formation erupted, a sea of crimson flames and golden birds, creating an impenetrable barrier around them. He commanded the princess to stay safe within the inferno while he gambled everything on a breakthrough. Sitting at the heart of the flames, he forced his energy to condense, his body trembling under the immense strain of ascending his cultivation. Outside the barrier, the witches paced like caged tigers, frustrated by the unexpected strength of the formation. They knew it would only be a matter of time before they broke through the weak points, but for now the fire held them at bay. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a new shadow fell over the battlefield. Another woman appeared, her cold gaze sweeping over the scene as she revealed her bound captives, a grim reminder that the nightmare was far from over. The air crackled with malice as the 3 wretched women loomed over their prey, their eyes gleaming with the cruel faction of hunters who had finally cornered their prize. They sneered at the thought of the young man they sought, certain that they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone by capturing targets at once. A suffocating pressure radiated from the woman in green, her gaze fixed on the hidden formation with murderous intent. To force their hand, she ruthlessly seized the crown prince of the Celestial Dragon Kingdom, his face pale with terror as she threatened to end his life right then and there. From the shadows, the blue-haired girl watched in despair, her heart breaking for her captured brother as she whispered a silent plea for his safety. Suddenly, the sky ignited in a blinding flash of primordial true fire, a magnificent phoenix of flame roaring into existence to challenge the darkness. A pink-haired girl descended like a vengeful goddess, her voice dripping with disdain as she scolded the Golden Core cultivators for their shameful bullying of a mere mortal. With a smirk, she floated before the witches, offering to join forces with the hidden defenders to turn the tide of this wretched battle. The witches, their faces twisted in fury, realized they had to eliminate this new nuisance immediately. Undeterred, pink-haired girl brandished a golden talisman, her eyes sparking with a playful yet dangerous light. In an instant, a massive cage of golden energy descended from the heavens, trapping the three villains within a high-grade formation. Though they were momentarily stunned, the witch's arrogance remained unshaken, as they vowed to strike back the moment the talisman's power began to wane. Deep within the safety of the forest, a tearful reunion took place as the blue-haired girl threw herself into her brother's arms, overwhelmed with relief. However, there was no time for peace, as the brother noticed the aura around the young hero, Xiao Feng, was shifting. He was on the verge of a critical breakthrough right in the heat of battle. Xiao Feng looked on, his expression grim, as he recounted the overwhelming odds they faced against three powerful cultivators. The pink-haired girl stepped forward, her gaze softening as she promised to protect him while he crossed the threshold of his cultivation. As they gathered their strength, the group spoke of a mysterious jade pendant, a wedding gift from a father that held a secret far greater than any of them imagined. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in realization as he looked at the pendant. It was the very key to the immortal palace he had been desperately searching for all along. But their moment of discovery was shattered by a violent explosion, as the witches unleashed their full power against the barrier. The three hags hovered in the air, their faces masks of pure rage as they commanded an all-out assault to shatter the formation once for all. Beam after beam of destructive energy rained down, the ground trembling under the weight of their combined malice. Knowing the barrier wouldn't hold, the pink-haired girl prepared to charge out and stall them, her face set in a mask of grim determination. Xiao Feng looked at her with concern, but he knew they had to buy every second possible. He summoned his majestic spirit beast, a massive white snake, ordering it to hold the line while he completed his breakthrough. Even as the world around them dissolved into chaotic violence, the defenders stood their ground. The witches cackled with glee as the barrier finally began to splinter, certain that victory was within their grasp. To their shock, the pink-haired girl flew directly toward them, her tiny form silhouetted against the vast sky as she mocked their Foundation establishment realm status. She unleashed a flurry of high-level talismans, the air filling with explosive energy that forced even the golden core cultivators to scramble for safety. Seizing the opening, the white snake spirit beast unleashed a freezing breath, encasing one of the witches in a jagged tomb of ice. The woman screamed in fury, shattering her icy prison with a burst of spiritual energy, her eyes burning with a new, terrifying intensity as she prepared to kill the beast. The pink-haired girl didn't miss a beat, shamelessly weaponizing her tongue to call the women old hags who should be ashamed of themselves. The witches' pride was stung, and they decided to cast aside all restraint, even if it meant exhausting their own limited reserves. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted as Xiao Feng reached the climax of his breakthrough, a swirling vortex of golden flame surrounding his body. The heavens themselves seemed to respond to his audacity, as a terrifying lightning tribulation began to gather in the darkening clouds above. Xiao Feng looked up at the roaring sky with a defiant smile. Even though the sheer power of the calamity was enough to make any sane cultivator tremble, he stood tall, the wind whipping his hair as the first bolts of lightning struck the earth around him. The pink-haired girl fell back, her spiritual energy nearly depleted, and her breath coming in ragged gasps. The witches closed in, their whips and umbrellas ready to deliver the final blow to the exhausted girl. But then a low rumble of thunder made them freeze, a sense of impending doom washing over them. Xiao Feng let out a maniacal laugh, his body wreathed in crackling lightning as he charged directly at the terrified women. They shrieked in horror, realizing the madman was planning to drag them into his own heavenly tribulation. Desperate to survive, the once arrogant witches turned and fled, their faces pale as they begged him to stay away. But Xiao Feng was relentless, chasing after them with the fury of the storm, his eyes glowing with a wild, dangerous light. The witches screamed that he was insane for meddling in their battle while facing his own death, but Xiao Feng only laughed harder. He wouldn't let them run, he would make them feel the full weight of the heavens' wrath alongside him. The sky churned with a murderous aura as a relentless pursuit tore through the dark, swirling clouds. Why was that crazy man still following her? The woman in yellow watched from a safe distance, her gaze cold and calculating as she mused on the futility of risking one's life for a mere mission. She had no intention of dying for her comrades. Now that the distractions were gone, she could finally reveal her true, treacherous nature. High above, the man's voice dripped disdain, mocking his prey for her lack of manners and her cowardice in flight. The purple-clad beauty grit her teeth, her eyes flashing with a vengeful fire as she prayed for the heavens to strike this arrogant bastard down with a bolt of divine lightning. As if answering her desperate plea, the heavens roared, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. The world turned into a blinding white void as the first strike of the heavenly tribulation descended with terrifying force. Panic seized her heart as the crackling energy tore through the sky. The tribulation was here, and it was far more monstrous than she had imagined. Within the golden glow of her defensive barrier, she gasped for air, her body trembling under the weight of the celestial wrath. This wasn't right. The scope of the calamity was far too large for her to handle alone. Her face paled as the realization hit her. At this rate, they were both going to be incinerated into nothingness. Amidst the chaos, she looked up to find the man floating effortlessly, his presence radiating an intimidating, godlike power. He let out a dark, mocking chuckle, commenting on how even a supposedly beautiful woman from the entangling pavilion could look so wretched when faced with death. Desperate to survive, she tried to strike a bargain, offering to spare his friends if he would only let her focus on her tribulation in peace. But the man only smirked, his eyes glinting with a dangerous, playful light. Why would he miss out on the chance to hatch a beautiful woman accompany him to the afterlife? Her patience snapped, and she declared that if he was so eager to die, she would gladly drag him down to hell with her. She lunged forward, her weapon cutting through the air like a lethal serpent. The man didn't flinch. Instead, a sinister smile played on his lips as he summoned the legendary immortal slaying sword. A crimson, demonic flame erupted from the blade, turning the battlefield into a literal inferno. The clash was cataclysmic, a violent explosion of power that sent shockwaves through the very foundation of the world. As the smoke cleared, she stared at him in utter horror, her heart pounding against her ribs. What kind of forbidden weapon was that? His aura had shifted, becoming something dark and ancient. Was he truly a monster from the feared demon sect? He looked down at her with a gaze that was colder than the winter snow, telling her quite simply that she talked far too much. Since she had seen his true form, there was no way he could let her leave this place alive. Panicked, she tried to weaponize her charms, feigning a sense of kinship and claiming their sects were practically family. The sky rumbled again, a grim reminder that the next strike was imminent. She pointed a trembling finger upward, urging him to combine their powers or they would both be doomed. He agreed with a stoic expression, though the air around him remained heavy with a murderous intent. Secretly, she smirked behind her mask of fear. She just needed to buy time to spread word of his identity and let the Sky Sect hunt him down like a dog. Little did she know the man was already weaving his own destiny, focusing his spirit as the lightning crackled once more. The strike was sudden and brutal, a flash of blue agony that tore through the clearing. She let out a silent scream, her eyes widening in a mask of pure as the energy surged through her. Blood trickled from her lips as she felt her life force flickering out, betrayed by the very heavens she sought to conquer. As she gasped her final breath, the lightning consumed everything. A horrifying vision of a skeletal demon seemed to loom over the battlefield, a dark omen of the power he had unleashed. After the dust settled, the man lay in a crater, his body broken but his spirit still burning bright. A vibrant, red-haired girl appeared by his side, her voice a mix of worry and scolding as she chided him for his reckless gamble. He merely chuckled, knowing that against such powerful enemies he had to use every trick in his arsenal. He promised to find her the finest spiritual items to replenish her energy, earning a small, huffy nod of approval. Suddenly, a glowing orb appeared, a rare Dao seed, a gift from the heavens for surviving the trial. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the treasure. It was his chance to gain a new, heaven-defying talent. The girl explained that these talents were a matter of pure luck, a gamble with the myriad paths of the heavens. With a deep breath, he reached out, his hand steady as he touched the flickering flame. The energy swirled around him in a majestic dance of fire and light as he entered a deep state of meditation. When he finally opened his eyes, they glowed with an otherworldly intensity. He had obtained a fourth-level talent, a rare ability to resonate with the heavenly Dao itself. The girl mused that while it was a miraculous burst of power, its activation was notoriously unreliable. But he didn't care about the odds. He stood up, his resolve hardening as he thought of his senior sister, who was still in grave danger. Despite his lingering injuries, he moved with a statuesque grace, his cloak fluttering in the wind as he hurried toward the next battle. Elsewhere, a pink-haired disciple was being to her absolute limit, her body covered in small cuts as she faced a cruel, green-clad enchantress. Her white spirit snake lay pinned to the ground, crying out in pain as the enemy gloated over her inevitable victory. The enchantress laughed, demanding the girl's inner core as compensation for her wasted time. But her triumph was short-lived as a thunderous voice echoed through the valley, declaring that none of them would be leaving today. The man had arrived, his face a mask of cold fury as he unleashed his thousand swords technique. In a stunning display of power, the low-probability talent triggered, multiplying his blades until they filled the entire sky. The enemies were paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend how he could release such a suffocating amount of sword energy. Terrified, they tried to flee, but it was already too late. With a single command, 10,000 heavenly swords descended, a shimmering curtain of death that promised no mercy. Streaks of light vanished into the horizon, leaving the pink-haired girl screaming Xiao Feng in a voice thick with desperation. Her heart plummeted as she watched the man she cared for plummeting through the clouds like a broken bird. He was falling, his robes whipping around him as the ground rushed up to meet his unconscious form. Every second felt like an eternity as he descended further into the abyss. With a burst of speed and a prayer on her lips, she dove forward, catching him just for the end, her heart shattering at the sight of his battered and bloodied body. Even through his pain, his first thought was for their safety, coughing out a warning that the wretched witches wouldn't be fooled for long and they had to flee this instant. They retreated to the deck of a massive flying artifact, the only vessel capable of carrying them now that their strength was spent. As he approached the others, the air was heavy with the suffocating pressure of their shared defeat. The princess stood there, her eyes filled with a haunting sorrow as she felt the magical artifact she had gifted him crumble into nothingness within her spiritual sense. She clung to a sliver of hope that he had somehow survived the impossible. Xiao Feng's expression remained stony as he explained that the item hadn't been destroyed by an enemy, but been forced into self-destruction by a power far beyond a mere golden core cultivator. The atmosphere turned even more frigid when the young cat-eared girl pointed a trembling finger toward the horizon. Down on the churning waves below, a sight of pure horror awaited them. The once mighty fleet of the celestial dragon kingdom lay in ruins, shattered wood bobbing in the water like the bones of a fallen giant. Seeing the last legacy of his kingdom reduced to floating ash, the prince's composure finally snapped, and he coughed up a spray of crimson blood. His world was ending, and the weight of his failure was a physical blow that left him gasping for air. Despair etched deep lines into his handsome face as he realized the bitter mistake of coming to this wretched land. Amidst the tragedy, a small spark of warmth remained as he leaned on the woman beside him, grateful for the unexpected comfort of Miss Euro. The pink-haired girl watched them with wide, curious eyes, wondering if love had truly blossomed in the middle of such carnage. Xiao Feng offered a faint, bittersweet smile, congratulating them on a union born from the ashes of their old lives. A wave of relief washed over him. At least she'd be protected as his sister-in-law now. He watched as they retreated into the cabin, the prince's steps heavy with exhaustion and grief. Left alone on the deck, the ship continued its lonely flight across the vast, blue expanse. The princess approached Xiao Feng, her movements graceful yet filled with a quiet resolve. She looked at him with eyes that shimmered with unspeakable gratitude, knowing words alone could never repay the debt she owed. From the folds of her sleeve, she produced a glowing jade pendant, its light dancing across Xiao Feng's shocked face. This was the prize those murderous women had been hunting, a treasure that brought nothing but disaster to those without the strength to hold it. Xiao Feng accepted the gift with a formal bow, his heart racing at the hidden potential of the artifact. Soon, the ship glided toward a bustling port at the border of the Tianyu kingdom, a sanctuary away from their pursuers. It was time to say goodbye, the air filled with the melancholy of friends parting ways. With a final wave and a cheerful shout, the girl watched from the deck as the others grew smaller on the docks below. The massive vessel groaned as it lifted back into the sky, leaving the safety of the harbor behind. Curious as ever, the girl asked what was so special about the green stone, prompting Xiao Feng to speak of the legendary immortal palaces. He described the ancient cultivators of old, who locked their greatest treasures behind trials of blood and soul. He could almost see the golden mountains of treasure and the godlike power that awaited whoever held the key. A predatory glint entered his eyes as he confirmed that the pendant was indeed the map to such a divine legacy. When his sister gasped in shock, he merely teased her for her lack of knowledge, hiding the truth behind a mask of playfulness. In reality, he was spinning a web of lies to keep her innocent mind far from the dangers he planned to face. Under the silver glow of a full moon, the ship sailed through the silent clouds. But Xiao Feng was not resting. He slipped into the night air, his presence hidden by a mysterious red-haired spirit. He was done acting the part of a righteous disciple. Tonight, he would do the dirty work that required a much darker touch. The spirit teased him about his motives, but his goal was clear. He needed pawns in the mortal realm, and the siblings were perfect for his design. With a flick of his wrist, he prepared to shed his identity. He donned a terrifying red demon mask, his aura shifting from a handsome cultivator to a nightmare incarnate. On a dark mountain road, a carriage rattled along at a frantic pace. Inside, the prince tried to comfort his sister, though his own strength was failing. Suddenly, a chilling, ancient voice echoed through the trees, speaking of rare meridians and frozen souls. The princess froze, her eyes wide with a primal fear as she realized they were no longer alone. The prince bared his teeth, demanding to know if another fiend had come to finish them off. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted before them, and from the haze stepped a figure that radiated a murderous aura. The masked man mocked the prince's rudeness, his voice dripping with the condescension of a thousand-year-old monster. Despite the danger, the princess stepped forward, sensing that this terrifying stranger might be their only hope. The masked figure chuckled, impressed by her courage, and offered her a deal that sounded like a miracle wrapped in a curse. He promised her a life beyond the limits of her mortal shell and a path to the heavens themselves. The prince could only listen in stunned silence as the stranger dangled the dream of cultivation before them. She asked the price, her voice trembling but her resolve firm. With a flourish, the mask summoned a glowing scroll, the air around it humming with forbidden power. It was a technique of immense power but heavy side effects, 100 years of peace bought with a lifetime of servitude. The demon's grin widened behind his mask as he demanded her total obedience for the next century. Hint. The air grew thick with a suffocating pressure as the man inquired about the true cost of the forbidden side effects he had mentioned. The weight of a heavy secret hung in the air like a death sentence as the man in the red mask revealed the cruel truth of the furnace cauldron technique, a path where the cultivator would ultimately become a mere vessel for another's power after a century of effort. It was a fate that would make any soul tremble with dread, yet looking at the glowing scroll held in her delicate hands, the young woman with the translucent veil didn't hesitate. She was willing to sacrifice her very future if it meant saving her family. Her filled with a mixture of sorrow and iron resolve as she looked upon her brother. He watched her with a heart full of bitterness, realizing that one option meant a swift end while the other granted her 100 years to help him reclaim their fallen kingdom. He lowered his head in silent grief, the weight of her sacrifice pressing down on him like a mountain. The masked man, sensing his desperate ambition, offered the prince a demonic technique of his own, promising that reclaiming his realm wouldn't be difficult if he could master its dark, swirling power. It was a test of blood, requiring him to raise a massive army within 3 short years to prove his worthiness to the masked master. With a fist clenched in a sigh of vengeance, the prince promised to make those who destroyed his world pay a price in blood. Satisfied by the boy's murderous spirit, the masked figure let out a chilling, echoing laugh before streaking across the starlit sky like a falling ember. Elsewhere, under the silver glow of a full moon, the statuesque Xiao Feng stood with his companion, the night wind whipping through his dark hair as he reflected on the dangerous path ahead. The girl with the pink cat ears couldn't help but worry if he was truly going through with that human cauldron plan, her brow furrowed in genuine concern. Xiao Feng, his expression cold and calculating, explained that he wouldn't let things go so easily, his mind already spinning with secret knowledge he had gathered from a previous life. They had to return to their ship before their absence was noticed, their figures leaping through the dark air with a grace that spoke of their surging power. The vast ocean stretched beneath them as they returned to their vessel, the moonlight dancing on the restless waves. Inside the cabin, the pink-haired girl looked at him with wide, sparkling eyes that held a hint of mischief, wondering what kind of insane training plan he had devised for them. He laid out a scroll detailing a hunt for rare and precious treasures, a task she dismissively thought was nearly impossible without the luck of the gods. But Xiao Feng simply smiled, his eyes gleaming with the dangerous confidence of a man who knew exactly where the world's secrets were buried. Their journey led them into the jaws of a mountain's fury, facing a monstrous, roaring gorilla that guarded the earth's hidden gold. They scrambled through dark, jagged caverns, their hearts pounding against their ribs as they narrowly escaped the beast with their prize clutched tight. Deep within the silent earth, the ethereal glow of a 9-flame flower illuminated the cave, a treasure so rare it made the girl scream in pure, unadulterated shock. Even as they were pursued by rival cultivators demanding the treasure back, they managed to slip away into the clouds, watching from the safety of the heights as powerful masters clashed in the sky. 2 years passed in a blur of growth, the seasons changing as their power reached new heights. The pink-haired girl stared at a glowing jade pendant in her hand, amazed at how they seemed to find treasures wherever they went, questioning if Xiao Feng was some kind of chosen one. His cultivation had surged to the 6th level of the Foundation realm, surpassing even her own steady progress, a feat that left her reeling in shock. As the time for the immortal palace to open drew near, the very air hummed with a primal anticipation. They approached the massive, ancient gateway that stood alone in the void, flanked by stone sentinels that had watched the passage of eons. Xiao Feng and the girl stood before the shimmering portal, joining a crowd of cultivators who whispered in hushed tones about putting aside their differences for the ruins. They arrived at the floating ruins atop a majestic white dragon, their presence drawing the wary eyes of every master gathered in the void. An old man in white robes watched them with narrowed eyes, unable to discern the true depth of their power. Xiao Feng scanned the crowd with a cold gaze, telling his disciple to stay close as he recognized familiar faces from past life. He noted the enchanting Mo Shuiao, who watched him with a predatory curiosity, and the notorious cruel Lin Xiao, who hid his malice behind a silk fan. He even spotted a mysterious lady from the Luo Shu Palace, her beauty as cold as ice and twice as sharp. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly tense as the stone guardian's voice boomed through the ruins, announcing that the palace would only allow 9 souls to enter its gates. Panic and greed instantly ignited among the gathered cultivators, the air crackling with impending violence as they realized only 9 spots existed. A red-haired brute named Mo Yu decided to thin the herd himself, his murderous aura flaring as he threatened to send out anyone who didn't leave on their own. Lin Xiao laughed at the display, hiding his own cruelty behind a deceptive smile while Mo Shuiao leaned in, enjoying the brewing chaos. When one unfortunate soul dared to protest the loss of his blood essence, Mo Yu ended his life in a single, brutal stroke, his fist moving with the speed of a thunderclap. He looked down at the headless corpse with a mocking smile, declaring that the man no longer needed to worry about his cultivation. Terrified by the sheer, cold display of power, the weaker cultivators scrambled to flee the arena, their dreams of glory crushed by the weight of their own fear. In the midst of the carnage, the jade pendant in the girl's hand began began to pulse with a blinding, golden light, signaling that the final bloody trial was about to begin. The survivors stood their ground, each one a dangerous predator waiting for the right moment to strike. The remaining cultivators trembled, wondering if the seniors were truly going to force them all out through such violent means. One man let out a weary sigh, his face hardened by years of struggle as he prepared for the inevitable. He stepped forward into the center of the storm, challenging anyone who dared to try and take his spot to a duel to the death. The ancient ruins of the Immortal Palace stood frozen in time, their stone surfaces cracked and weathered by 10,000 years of silence. High above the world, the floating island drifted through a sea of stars, anchored only by the shimmering brilliance of a massive, glowing gateway that promised unimaginable power to those brave enough to enter. A crowd of cultivators had gathered, their hearts heavy with greed and anticipation as they waited for the treasures within. Suddenly, the sky it seemed to tremble as a magnificent white dragon dipped from the heavens, carrying a figure of unparalleled grace upon its scales. It was Wu Chen, the legendary genius of the Sky Sect, whose cold beauty was matched only by the terrifying mystery of his power. By his side stood a young girl with hair as bright as cherry blossoms, her innocent presence a stark contrast to the cutthroat atmosphere of the ruins. Whispers rippled through the crowd like a poisonous wind, many wondering if this arrogant young man truly possessed the strength to back up such a grand entrance. Wu Chen scanned the faces of his rivals, recognizing familiar enemies from a past life he had long since buried. Among them was the enchantress Mo Xiao, who watched him with a predatory hunger in her eyes, her every movement dripping with a dangerous, sultry charm. Beside her stood Lin Xiao, a man whose elegant fan and gentle smile hit a heart as cold and sharp as a winter blade. The air grew heavy, suffocatingly tense as the ancient voice of the palace echoed through the arena, announcing that only 9 souls would be permitted to enter the sacred halls. The news hit the crowd like a physical blow, turning allies into monsters in an instant. A red-haired tyrant named Mo Yu stepped forward, his murderous aura flaring as he demanded that everyone beneath the Golden Core realm leave immediately or face a gruesome death. Lin Xiao merely chuckled, hiding behind his fan as he played the part of a refined gentleman while the slaughter began. The scene turned into a nightmare as Mo Yu, fueled by sheer cruelty, struck down a protesting cultivator with a single, bone-chilling blow. Blood stained the ancient stone as the tyrant looked around with a sickening grin, asking who else was tired of living. Terrified, the weaker cultivators scrambled to surrender their life essence in the jade pendant, fleeing the island in streaks of light to escape the monster's wrath. One brave soul tried to challenge the status quo, demanding to know why the so-called righteous sects were allowing such a massacre. But in this world, righteousness was a luxury only the strong could afford, and he was quickly silenced, his body broken and discarded like trash. Mo Yu stood triumphant, his eyes locking onto Wu Chen with a disgusting, lecherous intent. He mocked the genius, suggesting that since there were 10 of them, Wu Chen should simply hand over his cute little disciple for him to play with inside the palace. A dark, suffocating pressure suddenly erupted from Wu Chen as his eyes narrowed, his patience finally snapping. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the 10,000 swords technique, the golden blades illuminating the dark sky like a vengeful sun. Mo Yu laughed, underestimating the power before him, and charged through the storm of steel with reckless abandon. But laughter died in his throat when Wu Chen revealed his true form, unleashing a Nas-Soul-level technique that turned the very air into a weapon. A blinding explosion of light consumed the arena, and when the dust settled, the mighty tyrant was nothing more than a broken shell. With a chilling calmness, Wu Chen reached out and tore the golden core directly from the man's chest, a final, brutal punishment for his arrogance. As the others watched in paralyzed horror, Wu Chen turned his back on the fallen man, his expression as cold and immovable as stone. He declared that the number of spots was no longer an issue, his voice carrying a weight that made even the strongest elders tremble. No one dared to breathe, let alone move, as the mysterious master and his disciple walked toward the shimmering light. They had learned a hard lesson this day. Some people were simply beyond provocation, and Wu Chen was a god among men they should never have crossed. The atmosphere in the arena is thick with ancient magic and impending doom as a spectral notification announces that only 9 souls remain, meeting the grim conditions to trigger the awakening of the Forbidden Realm. As the stone statues of ancient masters begin to crumble and crack, a blinding, ethereal light erupts from a newly formed portal, signaling that the long-sealed gates of the Immortal Palace have finally yielded to the living. The sight is enough to make even the most seasoned cultivators tremble, their hearts hammering against their ribs as they realize the legendary sanctuary is no longer a myth, but a terrifying reality. But this is no place of peace. Of demons guarded by monstrous sentinels that look as if they were forged in the deepest pits of hell. Greed, however, is a powerful drug, and a silver-haired man, with a wicked smirk and a heart full of malice, decides to plunge headlong into the flames of the portal, desperate to claim the treasures for himself. Even the elders who should know better find themselves consumed by a suffocating pressure to enter, fearing the demonic factions will seize total control if they hesitate for even a second. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Feng stands tall, his gaze piercing the madness while his senior sister, Her eyes wide with a mix of awe and suspicion, wonders how he managed to strike down a golden core cultivator with such effortless grace. With a small, knowing smile that barely reaches his eyes, he reveals his secret, a delicate, glowing artifact tucked away against his chest. It pulses with a faint, divine light, a gift from the enigmatic lady of the Flying Snow Palace that acts as his hidden trump card. Though its spiritual energy is fleeting and nearly exhausted from his previous display of power, its utility is undeniable. He handles the tiny treasure with a gentleness that contrasts with lethal surroundings, ignoring his sister's playful accusations about his secret ties to the palace master. He pulls her close, his voice dropping to a serious whisper as he warns her that the trials will test their very sanity. The first trial is a labyrinth of illusions designed to break the mind. She looks at him with sparkling eyes and a playful smirk, what if he found all this forbidden knowledge in some dusty old book. He avoids her gaze, his silence speaking volumes, but she doesn't push him. Some secrets are meant to be kept until the time is right. With a mischievous wink and a tongue-in gesture, she promises to follow his lead. A soft, protective warmth flickers in his eyes as he swears to keep her safe from the horrors that await them within the palace walls. Together, they step into the roaring furnace of the portal, their silhouettes swallowed by the shimmering heat as they transition into the unknown. The gate hums with a predatory vibration, pulling them into a world where reality and nightmare bleed into one another. Suddenly, the world shifts, and the roar of the portal is replaced by the gentle crackle of a campfire under a starlit sky. Xiao Feng wakes up, his mind clouded and heavy, the memory of the palace slipping through his fingers like sand. He feels a strange, suffocating disorientation, his heart pounding in a chest that suddenly feels too tight. Where is he? And why does his heart feel so hollow as he struggles to remember his own name? A soft voice calls out to him, addressing him as husband, and he looks up to see a vision of pure ethereal beauty standing in the moonlight. A woman with hair like spun silver and eyes brimming with a doting, almost painful affection claims he was wounded protecting her during their seclusion. Her touch is gentle, her promises of eternal devotion sweet enough to drown a man's reason. He wants to believe her, to sink into this peaceful life, yet a nagging doubt at the back of his mind tells him something is terribly wrong. As she leaves to fetch medicine for his supposed injuries, he stares into the fire, trying to reconcile his fractured memories with the beautiful woman who calls him her own. But the peace is short-lived as another figure emerges from the shadows, a woman draped in provocative silks, her eyes burning with a dark, familiar fire. She calls him the Demon Lord, her voice a sultry caress that sends chills down his spine. He recoils in shock, his confusion mounting as he insists he has no idea who this brazen intruder is. She breaks into theatrical sobs, claiming to be Xiaolin, his 88th lover, a discarded flower in his vast garden of conquests. The absurdity of the claim makes his head spin, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. 88. He can barely wrap his mind around the number before she throws herself into his arms, clinging to him with a desperation that feels all too real. At that exact moment, his wife returns, the porcelain vase in her hands shattering against the ground as she witnesses the scandalous embrace. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated heartbreak as she stands frozen in the clearing. She whispers that she has come at a bad time, her voice trembling with the weight of her grief. Xiao Feng tries to scramble for an explanation, his heart racing as he tries to navigate this emotional minefield. But then, she smiles, a smile so perfect and forgiving that it is chilling. She tells him it doesn't matter, that as long as he is by her side, nothing else in this world has meaning. They surround him, their bodies pressing against his, their eyes filled with a longing that should be every man's dream. They ask for a kiss, their lips parted in invitation, their blushes deepening in the firelight. He tells them to close their eyes, his own expression darkening with a sudden, cold clarity. As they wait in blissful anticipation, their eyes shut tight. Xiao Feng doesn't offer a kiss. Instead, he draws his blade in a single, lethal motion. The illusion screams as his sword pierces through their chests, the beautiful dream dissolving into a bloody nightmare. They look at him with shock, gasping out a final question as to how he knew they were fakes. His gaze is like ice as he sneers that if that woman really were his wife, she wouldn't have been so lenient. She would have surely beaten him to death for his infidelity. The shadow of the Demon Lord remains for a moment, chuckling at his sharp wit before fading into the abyss. He realizes he hasn't fully escaped the trial yet, as the shadow from his heart is still watching him from the darkness. She warns him to watch his back, her voice a lingering echo of malice that refuses to dissipate. In the real world, a cold blade whistles through the air, aimed directly at the back of his neck. He spins, his instincts honed by 1,000 battles, and parries the strike with a roar of flame. Sparks fly as steel meets steel, the force of the blow vibrating through his arms. His attacker, a woman in pink, is genuinely impressed by how quickly he shattered the illusion. She admits she was hoping to finish him off while he was trapped in his own desires, a wicked glint in her eyes as she prepares for a real fight. They face off in the clearing, the air thick with a murderous aura. Her gaze is sharp and calculating, like a predator sizing up its prey. Every muscle in her body is coiled, her eyes narrowing as she looks for a weakness in his defense. She lunges with terrifying speed, her movements a blur of pink and lethal intent. Xiao Feng remains calm, a circle of protective energy flaring around him as he prepares to counter her assault. He drops to the ground as her blade passes over him, his focus absolute. She pauses, a playful wink suggesting this was merely a taste of what is to come. She isn't interested in a long fight today. She has other victims to hunt and a disciple to protect. With a graceful wave and a mocking sigh about how boring righteous cultivators are, she vanishes into the distance. Xiao Feng watches her go, his mind already turning back to the safety of his senior sister. They can't afford to be reckless in a place this dangerous, where every shadow hides a killer. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the field, a pillar of fire erupting into the sky. It seems other cultivators are having a much more violent awakening from their dreams. Men with massive swords and eyes full of fury emerge from the smoke, ready to drench the immortal palace in the blood of their rivals. In the quiet solitude of the secret realm, the air was thick with anticipation as Xiao Feng realized that, for the moment, no prying eyes were watching their every move. His gaze fell upon the scattered stones, and a smirk played on his lips, as he realized these seemingly ordinary rocks were actually the hidden keys to the entire realm. With a surge of spiritual energy, he extended his hand, the golden light of his power swirling around the stone as he began to unlock its ancient, dormant secrets. The ground trembled slightly under the weight of his power, and as the light faded, the pink-haired girl finally blinked her eyes open, her gaze hazy from the lingering effects of the illusion. He looked down at her with a trace of concern, his voice soft as he asked if she was finally awake from her deep slumber. She sat there on the grass, looking small and vulnerable, while he stood over her like a silent, statuesque guardian. But the moment she regained her senses, her cheeks puffed out in a cute, indignant pout as she accused him of bullying her within the dream world, her eyes sparking with a mix of annoyance and relief. He merely coughed to hide his amusement, brushing off the accusation while warning her that the treacherous old monsters were currently distracted by their own schemes, giving them the perfect window to slip away. Without wasting another second, the two of them took to the skies, streaking through the clouds like falling stars to leave their pursuers far behind. They traveled until they reached a place of haunting beauty, where a river of molten gold flowed beneath a sky choked with thick golden mist. But the beauty was a lethal trap, for within the depths of the water, the twisted, ghastly faces of vengeful spirits wailed in silence. Xiao Feng warned her that this was the River of Forgetfulness, a place where even the birds dared not fly. Yet a legendary treasure lay hidden nearby that they absolutely had to claim. His eyes scanned the lush tree line until he finally spotted a massive, weathered monolith inscribed with a cryptic message about reaching the other shore. He explained that these were reincarnation stones, mystical artifacts capable of revealing a person's past life and granting a massive boost to their cultivation levels. Tentatively, he placed his hand against the cold, rough surface of the stone. Visions of a previous existence flooded his mind, a version of himself with majestic white wings and a godlike presence. And the sheer power of the memory caused his cultivation to skyrocket to the 9th level of the realm. A violent surge of blue energy erupted from him as the stone resonated with his soul, the power echoing through the clearing. Feeling the intoxicating rush of newfound strength, a satisfied smile crossed his handsome face. Seeing his incredible success, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared that she wanted to try it too, her curiosity getting the better of her fear. She approached the stone with a determined look, her heart racing with the possibility of what she might discover about her own hidden past. She took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing in concentration as she prepared to face her own destiny. But the moment her fingers grazed the stone, the world seemed to catch fire as a colossal radiance materialized behind her, its wings spanning the horizon as Xiao Feng watched in utter shock. The brilliance was blinding, a divine light that threatened to consume everything in its path as the phoenix let out a silent, powerful cry. Meanwhile, far away in a serene temple, two cultivators stood amidst the falling cherry blossoms, their expression troubled as they discussed the mischievous duo running off. They made their way toward the Thousand-Soul Hall, a place of grim significance where the life forces of the sect's members were monitored through sacred flames. As the green-haired woman pushed open the heavy doors, a sense of suffocating dread washed over her. Her breath hitched and her eyes widened in pure terror at the sight before her. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she looked toward the flickering lights. There, hanging in the dim, oppressive light of the hall, were rows upon rows of soul lamps. To her horror, the lamps belonging to Xiao Feng and Sumio King were flickering and dying, a sign that their very lives were in mortal peril. Elsewhere, at the Flying Snow Temple of the Sky Sect, A rainbow arched over the majestic roof as disciples gathered in disciplined rows for their lessons. Two girls whispered frantically about the strange events at Waya Temple, their voices hushed with a mixture of fear and excitement. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure filled the air as their master appeared, her blue hair flowing like a frozen river and her gaze cold enough to shatter bone. Terrified, the disciple to her knees, begging for forgiveness for her lapse in discipline under that freezing gaze. The master didn't care for apologies. She demanded to know exactly what had happened at Waya Temple, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. Her presence was intimidating, her eyes piercing through the girls like daggers, searching for any hint of a lie. Trembling, they reported that the temple master's daughter had vanished alongside a disciple named Xiao Feng, sending shockwaves through the sect. With a curt wave of her hand, the master dismissed the class, her already racing with the implications of this disappearance. She walked away with a regal grace, her robes billowing behind her as she left the disciples in a state of stunned silence. They whispered among themselves about how lucky they were to escape her wrath, recalling times when slacking off led to brutal punishments. They even joked about it in their chibi forms, though the fear of their master still lingered in the back of their minds. Alone in her chambers, the master's expression turned grim as she contemplated the disappearance, her mind turning to a broken puppet she had once used to keep watch. She looked out toward the horizon, her eyes filled with a cold, calculating light that promised no mercy for those who defied her. Closing her eyes, she began to weave a complex spell, her hands moving in a blur of motion as she tried to scry their location through the void. But the energy backfired in a violent explosion of light and sparks, the magical feedback shaking the room. Frustration marred her beautiful features as she realized she couldn't sense them all inside the immortal palace. Back at the river, the phoenix's fire continued to roar, a beacon of raw power that could be seen for miles across the secret realm. Xiao Feng's heart raced as he realized the commotion would surely draw the attention of the dangerous old monsters lurking in the shadows. He looked on with gritted teeth, his anxiety mounting with every passing second as the girl remained lost in her vision. The fire around her intensified, a swirling vortex of heat and light that seemed to pulse with her heartbeat. Then, with a thunderous boom, the energy dissipated into a thick, swirling cloud of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, the girl stood transformed, a fierce aura of flame surrounding her as Xiao Feng urgently warned her that someone was coming. He grabbed her hand, his grip firm and desperate as he pulled her away from the site of the ritual. They launched themselves into the air, a single streak of vanishing into the distance just as their pursuer arrived. Moments later, a heavy boot slammed into the ground where they had just been standing, the impact cracking the earth. An old man with flowing white hair and a murderous aura looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing with a mix of greed and malice. He chuckled darkly, realizing they were hiding secrets far more valuable than a mere fake golden core. With a burst of speed, he pursued them, his white robes fluttering like a vengeful ghost as he flew across the landscape. Down by the water's edge, a few small boats bobbed on the crystalline surface of the river. Xiao Feng and the girl leaped onto the deck of a waiting vessel, their movements frantic as they sought to put distance between themselves and the shore. He shouted at the boatman to start the boat at once, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. They watched the bank recede, the girl's face pale with the realization of how close they had come to being captured. The old man reached the shore and slammed his fist down in fury, realizing they were trying to escape across the treacherous water. Xiao Feng stood at the back of the boat, a defiant smirk on his face as he taunted the old man to try and catch them if he could. The old man's face twisted with rage as he stepped onto another boat, refusing to let his prey escape. He barked an order at his own boatman, commanding him to catch up to the fugitives, no matter what it took to cross the river of forgetfulness. Gliding across the shimmering, golden waters of the River of Forgetfulness, the stakes were higher than ever as the group drifted into the unknown. Behind them, a spectral barrier shimmered with an ethereal light, sealing their path from any who dared to follow. A sudden, violent tremor rocked the small vessel as a powerful force collided with the protective ward, sending ripples across the golden expanse. Su Ling's heart hammered against her ribs as she glanced back, her eyes wide with the realization that their pursuer was actually gaining ground. Xiao Feng, however, remained the picture of calm, a small, danger playing on his lips, as he assured her their shadow wouldn't be able to catch up anymore. He turned to the mysterious boatman, urging him to pick up the pace while offering the only currency that mattered in this wretched place. 2 reincarnation stones sat heavy in his palm, their dull, gray surfaces promising a way out of this nightmare. The boatman's hidden eyes seemed to gleam from beneath his wide straw hat as he acknowledged them as honored guests, accepting the payment with a chilling politeness. With a sudden surge of speed, the boat cut through the golden waves, leaving the distant shore far behind. On the bank, an arrogant old cultivator watched in disbelief, his expression souring as he demanded the boat return for him. He scoffed at the boatman's demand for a ticket, his pride blinding him to the ancient, suffocating pressure of the entity before him. In his hubris, he declared that the boatman was courting death, refusing to believe he needed to pay a toll of a soul or a stone to cross. He unleashed a devastating strike, the blue energy of his cultivation tearing through the air in a lethal arc. The blow landed true, but instead of blood, the boatman's body began to crack like a hollow shell under the force of the impact. A sinister, distorted echoed across the water as the creature thanked the old man for finally setting him free from his eternal duty. The boatman's skin peeled away in a horrific display of light and shadow, revealing the ghastly spirit that had been bound to the vessel. Terror finally replaced the old man's arrogance as the spectral entity loomed over him, the realization of his mistake coming far too late to save him. Su Ling watched from the moving boat, her eyes trembling as she realized the old man was now being forced to take the boatman's place, forever bound to the river's robes. Xiao Feng explained the cruel law of this realm, noting that without a reincarnation stone, one either became a mind-walking corpse or was trapped as a ferryman for all eternity. The weight of their journey pressed down on them as they stared at each other, the path ahead growing increasingly treacherous with every passing second. There was no turning back now, for others would surely discover the secret of the stones and hunt them down. They stepped onto the dry land of the final level, the air thick with an ominous energy that made the grass seem to wither. They soon reached the ghost village, a place where the very trees seemed to weep with a murderous aura and red spirits danced in the shadows. Nearby, another pair was locked in a desperate struggle against a horde of golden core evil spirits that swarmed like locusts. The man in red, breathing heavily and covered in sweat, handed his precious reincarnation stone to Fairy Luo, pleading with her to open the barrier while he held the monsters at bay. With a worried glance, she promised to be careful, leaving him to face the suffocating pressure of the spirits alone. He swung his heavy blade, a desperate fire in his eyes as he cut through the spectral forms with a roar of defiance. A spirit lunged from above, spitting a beam of pure malice, but he barely managed to summon a protective shield to deflect the blow. He shouted for her hurry, his strength waning under the relentless assault of the undead. When she finally called out that the path was open, a wave of relief washed over his exhausted features. He turned to join her, a smile of survival forming on his face as he prepared to run. But that relief was instantly shattered by a cold, sharp pain as a blade pierced through his chest from behind, the tip glistening with his own blood. Fairy Luo's expression was void of warmth as she twisted the sword, her voice a cruel whisper as she told him his sacrifice would ensure her own inheritance of the palace. Leaving the dying man behind to be consumed by the spirits, she vanished into the shadows. Elsewhere, the air began to shimmer with a vibrant, lush green as the landscape shifted once more. Xiao Feng and Su Ling navigated a canyon where the heat was becoming unbearable, the sun beating down with a strange intensity. Xiao Feng warned her that the source of the heat was the guards of this path, their presence making the very rocks hot to the touch. Su Ling's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she saw the guardian in question. A massive, round rooster with a golden crown and a gaze that seemed surprisingly vacant. This golden rooster was a formidable beast, its strength rivaling a core formation cultivator, despite its absurd appearance. Xiao Feng whispered for her to stay quiet, noting that these creatures were manageable only because of their terrible eyesight. He pulled out a stealth talisman, his movements fluid and practiced as he prepared to sneak past the sleeping giant. He gave her a confident thumbs up, looking almost cute in his focus as he crept toward the beast. Su Ling watched with bated breath, her own expression a mix of awe and terror as she followed his lead. She stepped carefully, her tiny shoes making the slightest sound against the dirt as she clutched her talisman tight. Suddenly, the rooster's eyes snapped open, its gaze landing directly on the trembling girl in a moment of pure cinematic dread. Su Ling froze, her heart stopping as she wondered if she had placed the talisman incorrectly in her haste. It had to be a coincidence, she told herself desperately, even as the bird's beak began to quiver with rage. With a deafening roar, the rooster let out a piercing crow that echoed through the entire canyon like a war horn. Within seconds, the sky was filled with a flurry of feathers as the entire flock descended upon them from the cliffs. Xiao Feng's face paled as he grabbed her hand, shouting for them to run for their lives before they were pecked to death. Further down the path, another group was fleeing through the rocky terrain, their faces twisted in panic as they realized the danger they were in. They cursed their luck, realizing they had underestimated the sheer chaos of the immortal palace. Their path was suddenly blocked by a massive stone wall that erupted from the ground, trapping them in a dead end. A scarred man with a wicked sickle and a cold, calculating gaze stepped out from the shadows, demanding their stones. The cornered cultivators prepared for a final desperate stand, their weapons drawn and hearts heavy. But a sudden, thunderous rumbling interrupted the confrontation, shaking the very ground beneath their feet and drowning out their voices. The bandit looked around in confusion, his intimidation forgotten in the face of the approaching disaster. From the dust and smoke, Xiao Feng and Su Ling appeared, running as if the devil himself were at their heels. The one-eyed man's greedy smile returned for a fleeting second, thinking he could take their stones as well. His expression quickly turned to one of pure horror as he saw what was chasing them, a stampede of furious, golden roosters. The ground exploded in a cloud of dust as the beasts surged forward with unrelenting speed. In an instant, enemies and allies alike were forced into a frantic race, all of them running together to escape the feathered fury of the palace guardians. The frantic sounds of heavy breathing and rapid footsteps echoed through the narrow valley as the group fled from the towering golden roosters, their predatory squawks a terrifying chorus behind them. Wu Chen's mind raced as he realized the monsters had been fixated on Miaoking ever since their prost, their pursuit relentless and unnervingly targeted. Desperate for a way out, he questioned her about the inheritance from her previous life, searching for any hidden power that could save them from this feathered nightmare. Miaoking's eyes sharpened with a sudden realization as she mentioned a strange, forgotten technique, though she pleaded for time to manifest its true form. The air grew thick with tension as the others in the group bared their teeth, their faces twisted with skepticism and lethal warnings should her plan fail to deliver. One man, his expression a mask of wretched impatience, brandished his curved sickle with a murderous intent, ready to strike if he felt betrayed. With a roar of frustration, he lunged at the nearest golden rooster, his blade cutting a sharp arc through the air. The impact was brutal, a shower of sparks and a pained shriek erupting from the monster as it felt the sting of human steel. But the creatures were too many, and the group screamed for Wu Chen to act before they were completely overrun. Miaoking closed her eyes, her fingers pressing against her forehead as she reached deep into her soul to awaken a dormant, primal energy. Suddenly, the world seemed to hold its breath as magnificent, golden flaming wings erupted from her back, casting a divine, blinding radiance across the valley. She ascended like a goddess of the sun, her delicate form framed by the roaring heat of an ancient phoenix. The sheer pressure of her fire elemental power was suffocating a celestial force that demanded total submission. The once bold golden roosters were instantly paralyzed by a primal, soul-deep terror. They turned tail in a chaotic scramble, their predatory instincts by the desperate need to flee the scorching aura of the phoenix. Within moments, the valley was silent as the monsters vanished into the horizon, leaving only the fading warmth of the girl's transformation. Wu Chen watched her descend, his heart pounding with a mixture of awe and concern at the incredible power she now possessed. He knew that such a primal inheritance would make her a target for the greedy and the wicked. True to his fears, the sickle-wielding man licked his lips with a lecherous, hungry glint, his eyes on Miaoking as if she were a prize to be claimed. Driven by a wretched avarice, he launched himself toward her, a crazed howl leaving his throat as he declared that she belonged to him alone. Wu Chen's eyes widened in horror, a curse escaping his lips as he watched the betrayal unfold. But before the man's blade could touch her, a mysterious violet flame surged forth with a violent intensity. The sickle man's triumphant grin turned into a mask of pure agony as the strange fire latched on his hand, seeping into his very marrow. He screamed, a guttural sound of sheer terror as he realized the fire was unnatural and impossible to extinguish. In a frantic, bloody move for survival, he used his own weapon to sever the burning flesh, the sound of the impact sickeningly wet. He fell back, gasping for air as his severed sleeve fell into the dirt, still smoldering with that haunting purple light. He looked up with bloodshot eyes, demanding to know what hidden monster had dared to strike him down. Clutching his mutilated arm, he trembled with a newfound fear, his murderous oha replaced by a desperate confusion. But the danger was far from over as a thick, brown rope of energy suddenly snared Miaoking, yanking her away from the group with a violent force. Wu Chen roared in pursuit, his eyes fixed on the retreating figure as she was pulled toward the ominous shadows of the mountain. The rest of the group followed, their faces pale as they realized they were being led into a trap far more dangerous than the one they had just escaped. They arrived at the gates of the Fengdu Palace, a place where the sky bled crimson and the very air tasted of death and ancient chains. The greedy man, seemingly forgetting his injury, spotted a massive monolith and rushed toward it, his heart consumed by the legend of the reincarnation stone. Wu Chen's voice cracked as he shouted a warning, sensing the suffocating pressure of a trap that had been set for centuries. The man's hand slammed against the cold stone, his face lighting up with a deranged joy as he claimed the treasure for himself. He laughed, a hollow and wretched sound, believing he had finally secured his path to immortality. But his smile froze when he realized the stone wouldn't budge, as if it were anchored by the weight of 1,000 souls. A dark, flickering shadow loomed behind him, a presence colder than the grave. A pale claw-like hand clamped onto his shoulder. and a voice like grinding stones whispered that he was nothing more than meat. A long-haired monster with eyes like dying embers and fangs like a beast stared him down, his hunger palpable. Before the man could even scream, the monster sank his teeth into his neck, a spray of hot blood painting the ground. The life was drained from him in a matter of seconds, his body tossed aside like a discarded husk. The monster wiped the gore from his chin, complaining with a sneer that the meat was sour and unsatisfying. His gaze then drifted toward the women in the group, a sickeningly doting and lecherous glint appearing in his eyes. He stood tall, a terrifying figure from a forgotten era, his presence radiating a murderous aura that made the very earth tremble. One of the women stepped back, her voice trembling as she asked who this ancient nightmare was. The monster paused, his eyes rolling back, as he admitted he had forgotten his own name after seeing so many groups perish within these walls. He had stayed in the palace for an eternity, watching the world change while he remained trapped in his own hunger. When Wu Chen asked why he had never left, the monster's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated madness. He threw his head back in a chilling, maniacal laughter that echoed through the palace halls. "No one can leave," he whispered, his red-rimmed eyes wide with the certainty of a man who had seen the end of all things. He looked at the young girl and offered a cruel choice. Submit and become his human furnace, or be devoured piece by piece. He waited for her terror to consume her, a predator savoring the moment before the kill. But the protagonist's eyes burned with a fierce, defiant light as she declared she had chosen a third option, his death. She lashed out with her whip, the energy crackling with her resolve to survive this hellish prison. The monster merely sneered, raising a hand to summon a swirling barrier of red energy that absorbed the blow with ease. He moved with a speed that defied human logic, closing the distance as he mocked her meager strength. He looked at her with a terrifying curiosity, wondering aloud what her soul would taste like under his touch. Suddenly, the ground beneath her erupted as dozens of spectral, skeletal hands reached out to ensnare her legs. Wu Chen's heart sank into his stomach as he realized the true scale of the threat. They were facing a nascent soul realm old monster, a being of near-godlike malice. The girl fell to her knees, pinned down by the weight of his suffocating power as the shadows of the palace began to close in. The air grew thick with a repulsive, predatory stench as the crazed cultivator brought a scrap of pink silk to his nose, inhaling deeply with a twisted, shark-toothed grin. This wretched man, a powerful nascent soul realm master, couldn't hide his vile delight, claiming that the women of Chamian Pavilion certainly knew their way around a few scandalous tricks. The group stood frozen under his suffocating pressure, wondering how a monster of his caliber had even breached the immortal palace's defenses. With a manic gleam in his bloodshot eyes, he offered Fairy Mo a single, cruel choice: submit to him and become his plaything, or face a swift, brutal end. He threw his arms wide, shamelessly flaunting his dominance as he awaited her surrender. Fairy Mo's grip tightened on her blade, her heart racing as she turned to Taoist Wu Chen, desperate to know if there was any way out of this nightmare. Wu Chen's gaze remained cold and calculating as he watched the tyrant block the only path upward. He whispered a plan that made their hearts skip a beat. They would have to weaponize their beauty to keep the beast distracted. Even the handsome brother Lin was aghast, his eyes wide with disbelief at the thought of using his own charm to seduce a madman. Fairy Mo took a deep breath, her expressioning into a mask of false submission as she asked if the venerable senior would truly keep his word if she obeyed. She leaned into the role, her every movement designed to captivate the villain's wandering eyes. The tyrant let out a boisterous, arrogant laugh, promising a quick death to the others while he enjoyed his new prize. But his triumph was short-lived. In a sudden blur of motion, the air crackled with lethal energy as Wu Chen sprang his trap. A massive, glowing formation erupted from the earth, pinning the monster in place with jagged bolts of purple lightning. The Nine Dragons' Thunder Prison Sword formation hummed with power, though that merely sneered, confident he could break free from the Sky Sect's parlor trick in mere seconds. He was far too arrogant to realize that 5 seconds was all they needed, and without looking back, the group sprinted toward the stairs, leaving the fuming tyrant trapped in his own hubris. He could only roar in futile rage as they vanished from his reach, cursing their despicable tactics. Just as they reached safety, a sudden streak of green light descended upon the stairs. A new figure appeared, offering a shallow apology for her late arrival with a look that didn't quite reach her eyes. Fairy Mo didn't buy the act for a second, accusing the newcomer of hiding in the shadows and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, Wu Chen stood before the trapped monster, his expression one of pure, icy disdain. As the villain promised 1,000 deaths once he broke free, Wu Chen simply noted that he wouldn't be getting that chance. With a casual, almost bored motion, he sent the man flying back with a powerful strike, sending him tumbling down the stairs in a pathetic heap. The high and mighty master was reduced to a sprawling mess, his dignity shattered as he hit the stone steps. The group could only stare in stunned silence as the once terrifying threat was dealt with so ruthlessly. Brother Lin's voice trembled with frustration, questioning why Wu Chen would such a dangerous wolf right to their heels. But fairy mode, as this thing strange the fallen master wasn't attacking, as he seemed paralyzed by the very stairs he stood upon. Wu Chen explained with a knowing smirk that every step on this stairway was a trial of its own, filled with restrictions that punished the reckless. If the old fool valued his life, he wouldn't dare move an inch. Leaving the villain to rot in his own fear, Wu Chen decided to stay behind for a moment, his eyes scanning the area for a specific treasure. He knew the wretched old Wang Si had to be carrying reincarnation stones, and he wasn't about to let such a prize go to waste. As the others continued their ascent, the woman in green stepped forward, her silhouette disappearing into a shimmering veil of light. She had entered an illusion trial, a test of the soul that she would have to conquer alone to move forward. Wu Chen watched the red light guiding her, a sense of déjà vu washing over him as he recalled the secrets of his previous life. He remembered a skeleton and a sword from 50 years in the future, a legacy left behind by a master who might still be breathing in this timeline. He realized that the master of this palace favored those with fire spiritual roots, just like the girl he was searching for. To gain an audience, he would have to prove his worth in the most dramatic possible. He bit his finger, his blood igniting into a brilliant, searing flame that danced around his body like a protective deity. The air shimmered with intense heat as he activated his fire attribute cultivation, drawing the eyes of everyone nearby. With a voice that boomed with authority, he requested an audience with the immortal King Su, offering a treasure that no one could ignore. The trapped villain mocked him, but his laughter turned to a choked gasp as a brilliant red sun manifested above the palace. A majestic red ribbon of light shot down from the heavens, wrapping around Wu Chen with a gentle yet irresistible force. He was whisked away, soaring past the arduous stairs and the shocked faces of his companions. The villain could only scream in disbelief, wondering how these children were finding every possible shortcut to the top. In an instant, the scenery shifted from cold stone to a lush, sun-dappled forest. There, amidst the ancient trees, sat an old man exuding a godlike aura, with the familiar pink-haired girl standing by his side. She chirped his name in delight, her eyes sparkling with relief at his sudden appearance. Wu Chen didn't waste a second, dropping to his knees to pay his respects to the legendary Grandmaster King Su. His heart pounded, knowing that his gamble had paid off and the true inheritance was finally within his grasp. Legend spoke of the peerless master King Su, a man whose divine blade once carved a path of righteousness through the darkest of evils, leaving a legacy that loomed over the world like a titan. Xiao Feng bowed his head with a devotion that bordered on reverence, his handsome features steady as he greeted the living legend, whose name he had studied in every dusty scroll of the sect. The Grandmaster sat amidst the verdant forest, a mere shadow of his former glory, yet the mention of his unique red spiritual energy brought back memories of a power that once belonged only to the highest realms. He marveled at how a mere junior could deduce his identity through ancient texts, a testament to the boy's sharp mind and tireless study. Miaoqing looked on in stunned silence, her sparkling eyes wide with realization as she processed the depth of her junior brother's hidden knowledge. A heavy sigh escaped the old man's lips, the weight of 1,000 years of isolation pressing down on him as he lamented the shame of being trapped while his sect withered away. With a gaze softened by a sudden, aching nostalgia, he confessed his desperate longing for the home he had left behind so long ago. Far away, within the opulent, crimson-draped halls of Wuya Temple, the current masters sat upon their thrones, their expressions clouded by a growing, suffocating dread. A disciple rushed forward, his voice trembling as he reported that there was still no trace of Miaoqing or her junior brother, leaving the air thick with a sense of impending doom. The mistress clutched her chest, her heart shattering as she blamed herself for allowing the children to descend the mountain into such danger. Her husband tried to offer a hollow comfort, noting that their soul lamp still flickered with life, even if the heavens themselves seemed to have hidden their location from every divination. But the shadow of the past was long, and a senior disciple spoke of a dark omen that had appeared only once before in their history. The master's eyes narrowed as the name of the long-lost King Su surfaced like a ghost from the depths of his memory. He sat in a brooding silence, the gears of his mind turning as he connected the disappearance to the ancient tragedy. The mistress remembered it all too clearly, the day the Grandmaster's soul lamp had dimmed and finally died, leaving their sect in a slow, agonizing decline. Determined to find answers, she resolved to seek out the sect master, her every step fueled by a mother's desperate need to protect her own. As the disciples were sent out to scour the lands once more, a silent prayer was whispered to the heavens, begging the spirit of the Grandmaster to watch over the two lost children. The master looked toward the sky, his heart heavy with the fear that history was about to repeat itself in the cruelest of ways. Back in the forest, the Grandmaster's booming laughter echoed through the trees as he recalled the current temple master as nothing more than a mischievous brat he used to discipline for knocking over alchemy furnaces. Miaoqing's face flushed with a mix of shock and embarrassment at hearing her father's dark, clumsy history laid bare by the old man. She pleaded with him to return and restore their sect's honor. filled with the hope that this legendary figure could end the era of being looked down upon by their rivals. But Xiao Feng stepped forward, his expression darkening as he prepared to make a request that would change everything. The Grandmaster tilted his head, curious as to what this talented youth could possibly want in exchange for his help. With a chilling resolve, Xiao Feng offered himself as a sacrifice, begging the old man to take his own body and spare his senior sister. Miao Qing's world spun as she heard the madness in his words, her heart pounding against her ribs in sheer terror for him. He ignored her pleas, kneeling before the spirit with a desperate intensity that demanded his wish be granted. His hands were clasped tight, his eyes burning with a self-sacrificial fire that left no room for retreat. The Grandmaster's eyes widened in surprise, realizing the boy had seen through his true, predatory intentions. Miao Qing froze, the air in her lungs turning to ice as she realized she was nothing more than a target for possession. Before she could even scream, Xiao Feng's fingers moved with a lethal grace, slamming a sealing technique onto her that robbed her of both speech and movement. He looked at her with a gaze that was heartbreakingly tender, promising her that this restraint was for her own protection and would soon fade. The Grandmaster smiled thinly, acknowledging that the boy was far cleverer than he looked for figuring out the need for a physical vessel. Xiao Feng explained his knowledge of remnant souls with a cold, analytical precision, knowing that the Grandmaster coveted Miao Qing's rare fire spirit body above all else. He admitted to leading her there, but the guilt in his eyes was eclipsed by a much darker purpose. The old man praised the boy's loyalty, finding it fascinating that he would walk into the lion's den knowing exactly what was planned. Yet, the Grandmaster refused the trade, his eyes gleaming with a wretched greed for the phoenix physique that he couldn't bear to lose. He gestured toward the helpless girl, his aura becoming heavy and suffocating as he prepared to claim his prize. Xiao Feng desperately tried to play on the old man's pride, pointing out the absurdity of a legendary male master inhabiting a woman's body. The Grandmaster merely chuckled, a perverse light dancing in his eyes as he admitted that the prospect of a new gender was actually quite exciting. His gaze became sharp and predatory, the look of a man who had long ago shed his humanity for the sake of power. Xiao Feng recoiled in disgust, calling him a pervert, but the old man dismissed trivialities as beneath a true cultivator. He walked toward Miao Qing with the slow, deliberate pace of a predator, telling her that resistance was futile against his overwhelming strength. He reached out a hand, promising her a painless end, as her soul was extinguished to make room for his own. In a final, desperate gambit, Xiao Feng shouted that his own physique was even rarer and more valuable than the one he coveted. He braced himself, his entire body trembling as he began to unleash a hidden, forbidden power from within his core. The Grandmaster laughed at the audacity, mocking the idea that a mere mutated spirit root could ever rival the legendary phoenix. But as Xiao Feng pressed his fingers to his forehead, a blinding, celestial light began to erupt from his very soul. Lightning crackled through the air as he summoned a mental cultivation method, so profound it seemed to rewrite the laws of nature. A massive, terrifying yin-yang symbol crowned by a demonic skull manifested behind him, swirling with a chaotic, godlike energy. The Grandmaster's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief, his mind reeling at the sight of a body capable of housing demonic, Buddhist, and Taoist techniques all at once. He was forced to admit that such a vessel was indeed far more precious than any fire spirit body he had ever seen. Yet, he hesitated, sensing the dangerous secrets hidden within the boy and fearing the trouble such a complex soul might bring. He shook his head, initially wanting to avoid the complications of a host who possessed such terrifying potential. He explained that taking over a soul that resisted with such strength would be a long and unstable process. Xiao Feng's hands with a golden, ethereal flame as he prepared to offer the ultimate price to seal the deal. He gave the old man a choice. A body that would endless pursuit and trouble, or a vacant, powerful vessel with no parents and no lingering consciousness. The Grandmaster gasped as he realized the boy was actually prepared to commit the ultimate taboo to save his sister. Xiao Feng looked at Miao Qing one last time, a tragic, beautiful smile on his face as he whispered a silent farewell. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes screaming the protest her lips could not utter as she watched him prepare for the end. With a sudden, violent strike to his own temple, Xiao Feng shattered his own consciousness, his soul exploding into 1,000 shards of golden light. He fell to his knees, his body becoming a hollow shell as the life and memories that made him who he was were forcibly erased. His frame stood rigid and glowing, a perfect, empty vessel waiting to be claimed by the ancient spirit. The Grandmaster approached the vacant body, placing a hand on his head with a respect born of pure shock. He couldn't help but admire the ruthlessness of a boy who would disperse his own 3 souls just to protect someone else. A massive eruption of spiritual pressure shook the forest as the possession began, fire and energy swirling in a violent vortex. The force of the awakening was so great it sent Miao Qing stumbling back, the ground beneath her feet cracking under the strain. Her eyes burned with a newfound, murderous hatred, her voice cracking as she swore to kill the monster who had stolen her brother's life. The Grandmaster noted with surprise that her rage was so so potent it had shattered his immobilization technique, making her a difficult target for any further schemes. As the fire of his new power surged through the stolen body, the tragedy of Xiang's sacrifice was written in the flames that licked at the sky. The arrogant intruder marveled at his new vessel, intoxicated by the sheer potential coursing through these stolen veins. His gaze was sharp and predatory, filled with a villainous glee as he realized just how much power he could now wield with this young body. Looking toward the pink-haired beauty before him, he sneered that the original owner had given him a true bargain, intending to wipe her memories and claim her as his own partner. But the girl didn't flinch. Instead, a knowing smirk played her lips as she revealed that the boy had left a final message intended to turn the tables the moment the possession was complete. Confusion flickered across the villain's face as he realized he might have walked straight into a trap. Suddenly, agony ripped through him as his spiritual power stood violently out of control, refusing to obey his commands. Xiao Feng's voice echoed within their shared mind, mocking the old monster for thinking a junior would so easily before dragging him into the depths of his sea of consciousness. The world shifted into a blinding explosion of energy as the battle for the soul began in earnest. Outside, the senior sister could only watch and pray, her heart heavy with the desperate hope that Xiao Feng would emerge victorious from the mental struggle. Inside the mindscape, the Grandmaster stood in awe of the vast, endless ocean of consciousness, wondering what kind of terrifying origin this boy truly possessed. Even at death's door, the old man's arrogance remained unshaken, confident that his great perfection realm cultivation would allow him to devour Xiao Feng's soul without effort. However, his confidence shattered the moment he saw the red-haired spirit standing by the boy's side, recognizing her as the legendary immortal-slaying demonic sword. The sword spirit looked on with a chilling elegance, her presence alone enough to make the Grandmaster tremble with a cold sweat. Panicked, he decided he must avoid the sword at all costs and strike at the boy first. But he was far too slow. Xiao Feng wasn't alone in his own mind. With a confident smirk, he summoned the terrifying Mo Tianqing, leaving the Grandmaster gasping in utter disbelief. A devastating beam of light tore through the mental plane, slicing through the intruder's defenses like paper as he screamed in frustration. Desperate to survive, the old man tried to flee back to the physical world to kill the girl outside, but Xiao Feng wouldn't let him leave the sea of consciousness alive. Massive green vines erupted from the depths, coiling around the Grandmaster like a suffocating serpent and dragging him down. He was slammed into the water with bone-shaking force, his screams of protest muffled by the crushing pressure of Xiao Feng's allies. Xiao Feng watched the scene with cold eyes, warning his master not to consume the entire soul so he could have a taste of the remaining energy. As the dust settled, they stood tall in the vast emptiness, watching the final ripples of the intruder's demise. Xiao Feng began to absorb the lingering essence, feeling the stolen power finally becoming his own. Finally, the young master opened his eyes in the real world, his gaze clear and steady once more. He greeted his senior sister with a warm, tired smile, announcing that he had returned. But instead of a warm welcome, he was met with the cold steel of her blade against his throat as she demanded he prove his identity. To soothe her fears, he manifested the shattered soul fragments of the villain he had just devoured, proving the nightmare was truly over. The realization hit her like a wave, and all the acting she had done to survive melted away into pure, raw relief. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing as she confessed how terrified she had been that she'd lost him to that monster. Xiao Feng held her gently, promising that he still had plenty of trump cards up his sleeve to keep them both safe. Nearby, the skeletal remains of the temple's previous master sat in silence, guarding a legendary treasure that had been out of reach for centuries. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Feng summoned the mock sword, the inherited treasure of Woya Temple, now bound to him by the contract he had absorbed. He looked back at the remains with a hint of pity, knowing the old man had been trapped by his own greed and the loss of his physical form. In a moment of rare levity, he playfully offered to teleport his senior sister to the hidden treasure vault, causing her to cheer with childlike joy. Meanwhile, in another part of the sprawling palace, a white-haired cultivator and a woman in green navigated the shadows in search of the Book of Destiny. Fairy Luo moved with a grace that masked her hidden intentions, claiming she could sense the aura of heavenly treasures nearby. As they approached a grand pedestal, the white-haired man sensed something was amiss in the silent hall. There it was, the legendary book glowing with an ethereal light that promised ultimate knowledge. Fairy Luo reminded him of their agreement to share the contents, her voice soft but her eyes calculating. He promised to uphold his end of the bargain, never suspecting the viper standing right beside him. As he reached for the treasure, a sudden burst of green lightning struck him down, sending him sprawling across the floor in agony. Fairy Luo's face twisted into a triumphant sneer as she mocked him for his foolishness, declaring that men truly never learn to guard themselves against a clever woman. She clutched the book to her chest, her betrayal complete as she watched him struggle to even breathe. But her victory was interrupted by the sound of slow, mocking applause echoing through the grand hall. Another pair of cultivators emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malice as they praised her cleverness for disposing of their common obstacle so efficiently. The air in the palace grew suffocating as the truth finally unraveled. The silver-haired man looking down at Fairy Luo with a gaze of utter contempt. He couldn't hide his disgust for women who played with hearts like they were mere toys, but before the weight of his words could settle, a green-clad figure interrupted with a sneer. She mocked their righteousness, claiming the path of cultivation left no room for such trifles, and in a blur of motion, she lunged toward the center of the hall. Panic flared in the eyes of the onlookers as they realized her true target was the legendary Book of Destiny. The silver-haired man shouted for her to stop, his voice echoing with desperate urgency as he tried to intercept her. A predatory glint sparkled in the woman's eyes as her fingers brushed the ancient artifact, her heart racing with the thrill of impending power. A surge of blinding energy erupted from the book, the raw force of it rippling through the air like a physical blow. The light intensified, forming a barrier that no mortal could easily breach. With a deafening boom, the woman was thrown back, her body crashing against the cold floor as a mysterious figure loomed over her. Blood trickled from her lips as she looked up in horror, recognizing the man standing before her, a predator who saw her not as a person, but as a resource to be consumed. He offered her a choice as cold as the grave: either die and become a mindless puppet, or serve as his human cauldron. Trembling with a fear that reached her very marrow, the once proud woman abandoned all dignity, begging for her life and offering her most precious jade opponent as a token of her submission. She bowed her head low, her spirit broken as she handed over the treasure from the immortal palace, desperate to cling to existence at any cost. The man let out a chilling laugh, his eyes flashing with a murderous aura as he reminded her that without him, she would never escape this place alive. Watching this pathetic display, the silver-haired man and his companion felt a wave of nausea, unable to believe that the woman they once respected had become such a subservient plaything. She tried to justify her cowardice, advising them to surrender as well, but her words only fueled their resolve. Fairy Mo spat on the ground in defiance, her eyes burning with a fire that refused to be extinguished. She would rather embrace death than let a wretched tyrant like him have his way, a sentiment the silver-haired man echoed as he braced himself for a final, desperate stand. The villain simply smirked, his expression void of any human warmth as he prepared to turn them all into puppets. Suddenly, a strange vibration shook the foundation of the palace, catching the villain off guard. A pillar of brilliant light shattered the ceiling, soaring toward a distant part of the temple. In a different hall, the adorable Miaoking was shamelessly weaponizing her cuteness. Surrounded by a mountain of treasures she had gleefully looted. Her companion, the statuesque Xiao Feng, remained focused on their true goal, warning her that the most important prize was still out there. Before they could move, a blinding starburst of energy appeared before them, causing them to cry out in shock. It was the Book of Destiny, manifesting right before their eyes, as if drawn by an invisible thread. Xiao Feng realized that the reincarnation stones they carried were acting as a beacon, pulling the artifact to them. The book pulsed with an otherworldly glow, surrounding itself with floating monoliths as it began to materialize fully. Knowing they were now targets, Xiao Feng urged Miaokim while he made urgent preparations. He sat in a meditative posture, his face a mask of intense concentration as the fate of everyone in the palace rested on his shoulders. Sensing the book's presence, the silver-haired villain streaked across the sky like a vengeful ghost, his eyes fixed on the great hall. He landed with a heavy thud, his face contorted with a mixture of greed and fury. No one would stand in his way. But just as he moved to claim his prize, a majestic phoenix of pure flame descended from the heavens. Miaoking stood tall, her pink hair fluttering in the heat of her own power as she blocked his path. She warned him that if he wanted the book, he would have to go through her first, her small frame radiating a surprisingly intimidating pressure. The villain scoffed, but before he could strike, the silver-haired man and Fairy Mo arrived, their faces set in grim determination. They realized that their only hope lay in joining forces with the mysterious girl to take down this monster. Miaoking agreed, a sharp smile touching her lips as they prepared for a battle to the death. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng looked at the small, golden pill in his hand with a heavy heart. It was a low-grade treasure that would form a weak, ninth-grade golden core, but he had no other choice if he wanted to save his friends. He swallowed the pill, the bitter taste a reminder of the sacrifice he was making for power. He felt the energy surge within him, knowing it wasn't perfect, hoping it would be enough to tip the scales. Back at the front, the villain grew impatient, his eyes turning a sinister shade of red as he decided he had wasted enough time. He summoned a nascent soul realm clone, his form blurring into multiple shadows that radiated a suffocating pressure. The group was caught off guard by the sheer strength of the technique, struggling to keep up with the overwhelming speed of the clones. Miaoking was sent flying back, her breath hitching as the force of the blow rattled her bones. The villain then turned his sights on the others, his murderous inhaling the air as he lunged at the silver-haired man. Fairy Mo tried to intervene, but trapped in her own struggle, her heart pounding with the realization that they were being systematically crushed. She desperately searched for a way out, but the villain was too fast, his hamping around her wrist with a strength that made her wince. He looked at her with a predatory leer, remarking on the beauty of the body he was about to desecrate or destroy. Just as despair began to take hold, a flash of brilliant light cut through the darkness. The villain gasped in shock as he was forced back, his hold on Fairy Mo broken by a sudden, powerful intervention. A presence appeared between them, a shield of light protecting the trembling woman. Xiao Feng had arrived, his aura transformed and his eyes burning with a new, dangerous light. He stood as a bulwark against the tyrant, his sword drawn and ready to draw blood. Miaoqing looked at him with wide, teary eyes, both relieved and horrified to see that he had forced a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. She couldn't understand how he could have achieved it without a heavenly tribulation, her heart aching when she realized it was the lowest grade core possible. Xiao Feng offered her a small, reassuring smile, telling her not to worry, because he had a plan. He turned to the others, urging them to use every secret technique at their disposal to end this nightmare once and for all. Fairy Mo didn't hesitate, igniting her very life force with the forbidden blood-burning technique, her body wreathed in crimson flames. The silver-haired man followed suit, reversing his meridians to draw out every ounce of latent power, even at the cost of his own future. The villain mocked their efforts, convinced that such parlor tricks could never defeat a master of his caliber. But Xiao Feng wasn't finished. He began to chant, his voice resonating with a terrifying power as he activated the Sky Sect's ultimate sacrifice. A pillar of light erupted from his sword, the energy so intense it seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. He didn't stop there, layering technique upon technique, Wuzheng Temple's sacrificial death and the Blood Demon Great Law until he was a literal god of destruction. His friends could only watch in stunned silence as he prepared to trade his life for their victory, his statuesque form silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling, chaotic power. Ahame. The air crackled with a murderous, or as the three cultivators unleashed their hidden powers, the very atmosphere of the palace trembling under the suffocating pressure of their combined might. Wu Chen's heart hammered against his ribs as he watched the terrifying display of energy, wondering if his brother was truly prepared to go all out in this god-forsaken place. A dark, dangerous smirk played on the MC's lips as he caught his companion's hesitation, mockingly asking if they were simply too terrified to follow him into the fray. The insult stung like a whip, and Wu Chen's face flushed with a mixture of anger and pride as he snapped back that he had more than one secret technique up his sleeve. Even the fiery Miaoqing couldn't stay silent, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light as she warned that underestimating her sect was a mistake that would cost him dearly. Suddenly, a blinding flare of energy erupted, the sheer force of it threatening to tear the heavens asunder as the MC pushed his limits to the absolute edge. The wretched old monster watching from the shadows could only sneer, mocking their desperate struggle as a futile waste of cultivation that would surely lead to their ruin. But the MC wasn't finished yet, a cold determination settling in his eyes as he prepared to activate the forbidden shattered pill technique. His hands moved in a blur of ancient seals, his body glowing with a divine, golden radiance that illuminated the entire chamber. A beam of pure, destructive energy pierced through the storm clouds above, signaling a power that surpassed the limits of mortal understanding. Wu Chen could barely keep his footing amidst the chaos, gasping that the intensity was becoming far too much to bear. With a roar that shook the foundations of the immortal palace, the MC lunged forward, his movements a blur of lethal precision as he struck at the heart of the enemy. The villain tried to flee using a nascent soul teleportation, but a look of sheer horror crossed his face as he realized the palace rules had cleatly sealed his escape. A heavy blow landed with a sickening thud, sending the arrogant monster reeling as the MC's sword cut through the air with a vengeful hiss. The villain's eyes bulged in disbelief, his hands trembling, as he struggled to onslaught of a man he had deemed a mere ant. How could a low-level cultivator manipulate the very laws of this sacred place to his advantage? He was sent crashing into the ornate pillars, the impact shattering the stone and leaving him gasping for breath in a cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the moment, Miaoqing stepped forward with a cold, beautiful fury, her daggers wreathed in flames as she declared that it was time to settle their score once and for all. She stood like a goddess of war, her presence radiating a heat that promised only death for those who had wronged her. The villain spat out a vile curse, his face contorting with a hideous rage as he prepared to strike back at the woman he loathed. But his threat was cut short as a massive shadow loomed over him, a giant boulder descending from above with the weight of an entire mountain. Wu Chen added his own strength to the assault, a swirling vortex of ice and water crashing down to finish what the MC had started. A violent explosion rocked the hall, a blinding flash of fire and smoke consuming everything hath as the group gave their all to end the nightmare. When the smoke finally cleared, the villain stood broken and bloodied, his tattered robes a testament to the brutality of the fight as he desperately screamed for someone to help him. Amidst the chaos, a green-clad figure darted through the air like a ghost, her eyes fixed on the ultimate prize. Luo Yun's betrayal was swift and heartless as she snatched the Book of Destiny right from under the villain's nose. The old monster's eyes turned a demonic red with fury, howling that if he couldn't possess the book, then no one in the world would ever have it. In a final, spiteful act, he unleashed a pulse of destructive energy that caused the ancient tome to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Luo Yun let out a scream of pure agony as she watched her dreams of power literally crumble before her eyes. She stared at the empty space where the book had been, her heart sinking as the realization of what had been lost over her in a wave of despair. But wait, there was still a glimmer of hope as she realized the fragments were scattered across the floor, waiting to be reclaimed. A frantic scramble ensued, everyone's reignited as lunged for the glowing pieces of the shattered destiny. The pink-haired Xiao Feng moved with the grace of a predator, her eyes sparkling with triumph as she managed to secure a fragment for her master. However, the atmosphere turned icy once more as the three rival groups faced off, the air thick with a tension that threatened to explode into a new bloodbath. Wu Chen warned that the law of the jungle was the only thing that mattered here, and they would not hesitate to kill to get what they wanted. Just as they were about to clash, a low rumble echoed through the halls, the very ground beneath them beginning to collapse. The immortal palace was closing, and if they didn't leave immediately, they would be buried alive in its cold stone depths. With a final lingering look of hatred, they were forced to retreat, their bodies turning into streaks of light as they fled the crumbling ruins. But the MC lingered for a moment longer, a secret power stirring within him as he realized he had inherited the true control of this ancient place. He commanded the palace to find the final outsider, his gaze narrowing as he prepared to confront a treacherous woman who had stolen a fragment. Within seconds, a golden light enveloped him, teleporting him directly to the location of his prey. Luo Yun was walking through a lonely corridor, clutching her fragment with a desperate intensity as she worried about the closing palace. She froze as a shadow fell over her, turning to find the MC standing there like an inescapable god of death. She tried to maintain her haughty facade, offering him the fragment only if he agreed to her arrogant conditions. But the MC's aura grew cold and suffocating, his hand tightening on his hilt as he reminded her that she was in no position to negotiate with him. Terror finally broke through her pride, and she threw herself at his mercy, offering to become his loyal cauldron and sign a blood contract just to survive. She swore upon her very life to serve him, her eyes wide with a desperate plea for salvation. The MC watched her with a calculated indifference, before finally agreeing to the terms and sealing their fates with a binding mark of blood. The tension in the room was suffocating as the blood contract finalizes, a crimson seal of fate binding them together. Xiao Feng stands tall, his gaze unwavering as he demands the items promised in their dangerous game of shadows. The fairy, her eyes filled with a mixture of calculation and reluctant submission, hands over the precious reincarnation stones and the fragment of destiny, her fingers trembling slightly. She attempts to weave a web of charm, leaning in close and suggesting they could have a much more intimate, mutually beneficial arrangement from now on. But Xiao Feng isn't some naive boy to be toyed with. He flatly rejects her advances, his voice dripping with disdain for her manipulative nature. As he prepares to depart shrouded in a divine golden light, the fairy's composure begins to crack. She desperately questions if he truly doesn't fear the soul-shattering backlash of the contract they just signed. With a smirk that is as handsome as it is infuriating, he offers a final, stinging piece of advice: always verify your partner's identity before selling your soul to them. He vanishes into thin air, leaving her screaming in futile rage at the man who outsmarted her. The silence that follows in the empty hall is heavy with her humiliation. She stands alone, clutching her instrument to her chest as the echoes of his mockery still ring in her ears. The golden light fades completely, taking her prize and her dignity with it. She collapses to her knees, her pride shattered along with her grand plans. Through gritted teeth and narrowed eyes, she vows that the name Wu Chen will be etched into her memory forever. Meanwhile, by the shimmering azure waters of the coast, a pink-haired girl waits in agony, fearing the immortal palace has closed its doors on her companion forever. Suddenly, a portal erupts in a flash of light, and Xiao Feng stumbles out, his breath ragged and his hand clutching his chest. Her heart sinks as she senses his aura. His cultivation has plummeted back to the Foundation establishment realm in a staggering loss of power. He brushes off her concern with a weary, pained smile, explaining the temporary power of the shattering pill has simply reached its limit. To him, that low-quality golden core was a small price to pay for survival, even if it meant losing his strength. But the girl knows the truth. A damaged foundation is a death sentence for a cultivator's future, and she desperately offers to seek her parents' help. A cold, ethereal voice interrupts them from the shadows, demanding they look no further for assistance. From a swirl of starlight and shimmering petals, a goddess-like figure descends, her beauty as sharp and cold as a blade. It is senior sister Hanjan, appearing like a divine dream amidst the chaos. She brings grave news. The Sky Sect has launched a massive search for the missing daughter of the Woya Palace Master. And more importantly, they are looking for her beloved, wayward disciple Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng can only caw awkwardly, realizing the sheer magnitude of the trouble he's caused for everyone. With a wave of her elegant hand, Hanjun summons a magnificent flying vessel to carry the girl back to the safety of the sect. The pink-haired girl hesitates, her eyes darting to Xiao Feng with worry. Hanjun reassures her that he will be safe in her hands, and with a final, lingering look of concern, the girl departs. The vessel streaks across the clear blue sky like a falling star, disappearing into the distance. Left alone, Xiao Feng tries to laugh off the tension, but Hanyan's gaze is piercing and full of unspoken questions. She demands to know exactly who dared to beat her disciple into such a pathetic, broken state. He tries to play it down while they stand by the river, claiming his assailant is already sealed away in a secluded ruin. Unconvinced by his lies, Hanyan produces a small, intricate puppet, her eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. As they walk through the lush, sun-dappled forest, the atmosphere shifts into something more personal. Xiao Feng tries to maintain his innocent facade with a playful grin, but Hanyan knows him too well to be fooled. She uses the little puppet to project her consciousness, searching for the truth he's trying to hide from her. She sighs, realizing she couldn't reach him when he needed her most, while Xiao Feng secretly revels in the thought that his wife truly cares for him. Her anger flares not at him, but at the rival sects like Luoshu Manor, who dared to touch what is hers. He tries to soothe her fiery temper, calling her wife with a playful smirk that earns him a sharp look. She snaps back, scolding him for his reckless behavior and for provoking golden core cultivators far above his rank. His excuse is as cheeky as ever higher-level monsters just provide better experience for the journey. With a softening of her features, she commands him to close his eyes and enter a state of meditation. Suddenly, she pulls him into a gentle embrace from behind, her body radiating a chilling yet healing energy. She explains she is using her innate icy meridians to stabilize his shattered foundation, all while blushing fiercely and demanding he stop calling her his wife. He just chuckles, knowing the truth of her heart, even if she won't admit it out loud. As the healing process completes and the cold energy recedes, he offers a sincere word of thanks to the woman who saved him. The moment of intimacy ends as they stand in the clearing, the weight of the future pressing down on them both. He looks at her, wondering what other questions she has in store. Far away, back at the flying snow temple, another puppet starred to maintain the illusion of her presence. A disciple knocks tentatively at the door, delivering a message from the Waya Temple master. The puppet's cold, dismissive response from behind the door leaves the poor girl shivering in confusion. She holds the message, wondering why her mistress is acting so strangely and ignoring her own instructions. Inside the quiet room, the secret of the empty palace remains safe for now. The disciple can only tilt her head, completely unaware of the romantic and dangerous drama unfolding miles away. Left. The once prosperous Yuanhai kingdom had fallen into a state of utter desolation, its streets now a haunting gallery of misery and broken dreams. Amidst the shadows of crumbling buildings, an elderly man, his face etched with the deep lines of starvation, reached out a trembling hand to beg for a mere morsel to sustain his waning life. Seeing the hollow desperation in the man's eyes, Xiao Yifeng didn't offer a simple crust of bread, but instead placed a heavy silver ingot into his weathered palm, a gesture of mercy that felt like a miracle. The old man could hardly believe his fortune, bowing low in a flurry of gratitude toward his unexpected benefactor. With a heavy heart, Yifeng gazed at the ruin around them, demanding to know how a place he once remembered as peaceful had withered into such a wretched state. The world had grown cold and cruel, the old man whispered, explaining that the fires of war had consumed everything since his last visit. The peace had been shattered 2 years prior when the Crown Prince Daiyun had ignited a bloody rebellion that tore the heart out of the kingdom. It was a scandal that had sparked the flame as an unknown animal exposed the prince's treacherous adultery with his own father's royal concubine. Driven by fury and the fear of execution, the prince had seized the moment to strike, plunging the land into a 2-year-long nightmare that brought the empire to its knees. Just as the rebel prince was on the verge of capture, a group of mysterious and powerful goddesses descended from the heavens to turn the tide, slaughtering the imperial army with terrifying ease. Now the traitor sat upon the throne as a tyrant far more bloodthirsty than his predecessor, bleeding the people dry with suffocating taxes while their grain silos stood empty. Yifeng's eyes narrowed with a murderous glint as he realized that sparing the prince years ago had been a catastrophic mistake that led to this tragedy. He couldn't leave things like this. He had a debt to settle with the man who had turned a kingdom into a graveyard. Standing beside him, his wife Hanyan radiated a chilling aura, her statuesque beauty masking a power that could crush the very foundations of the palace. Within the opulent inner chambers of the palace, the tyrant Daiyun lounged in decadent filth, surrounded by his scheming concubines who whispered sweet poisons into his ear. Concubine Wang, draped in silk and malice, questioned why he allowed the former empress to live, her voice a sharp contrast to the luxury surrounding them. The tyrant admitted his hesitation, fearing the empress' secret ties to the formidable Sky sect might bring down a wrath he wasn't yet ready to face. Concubine Lin laughed off his fears, promising that if that brat from the sect ever dared to show his face, she would ensure he never left the palace alive. But her boastful words were cut short as a mocking voice echoed through the room. revealing that Feng had already arrived, watching their pathetic display with utter contempt. Panic surged through the room like a physical blow as the concubines scrambled to hide their shame, and the tyrant screamed for his guardians to strike down the intruder. The three demonesses, known as the Elders of the Entanglement Pavilion, materialized in a flurry of silk and murderous intent, their eyes burning with a long-held grudge. They recognized him instantly as the man who had killed their sister, and they were eager to trap him in a web from which there would be no escape. Yet, as they prepared to unleash their lethal arts, a suffocating pressure suddenly slammed into them, freezing their bodies in place like insects trapped in amber. Fear replaced their arrogance as they realized they couldn't move a single muscle, their hearts pounding against their ribs in a frantic rhythm. From the shadows stepped Han Yan, her presence so overwhelming that the very air seemed to bow before her divine authority. The demonesses gasped in horror, recognizing her as the legendary head of the Flying Snow Temple, a great perfection realm master whose power was beyond their wildest nightmares. She looked down at them with a gaze colder than the deepest winter, dismissing them as mere juniors who weren't even worthy of personal attention. While his wife held the guardians at bay, Feng turned his cold, unforgiving eyes toward the cowering tyrant. The once proud prince fell to his knees, pathetically offering the entire kingdom in exchange for his miserable life, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. With a swift, brutal motion, Feng's hand clamped around the tyrant's throat, the sound of snapping bone ending his reign of terror in a single, satisfying moment. Seeing her lover dead, concubine Lin threw herself at Feng's feet, shamelessly offering her body and soul to serve as his cultivation furnace if only he would spare her. Feng's expression remained a mask of ice as he looked at her desperate, tear-streaked face, questioning if she truly thought she was worthy of such a thing. Without a hint of hesitation, his blade pierced her heart, sending her to the floor in a pool of her own treachery. Despite his outward calm, Feng felt a bead of sweat roll down his neck. Terrified that his wife might misinterpret the demoness's pathetic advances, he quickly turned to Han Yan with a bright, nervous smile, thanking her for her support while the surviving demonesses watched in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the legendary master with this doting husband. Turning back to the three elders, Feng offered them a cruel glimmer of hope, promising they could leave alive if they could defeat him the time it took for a single incense stick to burn. Han Yan withdrew her crushing pressure, allowing the demonesses to move once more, her silent approval a death sentence in itself. Desperate to survive, the three women launched a coordinated strike, hoping to cap Feng and use him as a shield against his terrifying wife. But Feng only smiled, a dark, ominous aura beginning to swirl around him as he prepared to unleash the forbidden secrets of the Book of Destiny. The shadows lengthened and twisted at his command, signaling that the true nightmare for his enemies was only just beginning. Then top shelf. The thick, suffocating black fog swirled around her, a malevolent shroud that cut off her senses and left her utterly alone in the dark. From the depths of that murky gloom, a shadow loomed, his presence radiating a chilling, murderous aura. Low, mocking laugh echoed through the void. Fear turned to a desperate rage as she whirled around, demanding to know where he thought he was going. With a sharp cry, she unleashed her myriad bamboos technique, emerald spikes erupting from the ground in a frantic attempt to impale the elusive intruder. But a sudden, jarring sound shattered her focus and she froze, her heart hammering against her ribs as she realized something was terribly wrong. Before she could process the chaos, her companion appeared, wounded and trembling, looking at her with eyes full of betrayal. Panic seized her as she realized her own attacks had been misdirected. But the woman in yellow wasn't listening, convinced that this was all some cruel, calculated trick. A blade flashed through the air with lethal intent, the sound of steel cutting through the silence as the confusion reached a breaking point. It was only when a third woman staggered into view, clutching her chest in agony, that the horrifying truth dawned on them. The fog was a living nightmare, weaving hallucinations to turn them against one another. They huddled together, three shadows in a world of darkness, their unity the only thing standing between them and total madness. High above, the architect of this chaos watched with a predator's smirk, satisfied with their reaction as he prepared to end the game with his thousand swords technique. A legion of shimmering blades materialized in the sky, a testament to his godlike power and his absolute control over the thread's destiny. He mused on the perfection of his ultimate move, a technique designed to drain the very luck from his enemies and claim it as his own. Sensing the impending doom, the women chose to stand their ground, their faces etched with a fierce, desperate resolve to fight until the bitter end. They poured every ounce of their spiritual energy into a golden formation, a radiant barrier meant to shield them from the storm. But even their combined strength wasn't enough. The golden shield began to splinter and crack under the sheer weight of his overwhelming power. Terror replaced their resolve as their energy spiraled out of control, leaving them vulnerable to the killing blow. Then came the fire, a roaring inferno accompanied by a rain of steel that reduced everything to ash and ruin. As the dust settled, the mysterious, statuesque goddess by his side watched the destruction with a cool, detached gaze, wondering if the trial was finally over. He stepped forward, exhaling a breath of relief, noting that while his forbidden technique was powerful, their own formation had been fatally flawed. The goddess's eyes narrowed as she warned him of the heavy price such manipulation of fate would surely demand. He merely smiled, his charm as dangerous as his blade, promising to take her to see the girl who shared her unique constitution. Far away in the Yuan Hai kingdom, a lonely figure stood on a balcony, carrying the weight of 1,000 worries into the night air. She gazed toward the distant flames flickering at the imperial palace, her heart heavy with the fear of what such an omen could mean for their future. Her companion spoke of the suffocating pressure exerted by the crown prince and the untouchable elders of the entanglement pavilion. Little did they know they were being watched by the very man who held their destiny in his hands, who had once gifted her a secret technique only to have her fear he would use her as a mere tool for his own gain. The goddess felt a prickle of jealousy, her gaze sharp as she questioned if he truly intended to claim the girl for himself. He scrambled to defend himself, his cool exterior crumbling as he insisted he only wanted to hide his identity and teach her a lesson about the cost of power. Meanwhile, on the balcony, the talk turned to the mysterious senior who had helped them, and the painful realization that his heart likely belonged to another. Suddenly, a violent gale swept through the terrace, nearly knocking them off their feet. From the swirling winds, a figure in a crimson dean mask descended like a vengeful god, his presence commanding instant, trembling respect. He laughed behind his mask, satisfied with their progress, and bestowed upon them scrolls containing advanced techniques and a new secret mission. With a voice that brooked no argument, he warned them never to mention the name of Xiao Feng again, claiming a deep and bitter grudge against the man. Before vanishing into the night, he promised them a final, magnificent gift that would change everything. They were left in stunned silence, staring at the empty space where their master had stood. The answer came sooner than expected, when a frantic messenger arrived, breathless and pale with shock. The report was unthinkable. The emperor and every single powerful elder who had oppressed them had been slaughtered by a single, mysterious figure. They realized with a jolt of pure adrenaline that this was the master's gift, the total removal of every obstacle in their path to restoring their country. Joy and hope flooded through them, a dream they thought impossible finally within their grasp. Yet, amidst the celebration, she couldn't help but look at the moon and wonder where the young master who had first captured her heart was now. From the shadows, the goddess watched her with a knowing, slightly annoyed expression, asking if he was really going to leave the poor girl pining for him. He tried to laugh it off, his red mask now a mere prop as he shamelessly flirted with his wife, despite her icy protests. He promised to take her wherever she wished, his doting nature surfacing, even as she insisted she was no one's wife. At the Flying Snow Temple, the morning sun hid a sign demanding silence for a mistress in deep seclusion. A worried servant girl cautiously peeked inside to deliver an urgent message. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief as she looked at the seat of power, finding not her majestic mistress, but a tiny, adorable, and completely bewildered chibi version of the woman she served. The Yuan Hai kingdom was a portrait of celestial beauty and earthly chaos, where the sun's brilliance masked the turmoil brewing within its borders. Soldiers thundered through the marketplace, their horses' hooves shattering the peace, sending the humble stalls of commoners flying into the dust. An elderly vendor watched in despair as her life's work was trampled underfoot, the air thick with the suffocating pressure of an empire on the brink. Amidst the wreckage, a hand reached down, not to strike, but to gently lift a small, plush piglet that had been cast aside. With a playful smile that seemed to defy the gravity of their surroundings, the young man presented the toy to his companion, a woman whose icy beauty was as breathtaking as a goddess from the heavens. He teased that the silly little thing reminded him of her, especially when she was lost in the innocence of sleep. Her eyes narrowed, a flash of indignance crossing her statuesque features as she wondered if he was truly mocking her by comparing a lady of her stature to a mere pig. He quickly stumbled over his words, a beat of nervous rolling down his temple as he insisted that it was only because the creature was undeniably cute. She gazed at the toy with a mixture of confusion and hidden warmth, her heart fluttering despite her sharp tongue. She maintained her dignity, reminding him sharply that she was a person of standing, not a farm animal. But when he dejectedly offered to return the gift, her composure crumbled and she told him to stop. With a deep blush creeping up her neck, she admitted that it was rare for him to give her anything, and it would be inappropriate to let such a rare gesture go to waste. She snatched the piglet away, tucking it close to her chest as if it were a priceless treasure. Their moment of levity was short-lived as they looked upon the capital, the young man lamenting how the wretched crown prince had plunged the realm into such a pathetic state of chaos and war. The woman spoke of Princess Yuji, a promising talent whose potential might one day lead her to the prestigious Flying Snow Temple. The young man listened intently, his gaze fixed on her, sensing a change in the wind. With a heavy sigh, she finally revealed the weight she carried. As the palastress of the Flying Snow Temple, Her responsibilities were vast, and she could no longer remain by his side to shield him from every storm. He merely smirked, his eyes burning with a newfound fire as he told her she was underestimating him and to just wait for his performance in the upcoming competition. He stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back as a murderous awe flickered in his eyes. She looked at him with a gaze full of unspoken fear, begging him to reconsider, because this time the shadows lurking in the competition were far more dangerous than he could imagine. He leaned in, his voice a low, teasing rumble as he asked if his beloved wifey was actually worried about him. She tried to deflect, her breath hitching in her throat as she struggled to find the words. Before she could utter another syllable, he pulled her into a sudden, possessive embrace. Her eyes widened in shock, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird as the heat of his body enveloped her. He whispered that even if she was the palace mistress, he was the same man who loved her. He was determined to win the competition, to finally stand as her equal and protect her for a change. The intimate silence was shattered by a streak of crimson across the sky, a celestial messenger demanding her return. Her time for acting on whims had come to an end, and she knew the world of duty was calling her back. She caught the message with a graceful flick of her wrist, her expression hardening back into that of a cold sect leader. It was an urgent summons from her temple that she could not ignore. Before departing, she pressed a small box into his hands, her face turning a soft pink once more. Inside lay a first-grade golden elixir and an ice phoenix talisman, artifacts of immense power forged from her own essence to keep him safe when she could not. She told him to consider it a fair trade for the silly doll he had given her, her eyes darting away to hide her vulnerability as she stood with her arms crossed. Far away at the Sky Sect's Wuyapol, the air was thick with anticipation as the preliminary selection for the true martial arts competition began. Disciples gathered in the vast courtyard, their faces etched with ambition and greed. The crowd whispered as Su Miaoking made her return, her presence a ripple in the pond of sect politics. Rumors swirled about how the Grand Master had found her, adding to the tension that hung over the temple. The master of the ceremony announced that one true disciple was still missing, the infamous Xiao Feng. Sneers broke out among the lower disciples, who mocked him as a good-for-nothing idiot who had barely begun his cultivation journey 2 years ago. When a young woman named Xiao Yu dared to defend him, the bully Zhu Wen laughed in her face, claiming she was only speaking out of a forced obligation. He taunted her, convinced she was secretly pining for a real man like himself while being trapped under Xiao Yifeng's roof as a maid. He flexed his strength, boasting of his superior foundation establishment realm, and his plan to humiliate the missing disciple the moment he arrived. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the clouds as a massive, gold-trimmed airship descended from the heavens. The disciples looked up in stunned silence, their petty squabbles forgotten in the face of such overwhelming opulence. From the vessel, a figure descended like a falling star, landing with a bone-jarring impact that sent dust billowing across the stage. Xiao Yifeng had returned, his aura radiating a quiet, dangerous confidence that silenced the mockers. He paid his respects to his master and mistress, his voice calm despite the murderous glares directed his way. He refused the offer to rest, insisting that the competition proceed without delay. The master announced the start of the preliminary round, inviting any challenger to step forward. With the boom of a ceremonial gong, the selection officially began. The rules were simple, no fatal injuries, but otherwise, any challenge was valid before the drum stopped. The spectators continued to whisper, convinced that Xiao Yifeng was still the same weakling from 2 years ago. They warned each other not to get too close, lest they be splashed by the blood of the fool who dared to provoke the temple master's daughter. Zhu Wentao shoved his way through the crowd and leaped onto the platform with a smirk that promised nothing but pain. He pointed a mocking finger at Xiao Yifeng, demanding that the true disciple show him what he was made of. Xiao Yifeng simply bowed, his expression unreadable as he invited the bully to proceed. The onlookers were baffled, unable to sense the level of his power, and wondering if he would be okay against such a strong opponent. They whispered that he must be hiding behind a magical treasure to conceal his lack of strength. With a roar, Zhu Wentao launched a ferocious attack, his fist aimed directly at Xiao Yifeng's head. But the air seemed to shift as the young man moved with a grace that defied the eye, countering with a swift, powerful kick that caught the bully completely off guard. Zhu Wentao's eyes bulged in shock as he felt the crushing force of the blow, realizing too late that the man he had called a good-for-nothing was now a predator who could crush him in an instant. Xiao Yifeng delivers a powerful, bone-crushing kick that sends his opponent reeling backward in a cloud of dust. With a fluid, masterful motion, he unleashes a golden arc of energy, a display of strength so suffocating that it forces the challenger to retreat in desperation. Zhu Wentao, fueled by a misplaced sense of superiority, merely scoffs and thumbs his nose, convinced this is just a fluke and his own victory is inevitable. He dares to propose a wager, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he points an accusing finger at the man he once considered beneath him. The price of defeat would be the beautiful Xiao Yu, a demand so audacious it leaves Xiao Feng in a state of comical disbelief, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The air thickens with scandalous accusations as Zhu Wentao rants about the girl being monopolized in private bedchambers, his jealousy burning brighter than his cultivation base. He declares himself a hero of justice, shouting to the heavens that he will rescue the beauty from such wretched hands. The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices a cacophony of support for the loudmouthed challenger, while Xiao Yifeng remains calm, privately thinking that the girl is a free spirit who can choose her own path. Standing before the judgmental gaze of the entire sect, he feels a flicker of disappointment at such petty, narrow-minded behavior. If his opponent insisted on being an insufferable fool, then he would stop saving face and show the world what true power looked like. With a sharp flick of his fingers, a majestic vermilion bird erupts from the void, its wings composed of pure, scorching heavenly flames. The legendary beast screeches, its murderous aura dominating the arena as Xiao Yifeng directs the divine fire toward the clouds. Surrounded by dancing lightning and a heat so intense it warps the air, he looks like a god of war descended to earth, while his opponent's face pales in sheer, gut-wrenching terror. Zhu Wentao desperately tries to summon a shield of swords, but his defense is like paper against a raging sun as the firebird strikes. A thunderous explosion rocks the very foundation of the temple, sending the arrogant challenger flying through the sky like a broken doll. As the smoke clears, Xiao Yifeng stands tall and untouched, looking down at the unconscious heap of his rival with a cold, piercing gaze. The spectators are frozen in a state of paralysis, unable to reconcile the image of the weakest disciple with this absolute monster of cultivation. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the ranks, for no one expected such a terrifying display of hidden strength from a supposed pushover. The fighting spirit of the remaining disciples vanishes instantly, replaced by the crushing realization that there is no point in even trying against such a genius. The heavy chime of the gong signals the end of the farce, the announcer's voice bright as he declares the match officially over. Amidst the stunned silence, the lovely Miao King cheers with sparkling eyes, her heart bursting with adoration for her amazing master. The preliminary spots are finalized, securing his place among the 18 true disciples who will move forward to the grand stage. However, the celebration is brief as the red-haired sect master summons him to the inquiry hall, his expression unreadable and stern. Xiao Yifeng offers a respectful salute, ready to face whatever scrutiny awaits him within the ancient walls. The hall stands tall against the backdrop of mist-covered peaks, a place where the air itself feels heavy with the weight of ancient secrets. Inside, the silence is profound, the portrait of the great ancestor watching over them with an ethereal, haunting presence. The master acknowledges his bravery in protecting his senior sister, a duty Xiao Yifeng carries with quiet, humble dignity. The master's gaze is piercing, searching for the truth behind his disciple's sudden rise in power. The conversation shifts to a matter of grave importance: the ancestral divine artifact known as the Moxu sword. With a subtle ripple of energy, the legend blade manifests in his palm, its blue aura resonating with the very soul of the temple. The steel gleams with a celestial radiance, a weapon of immense power that any other man would commit murder just to possess it. The master gazes at the sword with a mixture of awe and solemnity, noting that the temple is truly blessed by the heavens to have a legacy returned. He asks the critical question: is the boy truly willing to surrender such a treasure back to the sect? Xiao Yifeng doesn't hesitate for a second, his voice steady as he affirms his loyalty, though internally he shamelessly admits he has far better weapons and wants to maximize his favorability with the old man. He begins the delicate process of releasing his spiritual imprint, the golden light of the sword's contract dissolving under his command. The master uses his power to draw the ancient techniques out of the blade, transferring the legacy into a sacred, floating scroll. Glowing characters dance in the air, a river of forbidden knowledge flowing from the cold steel into the parchment. The transfer is a mesmerizing spiritual sight, the hall humming with the resonance of 1,000 years of martial history. With the legacy safely extracted, Xiao Yifeng presents the sword once more, offering it fully to his superior. To his surprise, the master tells him to keep the weapon for now, his gaze softening with a rare, paternal moment of trust. The upcoming martial arts competition is far too important, and since the sword has already accepted him, it will serve as his greatest shield. With a sharp wave of his hand, the master signals that the audience is over. He is warned not to bring any embarrassment to the temple, a command he accepts with a final, determined bow. As he departs, the mass turns to the spectral, glowing figures of the temple elders seeking their counsel on this mysterious child. One elder is deeply moved by the boy's ironclad perseverance, seeing a potential that could reach the heavens. Yet, another elder remains wary, fearing the consequences of letting a disciple hold the key to the temple master's throne. The red-haired master listens as they debate the boy's future in the flickering light of the hall. The ancient laws are absolute. Whoever wields the Moxu sword is the destined successor to lead the Waya temple. The master remains resolute, his mind set on achieving total victory in the competition without a single mistake. But a new tension enters the room as he mentions the arrival of a formidable guest from Luoshu Manor. The elders realize with a start that this visitor is a member of the mistress's own family, making the situation incredibly delicate. The reputation of the entire temple hangs in the balance. If they fail now, it would be an unforgivable stain on their honor. Doubts still linger about Xiao Feng's mixed spiritual root compared to the pure, legendary phoenix bloodline of the master's daughter. 3 days later, a massive, ornate flying vessel cuts through the endless blue sky, carrying the high-born guests toward the sect. Lin Shuxu stands at the bow in her flowing red robes, her gaze fixed on the horizon as she prepares for the coming trials. Her companion, dressed in elegant green, reminds her of the weight of their family name and the need for perfection. As they approach their destination, they look ahead with a mixture of cold calculation and hidden agendas. The mountain-protecting formation reveals its grandeur by a massive, glowing yin symbol that pulses with power. The sheer scale of the defenses is breathtaking, a testament to the staggering fortune required to maintain such a righteous giant. They wonder aloud how their long-lost junior sister has fared in this place after decades of separation. The vessel descends toward the heart of the sect, bringing with it a storm of emotions and a reunion that promises to change the fate of everyone involved. The air at the Sky Sect was thick with a sense of impending destiny as the decennial True Martial Arts Grand Tournament drew near, bringing with it the most powerful figures from every corner of the realm. Great Master Puji of the Wujiang Temple arrived with a heavy, serene presence, his very existence commanding respect from the gathered masses. Not long after, the statuesque Temple Master Lin of Suanyuyu Temple stepped into the light, his long hair catching the sun as he greeted his peers with the calm confidence of a man who had seen 1,000 battles. But the atmosphere truly shifted when the ethereal senior Lin Shuxu of Luoshu Manor appeared, her beauty so radiant it seemed to outshine the morning sun, her gaze distant and cool as she moved through the crowd like a goddess among mortals. Despite the eager invitations of the other masters, she had no interest in their company, her heart set only on visiting her precious junior sister at Wample before the festivities began. Below the soaring pavilions, a different kind of excitement was brewing as a boisterous crowd gathered around a betting pool, where greedy eyes sparkled at the promise of turning a few stones into a king's ransom. A young man with sharp features and a knowing smirk approached the chaotic square. His interest piqued by the bold claims that anyone with enough courage could trample over a golden core cultivator's reputation. When he learned that the betting pool was personally backed by the authority of the Grand Elder, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as he asked about the maximum limit allowed. Upon hearing that no amount was too large for the elder to cover, he turned away with a confident stride, promising to return with enough capital to make the bookies regret their words. Meanwhile, in a quiet garden, the red-haired master of Wuyo Temple found himself being mercilessly teased by Fairy Lin about his temple's humiliating status at the bottom of the sect rankings. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by his disciple, who arrived with news of his training, with a shameless request for a loan of spirit stones. The master groaned at the audacity of his student, yet he couldn't hide a flicker of pride as he handed over the stones, warning the boy that he expected a massive return on this investment. As the disciple walked away, Fairy Lin watched him with curiosity, only to be told this mysterious youth was Wuya Temple's secret weapon for the tournament. Far from the prying eyes of the sect, the young man sought out a hidden paradise where a woman of divine beauty sat in quiet meditation by a roaring waterfall. This was his wife, a being of such staggering grace and power that the world itself seemed bow in her presence. When he approached her with a sheepish request for more spirit stones, she didn't ask for a single explanation or justification. With a doting look that could melt the coldest heart, she simply offered him everything she had, her trust in him as deep and unyielding as the mountains themselves. Emboldened by her unwavering support, he vowed to make her a fortune, though she merely looked away with a faint blush, pretending his success meant nothing to her even as her eyes softened. Returning to the square with a flourish, the young man produced a high-grade spirit stone that left the onlookers in disbelief, for such a treasure was unheard of for a mere junior disciple. He wasn't finished yet, however, hinting that his pockets were far deeper than anyone could possibly imagine as he prepared to place his bet. High above in the Supreme Hall, the Grand Elder of the Sky Sect sat in quiet luxury, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in his own gambling ring. He shamelessly defended his love for gambling as a simple hobby for a man in retirement, laughing off the concerns of his juniors who worried about the influence it had on the disciples. But his laughter was cut short when a frantic messenger burst into the hall, trembling as he delivered news that made the elder choke on his tea. A single disciple had dared to place a bet of 6,000 top-grade spirit stones an astronomical sum that threatened to bankrupt even the most powerful of masters. The elder's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, his composed facade crumbling as demanded to know who would possess such insane wealth and even greater audacity. His pride was instantly ignited, and with a roar of indignation he refused to back down, ordering the bet to be accepted no matter how high the stakes became. When he learned that the bet placed on a disciple named Xiao Feng from the lowly Wuya temple, a cold, calculating light filled his gaze. He decided right then and there to personally attend the tournament, determined to see what kind of monster had emerged from the shadows to challenge his fortune. Back at the betting square, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense as the message from the Supreme Elder arrived, confirming that the bet was accepted but with a chilling warning. There was no backing out now, and any failure would result in a punishment that would echo through the sect. Xiao Yifeng stared down at the betting slip in his hand, a mountain of 6,000 top-grade spirit stones riding on his own victory. He was the picture of a dashing hero, basking in the adoration of the female disciples who watched him with hearts in their eyes, whispering about how amazing and handsome brother Xiao truly was. But beneath that charming exterior, his mind was racing with cold calculation. If he showed too much of his true power now, the odds would plummet, and his massive payday would vanish into thin air. So he had to find a way to hide his strength and shock everyone later. A sudden, thunderous roar split the air, drawing his gaze upward to the heavens, where the legendary sky-splitting sword of the Sky Sect began its breathtaking descent. The massive blade slammed into the earth with enough force to shake the very foundations of the arena, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. As the dust settled, the sect master appeared atop the hilt, radiating a suffocating pressure that commanded instant respect from the thousands of disciples gathered below. In a unified wave of reverence, the crowd bowed low, their voices across the plaza as they offered their greetings to the master of their sect. With a voice like rolling thunder, the sect master announced the start of the true martial arts competition, reminding them of the sacred rules: no killing, no demonic arts, and a strict limit of only 3 talismans per person. Xiao Yifeng smirked to himself, realizing the talisman rule was exactly the loophole he needed to pull off his grand deception. With a flick of the sect master's wrist, the names of the competitors and their designated arenas began to glow upon the surface of the giant sword. Xiao Yifeng scanned the inscriptions until he found his own name, realizing he was slated to fight at the Ding Stage Arena against a man named Shi Pochen. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. It was Yi Jiuzi, who approached with a friendly hand on his shoulder. Noting that they were both headed to the same arena, Yi Jiuzi gave him a playful but firm warning that he wouldn't be going easy on him, and Xiao Yifeng replied that the feeling was entirely mutual. Once they reached the Ding Stage, Yi Jiuzi didn't waste a single second, drawing his blade and ending his own match with one swift, devastating strike that left the crowd gasping. Xiao Yifeng watched his friend's victory with a sharp, discerning gaze, noting that Yi Jiuzi to defeat a 6th-grade Earth Vein Foundation realm opponent with almost no effort. Finally, his own name was called, and it was time for the show to begin. Yi Jiuzi told him not to disappoint, but Xiao Yifeng only offered a series of pathetic coughs, pretending to be a frail weakling who was barely holding it together. His opponent, Shi Pochen, offered a respectful salute, but Xiao Yifeng could only think about how hard he had to act to ensure he didn't ruin the betting odds. As soon as the match began, Xiao Yifeng launched into a performance of utter incompetence, swinging his sword with an unstable lower body and looking like a complete amateur. His opponent was baffled, wondering where this clown had come from, especially since his attacks lacked even a shred of real power. Xiao Yifeng let out a theatrical yelp of terror as a gust of wind from Shi Pochen's blade sent him stumbling backward. Seeing his target looking so vulnerable, Shi Pochen smirked, convinced he had been blessed with the luck of the gods by being paired against such a weakling. Xiao Yifeng took off running across the stage, screaming for his senior brother to spare his life and go easy on him, looking like a panicked rabbit fleeing a wolf. He narrowly dodged a strike, wailing about how close he came to death as he continued his frantic, circular sprint around the arena. The spectators watched in horror and disgust, calling him a total disgrace and wondering when the Sky Sect had started taking in such pathetic cowards. Even Yi Jiuzi could only press a hand to his forehead in sheer embarrassment, wondering if this was really all his friend was capable of after all these years. Cornered against the edge of the stage, Xiao Yifeng's fearful mask momentarily slipped, replaced by a glint of hidden malice as he reached for a talisman. Shi Pochen laughed, mocking the idea that a weakling could do anything with a mere talisman, but his laughter died in his throat as the paper ignited. A sudden, violent surge of energy erupted, manifesting a ring of glowing blades that trapped the arrogant warrior in place. Before he could even process the sneak attack, a massive explosion of force sent him flying through the air, completely defeated. Xiao Yifeng stood tall, shamelessly thanking his unconscious senior brother for the match while the crowd hissed about his dishonorable tactics. Despite the referee's warning that talismans were an external path and not true strength, Xiao Yifeng just grinned. boasting to Yi Juicy that he wasn't worse than anyone else. He leaned in and whispered his stunned friend that he shouldn't ask too many questions, but should definitely head to the gambling table if he wanted to make a fortune. He even had the audacity to wave at the VIP booths, thanking the Thai family for their support while everyone else looked on with disdain for his lack of manners. High above in the viewing gallery, the sect elders were divided, with one grumbling about the core disciples' shameful methods. However, a stunning woman with flowing blue hair, known as Senior Sister Guang Han, spoke up, her voice cold and logical as she noted that the boy hadn't broken any rules. She reminded them that in a life-or-death struggle, surviving by any means necessary was the greatest dignity a warrior could have. The other elders could only agree with her sharp assessment as their attention was suddenly drawn to another arena. A girl with vibrant pink hair and cat-like features stood in the center of a roaring inferno, her eyes burning with an intensity that matched the flames around her. The elders watched in awe, realizing that this level of fire element talent was a rarity that would surely shake the foundations of the entire competition. The true martial arts grand competition crackled with a suffocating pressure as the legendary Ring B became a stage for a display of power that defied all logic. Enveloped in a swirling vortex of golden flames, the beautiful Sumyo King stood like a goddess of destruction, her divine ability radiating a heat so intense it left the spectators breathless with awe and fear. Her opponent, trembling before such overwhelming might, clasped his hands in a desperate plea for mercy, admitting defeat before the first strike could even land. A flicker of innocent confusion crossed her face as she wondered why the fight had ended so abruptly, her wide eyes searching for an answer. The poor man could only stammer that he had come for experience, not to throw his life away against a monster of her caliber, even predicting her inevitable victory. She tilted her head, a soft blush of surprise coloring her cheeks at the thought of claiming the top spot. As the man shamelessly tried to charm her for a way to contact her later, she merely wondered aloud if her strength truly rivaled that of the infamous Xiao Feng. But the mention of that name brought only confusion to her suitor. Meanwhile, the distant roar of the crowd at the ding stage heralded a far more chaotic confrontation. There, the air was thick with malice as the crowd bayed for blood, desperate to certain upstart put in his place. Wu Feng of the Scarlet Cloud Hall stepped forward with an arrogant smirk, mocking his junior brother's questionable reputation. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed a golden core realm talisman, a weapon of such high level it was practically a death sentence for any ordinary disciple. He boasted of preparations, eyes gleaming with the cruel satisfaction of a predator who had already cornered its prey. He flaunted the golden papers, confident that his victory was already written in the stars. Even the usually composed Xiao Feng felt a jolt of genuine surprise that a mere non-core disciple could possess such a legendary artifact. Far away in the Supreme Hall, the shadows of conspiracy loomed as a Grand Elder shared a sinister laugh with sycophantic disciple. He praised the boy for his cunning, promising him an elixir for successfully planting the tools of sabotage to ensure the favorite's downfall. The disciple bowed deeply, his face twisted in a greedy smile as he thanked the elder for the generous reward. Back on the stage, the tension reached a breaking point as the two rivals stood to face, the air between them thick with unspoken threats. A masked figure reinforced the plot, handing over even more talismans to ensure Xiao Yifeng's ultimate humiliation. Wu Feng accepted them with a cold determination, his fingers tightening around the powerful papers. But the handsome protagonist merely reached into his robes with a calm, almost bored expression, noting that his opponent's preparations were actually quite impressive. To the absolute horror of the crowd, he produced a blood essence talisman, a treasure so rare and costly that even the elders in the viewing gallery rose in a fit of rage at such a reckless display. He held the paper with a casual elegance, his gaze piercing through Wu Feng's fading confidence. The air turned frigid with shock as Wu Feng pointed a trembling finger, unable to fathom how a common disciple could possess such a masterpiece. High above, the elders were in an uproar, one of them slamming his fists down in indignation at the sheer extravagance being wasted on a mere match. He screamed that this was too much, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he explained that such a talent required the life force of a great perfection realm cultivator to create. One accused the other of blatant favoritism, but the red-haired elder merely feigned ignorance, looking away with a guilty sweat. He couldn't understand it himself, wondering silently how the life-saving talisman he had given to Miaoking had ended up in this boy's hands. With a sudden, sharp command, Xiao Yifeng unleashed the talisman's power. A magnificent phoenix of pure, scorching energy erupted into the sky, its wings casting a terrifying shadow over the arena. The beast let out a piercing cry, its fiery essence threatening to melt the very stage. Desperate, Wu Feng threw every talisman he had left, screaming that he wasn't afraid as he summoned a chaotic storm of ice and lightning. Shards of frozen energy and bolts of electricity clashed against the wall of fire in a desperate bid for survival. The collision was a cataclysmic boom that shook the very foundations of the sect. Smoke and debris choked the air as the spectators watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scale of the destruction. As the dust settled, both men remained standing amidst the ruins, though the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Wu Feng stood panting, a look of triumph in his face as he realized his opponent's greatest weapon was gone. He laughed maniacally, believing he had finally exhausted Xiao Feng's resources, and that the match was now his to take. But Xiao Feng merely offered a devastatingly handsome, mocking grin, pointing a finger at his deluded foe. He reminded the man that the rules allowed for 3 talismans, and he hadn't reached his limit just yet. With a playful wink that radiated pure, unadulterated smugness, he revealed yet another golden treasure. He sighed with a theatrical air of mock apology, noting that endless supply of money truly allowed one to do whatever they pleased in this world. As night fell over the sky sect, the moon hung high and cold over the guest rooms of Wuya Temple. Inside, a group of high-ranking mistresses gathered around a table laden with fruit, their conversation turning toward the day's scandalous events. The headmistress looked over disciples, asking them to share what they had learned about the outstanding talents of the Sky Sect. Ru Shuang spoke up with a spark of excitement in her eyes, eager to report on the most unique individuals she had witnessed. The mistress gave her a nod of approval, inviting her to speak her mind. Ru Shuang leaned in, her voice filled with a mix of admiration and professional curiosity as she began her report. The first name on her lips was the ethereal Su Miaoqing, whose beauty was matched only terrifying 7th-grade foundation establishment realm cultivation. They marveled at the girl's legendary flames, a power that could never be extinguished once it touched its target. Her presence on the battlefield was like a force of nature, her every movement radiating a deadly elegance. The image of her phoenix soared through their minds, a symbol of the Wuya Temple's unexpected and powerful resurgence. Even the mistress herself had to admit she had underestimated the temple's strength, her previous worries for her sisters now replaced by a deep, lingering intrigue. But Ru Shuang wasn't finished, her eyes glowing with an almost fanatical light as she mentioned another impressed sister, Chu Mo. She clutched her hands to her chest in excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy as she described the next genius. This personal disciple of the Flying Snow Temple moved with a lethal grace, her sword techniques manifesting as shards of frozen death. Her mastery over the ice element was nearly instantaneous, a testament to the rigorous and secret teachings of her mistress. Shards of crystalline ice seemed to dance at her command, ready to pierce any who dared stand in her way. The conversation then drifted to a very unusual disciple who might become a strong competitor for their manor in the future. The mistress leaned forward, her interest piqued as she asked which disciple could possibly warrant such a serious warning. The answer came with a grave expression, a disciple from Taiji. The mistress sighed, acknowledging that as a personal disciple of the Flying Snow Temple mistress, the future was naturally limitless. Finally, the name they had all been avoiding was whispered Xiao Feng, the man whose popularity was skyrocketing for all the wrong reasons. He was a pariah among the traditionalists, viewed with disdain for his perceived reliance on external items rather than raw talent. They wondered if he had finally been purged from the competition after exhausting his 3-talisman limit in such a flashy manner. But the reality was far more absurd, a result that had left the entire sect in a state of bewildered frustration. In his final match of the day at the Kun stage, his opponent had taunted him, certain that without his crutches, the boy was nothing more than a lamb for the slaughter. The crowd had cheered for senior brother Li to teach the brat a lesson he would never forget. Li had stepped forward with a confident stride, promising his junior that he wouldn't go easy on him now that his tricks were gone. Had merely laughed, his voice ringing with a dangerous confidence as he promised not to use a single talisman this time. He drew a shimmering blade and launched it forward with a casual flick, the weapon whistling through the air. The opponent sneered at the simple flying sword, ready to parry the mediocre attack with his own blade. But with a single, chilling word, Xiao Yifeng commanded the treasure to explode. The blast caught the man completely off guard, sending him reeling back in a cloud of smoke and fire. He screamed in outrage from the ground, unable to believe someone would self-destruct a precious magical artifact just to win a single match. Xiao Yifeng merely spread his hands, his expression one of bored opulence as he claimed to have plenty more artifacts where that came from. His opponent's fury manifested in a crude gesture of defiance, his face flushed with a murderous aura as he cursed the boy's very existence. Xiao Yifeng ignored the profanity, his eyes gleaming with the mischief of a man who knew he was untouchable. The arena was again consumed by the violent light of exploding treasures, a sight that left even the most seasoned mistresses questioning the sanity of the competition. The mistress looked on in shock, wondering if such a blatant loophole was even allowed in a serious tournament. Her disciples confirmed that the other competitors were making a huge fuss, accusing him of violating every rule in the book. Yet, the elders had scoured the rule books, desperate to find a reason to disqualify him, but found themselves trapped by their own vague laws. He had been declared the winner, though a new rule was hastily written to forbid such reckless destruction in the future. Ru Shuang listened, with a playful pout, wondering how the situation was handled in the end. She was told he was ruled the winner but forbidden from using that specific method again. A small, knowing smile played on her lips as she looked toward the future. She didn't believe for a second that he would suddenly start behaving himself, and her heart pounded with a strange anticipation as she vowed to watch his next match personally. The grand stage of the Sky Sect Square stood bathed in the golden light of a decisive afternoon, the atmosphere thick with the anticipation of a final, bloody showdown. Thousands of disciples watched with bated breath as the announcer proclaimed that the true martial arts grand tournament had reached its peak, where only the most geniuses would remain standing. High above in the ornate pavilions, the sect masters watched with a mix of boredom and sharp-eyed scrutiny, their suffocating pressure weighing down on the commoners below. The match was set. On one side was the formidable Xiao Gi, a disciple whose strength had swept away every opponent like a tidal wave. And on the other stood the man everyone loved to hate, Xiao Feng, the supposed scoundrel who had climbed his way to the top through unscrupulous means. The crowd erupted in cheers for their golden boy, Xiao Gi, while Feng stood amidst a sea of mockery, his expression unreadable and his heart cold as ice. He sighed inwardly, knowing the time had finally come to peel back his mask and reveal the terrifying power he had been suppressed to survive. The elders sneered at him, convinced his luck had finally run out, but his master, the bold and red-haired Kuan Yi, wasn't about to let his disciple be insulted without a fight. With a predatory grin, Kuan Yi challenged the arrogant elder Guangwei to a bet, a gamble that would force one of them to surrender their most secret techniques depending on the outcome. The air between them crackled with tension as the white-bearded elder hesitated, feeling a sudden, inexplicable chill. Nearby, the elegant Aunt Lin and her companions watched with narrowed eyes, recalling Feng's pathetic past in the QI refining realm, and wondering if a miracle was truly possible. The bet was accepted with a thunderous clap of hands, a pact sealed in stone that would change the fate of their sects forever. Hidden behind her delicate veil, a mysterious woman in crimson silk let out a soft, melodic laugh, her sparkling eyes fixed on Feng as she felt a strange kinship with the boy who was about to turn the world upside down. Down on the stage, the battle began with a roar. Xiao Gi didn't hold back, his blade erupting with emerald lightning as he commanded Feng to just bring it on. He swung his heavy blade with murderous intent, but Feng simply smiled, dangerous, beautiful curve of the lips that signaled the end of his opponent's arrogance. In an instant, the sky was set ablaze as a massive fire dragon manifested from thin air, its golden eyes burning with a divine fury that silenced the entire stadium. The elders bolted from their seats in sheer shock, their faces pale as they realized they were witnessing a technique that shouldn't exist. Feng stood at the center of the inferno, looking godlike as he raised his hand and summoned the Thouard's technique, filling the heavens with a forest of shimmering, lethal blades. The fire dragon roared again, its massive form coiling around the sky as if claiming the very heavens as its domain. This wasn't just a fight, it was a slaughter as multiple dragons erupted from the flames to surround the trembling Xiao Gi. High above, the elders argued in a frenzy, convinced Feng had reached the legendary Golden Core realm and should be disqualified for bullying the weak. But the sect leader, his gaze sharper than any sword, commanded them to wait and look closer at the truth hidden within the spectacle. A beautiful woman with hair like moonlight watched with a trembling heart, realizing that this boy wasn't a Golden Core master at all. He was something far more terrifying, a genius who could manipulate thousands of blades with only a fraction of his spirit. A feat of pure talent that transcended the laws of cultivation. Xiao Gai was trapped, his green lightning flickering out like a dying candle as he looked up at the man standing atop a floating sword, realizing he was utterly outmatched. Feng looked down with a gaze that was both pitying and cold, acknowledging his opponent's spirit but knowing the gap between them was as wide as the heavens. With a final, decisive wave of his hand, he commanded the dragons to strike. Xiao Gi screamed as he threw up a desperate shield. The fire was all-consuming, a tidal wave of heat and light that shattered his defenses and his pride in one go. A massive explosion rocked the very foundation of the square, sending a plume of smoke and debris high into the clear blue sky. When the dust finally settled, the once proud genius lay broken in a crater, his body bruised and his spirit crushed. Feng stood over him, his robes barely ruffled, his silhouette framed against the towering pagodas of the sect. With a final, ragged breath, Xiao Gi admitted his defeat, his voice barely a whisper in the sudden, suffocating silence of the crowd. The announcer's voice rang out, declaring Xiao Feng the undisputed winner, and as he walked away, everyone knew that the era of the scoundrel had ended, and the reign of a new, dangerous legend had begun. Xiao Feng's victory left the crowd in a state of utter disbelief, their murmurs rippling through the air like a rising tide as they realized the man they once dismissed as a mere rookie possessed a depth of skill that defied logic. Even as the betting pools descended into chaos, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh at his own success, knowing that his spectacular display would surely the odds for his next match and cost him a fortune in potential winnings. His musings were cut short when a senior brother approached with an urgent summons, requesting his immediate presence at the VIP stand where the high-ranking members of the sect waited with bated breath. Stepping onto the grand platform, he felt the suffocating pressure of multiple powerful gazes, including that of the sect master, him with a mixture of curiosity and lingering memories of the strange spiritual root the boy had displayed years ago. Amidst the assembly of esteemed seniors, the ethereal and statuesque Seigneur Marshal Anquan fixed him with a piercing look, her voice cold yet intriguing, as she questioned how a mere disciple could form a move as complex as the myriad swords technique without having formed a golden core. With a respectful bow and a faint, knowing smile, Xiao Yifeng shamelessly suggested that if she doubted his words, she was more than welcome to personally verify the state of his cultivation. The bold suggestion caused a faint blush to creep onto the goddess-like elder's cheeks, and she quickly dismissed the idea, her usual composure wavering for just a fleeting second. He explained that his feat was not due to a golden core, but rather the rare activation of his Heavenly Foundation establishment talent, a revelation that sent a shockwave of astonishment through the elders. While some chalked it up to a 1 in 100 stroke of divine luck, Xiao Yifeng kept his internal monologue carefully guarded, knowing full well that his true probability of triggering such power was far higher than the 10% they assumed. His own master laughed boisterously, delighted by his disciple's hidden depths, and urged him to thank Senior Marshal Uncle Guangwei, who seemed prepared to offer a gift of immense value. The stern, gray-bearded Guangwei beckoned him closer, his aura intimidating as he prepared to pass on the ultimate secret of the Qiankun Temple, the Seven Tribulations heaven-splitting technique. As the elder drew his blade, Xiao Yifeng was instructed to close his eyes and anchor the sacred incantations within his sea of consciousness, feeling a sudden, blinding surge of spiritual energy wash over him. A brilliant light enveloped his form as the legacy was shared. Within the silent sanctuary of his mind, he witnessed the terrifying majesty of the Seven Tribulations: illness, delusion, and suffering all transformed into sword forms capable of striking down the very heavens. To the absolute shock of the watching seniors, Xiao Yifeng opened his eyes just moments later, claiming to have fully comprehended the profound technique with a speed that was nothing short of monstrous. Though he maintained a humble facade, attributing his success to the elders' willingness to teach, the elders were left reeling from his exceptional talent and urged him to go rest before the final round. As he made his way back, feeling like he'd truly hit the jackpot, he was intercepted by a mysterious messenger, who wordlessly handed him a bamboo scroll before vanishing into the distance. The cryptic message inside summoned him to the Entanglement Pavilion for an important matter, leaving him to wonder if the beautiful Hanyan was the one seeking a secret rendezvous. Meanwhile, at the grand competition arena, the atmosphere was electric as the crowd roared for the showdown between the Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix. Su Miao kinged on the stage, her pink hair vibrant against the sunlight. But her heart was heavy with irritation, because the man who promised to watch her fight was nowhere to be seen. Her opponent's taunts about her lack of focus only added fuel to the fire, and as the frustration boiled over, Miao King's eyes with a dangerous, murderous aura. Declaring that she was in a foul mood and ready to vent her rage, she unleashed a terrifying torrent of flames that scorched the sky, leaving the spectators gasping at the sheer intensity of her wrath. The massive explosion dominated the horizon, proving that the pink-haired beauty was not one to be trifled with when her heart was troubled. The silent courtyard felt like a tomb, the air thick with an unspoken threat as his boots crunched against the cold stone. Something was terribly wrong. The letter had promised a meeting, yet only a haunting, hollow emptiness greeted him in the shadows of the pavilion. His instincts screamed of a trap, and before the thought could even settle, he threw himself backward with desperate speed, just as a murderous aura surged through the air where he had stood a second before. A shadowy figure watched from the rooftops, mocking his vigilance with a chilling, distorted grace that sent shivers down his spine. This was no ordinary thug. The masked man exuded a suffocating pressure that made the very atmosphere heavy with the metallic scent of impending death. With a flick of his wrist, the assassin unleashed a wave of terrifying power, his eyes crinkling in a cruel, hidden smile as he prepared to erase the nuisance who had dared to ruin their grand plans. The heat became unbearable as a vortex of flame erupted around the master, his intent to annihilate clear in every terrifying, godlike gesture. Standing before a void refinement realm master, the protagonist felt like a mere insect beneath a giant's heel, his heart hammering against his ribs in sheer, unadulterated desperation. How could he have possibly offended such a monstrous power, a master who could crush him with a single thought? In the depths of his fear, the memory of his wife's ethereal, statuesque face flickered in his mind, her voice a soft, haunting warning about the dangers of this path. He realized now the shimmering talisman she had pressed into his palm wasn't just a simple gift, but a vital lifeline meant for this exact moment of life and death. The assassin sneered, believing he was merely overreacting to the struggles of a pathetic, weak disciple. But the air suddenly shattered with a blinding, celestial blue light. From the depths of the talisman, a majestic spirit bird erupted into the sky, its wings shimmering with a divine, icy radiance that momentarily paralyzed the masked killer with pure shock. This was a power far beyond what any lowly disciple should possess, a void refinement-level defense that screamed of a powerful, doting protector watching over his every step. But the assassin was relentless, lunging forward with a snarl of frustration to tear through what he believed was a mere illusion. He didn't realize that the protagonist was far from a fool. He had no intention of fighting a losing battle when he could weaponize his wife's power to signal for help. With a final defiant command, the energy surged not toward the enemy but upward, breaking through the barriers of the world like a blooming lotus of pure, radiant light. Far away in the Grand Palace, the beautiful and cold Guang Han felt the sudden ripple of spiritual energy, her eyes narrowing as she sensed her husband's peril across the distance. Her fellow masters looked on in confusion at the sudden disturbance, but she already knew her beloved was in grave danger, and her fury began to stir. Back at the ridge, the protagonist collapsed to the ground, his strength completely spent as the masked man loomed over him like a vengeful shadow. The assassin clapped his hands mockingly, impressed by the struggle, but ready to end it once and for all with a bolt of lethal, crackling lightning. But just as the sparks began to dance in his palm, a voice colder than the deepest winter echoed through the heavens, a warning that made the very earth tremble in fear. Like a goddess descending from the high heavens to protect her own, Guang Han appeared in a swirl of silken robes, her gaze piercing and her presence so overwhelming it threatened to crush the assassin where he stood.